fights.
Your boy Floyd too, soon.
He did what?
You don't think he would act in some of his fights out neither?
Now? Yeah.
No, I'm talking about Floyd.
No, I don't think he was none of. Come
Man,
on, bro. Everybody was trying to knock him out. He ain't got time.
That's a businessman, bro.
You know, you being how famous you be if you beat Floyd, the undefeated fighter, bro.
Oh yeah, you'll be famous, but I mean, you'll be famous if you fight him.
Nah,
you ain't gotta knock him out.
He done fought a lot of people, and we don't even know their names, and some of the motherfuckers was real good.
No, they won't. They was all right.
Miguel Cotto ain't good.
Oscar De La Hoya damn near put that nigga on his ass. What you mean? Oscar De La Hoya whooped that nigga. De La Hoya whooped Mayweather ass.
We don't have this conversation. We don't have this conversation already.
Zab Zuda. Who else?
Bro, out of 50 fighters, bro, how many was actually good?
20 of them, maybe.
Yeah, I know. See?
About 20 of them.
But y'all make it seem like, look, when he first started fighting, he didn't get to pick his opponent.
Yeah.
He had a say so with his opponent. He may not have to pick him. He had a say so.
I'm talking about after he was big. Yeah. You got in order for you to pick your opponent, you got to become like the champ. Before you the champ, you don't get to pick.
So even while you the champ, you can't duck nobody because if you do lose the chance, you can lose your belt.
You gotta fight one of the top three.
Bro, he didn't even want to fight Pacquiao no more.
He did fight him though. He wanted to make sure
he did this what he said.
What?
Hey,
hold up. They said who's supposed to be debating Earth Speaks?
Patah said he wasn't going over there.
I told him to his face.
I'm about to say.
Fucking with that dude.
I'm about to say I know you ain't talking about me because he backed out.
He told Patah, he said, "I'm gonna unblock you so you can come over here and debate. Then after the debate, I'm gonna block you again. So what's the fucking point of going over there?" He already told Patah the same shit he tell us. I'm the source.
And I told him, since you the source, post your sources, do a video on it, post them so the public can see what we debating. Put up the.
He still didn't answer none of this shit we asked him for.
Exactly.
He can keep
I ain't got a dog in
this shit. He
this
still
fight.
ain't producing.
For the record, I don't have a dog in this fight.
He trying to bring your name up.
Yeah.
But I shut him
Stand down.
No, he trying to bring your name up.
Yeah, and Twan was in there too. Twan was in there.
No, not yours.
Oh.
And I just down like he already washed and saved all that.
Yeah, you gotta make sure you get that on record because they will be like, Twan was in there too.
I'm getting that on record. I don't have a dog in this fight. So if anybody's screen recording, whatever they doing, flies or whatever, I don't have a dog in this fight.
I told him go get his chief, the big one with the feathers. Get the big chief.
They can't because they said that they the source. So if they go and get the people that's actually giving them the information, then the people gonna know that they lying about them getting it from the Akashic records.
That's why I took him to it. He even said it out of his mouth.
This is what I'm asking. Which state is the Akashic records in?
It's in the seventh heaven.
It's what? Hold on. State. Wait. There's no address. Who the fuck said that Akashic records got an address to it?
That's where you go to.
That's what I don't know.
It's in the ether.
Mm-hmm. It's in the ether.
It's in the etherical realm.
It ain't here. They gotta walk into that to get that information. You know that swirly joint that look like you're gonna walk into it, and the circle keeps spinning, that spiral, make it look like it's drawing you in. You gotta walk through that, and they got to have the checkerboard floor, like they show in the rap video.
Say, man,
Illuminati.
I believe the Akashic records are real, but ain't no anybody getting to the Akashic records. You gotta be somebody to get to there. I just
the 9 needs the bean. That 9 needs the bean, guys.
Listen, I ain't even gotta believe it for myself. I just need somebody to say some shit that ain't nobody else said. Bring some shit from a library that ain't in the library here on Earth. That's what all I want to see. Tell me some new shit like, yo, how the fuck? What? I told you, bro, the Akashic records. If you tell me some shit and I can go to a library here and get the same shit, you didn't go nowhere.
That's interesting, Mo, because a lot of people don't realize you can go to the Library of Congress and solve all your motherfucking arguments for 90% of the shit that people argue about on TikTok. It be right there digitalized.
Right.
The archive, the records and shit. I mean, shit, stop me when I'm wrong. Shit.
Nah, yeah, you're not talking about that one though.
Shit, and then they give you the wrong interpretation. Like,
what up? Oh, what's up, man? Shit, I didn't even know your ass was gonna. I think you. Matter of fact, I did. I think you text me, but I didn't know you was gonna go on right now.
No, I wasn't gonna do it on YouTube. I was gonna go TikTok, but
I just was trying to let everybody know tomorrow we're about to kick that ass again.
Yeah, bro.
How you been, bro?
Man, I keep having these back spasms.
Oh shit. You got health first, nigga. Health. You gotta take care of your health.
Shit, I still had to go to work, bro.
No shit. They like, you still coming in today?
Now they wanted me to go to the hospital. I was like, if I go to the hospital, they gonna tell me not to come to work tomorrow.
You're gonna be laid up.
I was like, so who y'all gonna get to run this route?
Damn.
It feel like somebody keeps squeezing my back and my side, and it's knocking my breath out.
Yeah, that ain't cool, dog. Yeah, take care of that health first, man. I knew something was up, man. I ain't see you.
Oh, they banned my account, bro. Well, they
Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
they live.
Me and Mo. When was that? So I think Sunday. Me and Mo was live. And
TikTok shit, yo, and get back on YouTube.
God, me.
God. Yeah, Mo. Damn. I was like, damn, I ain't see my man do nothing. I'm like, okay, he must be chilling.
No, I had other accounts. I just didn't feel like going live, bro.
I've been kind of lazy with my lives today. I mean, this week.
I was trying to see. I was in Beef for Reals live, and bro, that shit got hectic. I left.
You know what? I think I did come across you on that jump for a minute.
But they want us to stop. Like that, I guess they don't know the true definition of Pan-Africanism. They think Pan-Africanism is us going to Africa to fight.
What? To fight?
Yeah. like to help fix they states. You know how long that's gonna take?
That's not at all what that means, Joe.
You want us to go fix 54 countries. That's not what Pan-Africanism is.
That don't got nothing to do with Pan-Africanism is just the common similarities that all Africans of descent recognize that you in the diaspora. We all recognize, you know what I mean? That's in simple terms, yo. It's me, like we know we from Africa. And if I see you in fucking England, Australia, wherever I see you, we just got that common thing to connect us back to Africa. You know what I mean? The Pan-Africanism that connect us back. That's kind of what it means. In essence.
Yeah, bro. They think it's something
nothing to do with other than that. The whole pan means just global. Like pandemic is a global thing. You just had a pandemic. These niggas don't know how to read and understand what pan means. It's just
I think what it is they had some people that's in their movement that they were like, yeah, I used to be a Pan-African. I don't think they were real Pan-Africans, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they understood exactly what it meant. I mean, I've always was under the impression that Pan-Africanism connects you to your motherland. You have knowledge of knowing that, hey, I'm a descendant of African. I know I'm not in my homeland, right? But the knowledge I have for my homeland and all my brothers and sisters that are scattered across the diaspora, we just had a commonality with each other. Yep. That's the basic core of it. No politics, like fuck the politics involved. It's just you just connected. That's what makes you stronger in a way. But then it's like, well, fuck Pan-African, and Pan-African never been, as long as I knew, you know what I mean? And no, it never been like no anti-indigenous thing or fuck them or us against them. It never was that. In fact, It was like, we do see you, or we do recognize you, right? If that's what you want to call yourselves. But then all of a sudden it got to this anti-African, where you want to sever any connections that you would have had with Africa and just say you a whole indigenous Indian. And half of these Jai Turkeys got West African DNA.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, just let's keep it real. So I mean, I think it's the severing of it and just saying, hey, we ain't y'all your own people, man. And then slavery ain't happening, and all that other pseudo shit comes behind that. Being a Pan-Africanist, you can have your indigeneity, and indigeneity, whatever you want to call that, right? You ain't never heard Pan-Africans before this shit off saying, man, fuck the indigenous. Y'all ain't, you know what I mean? The only time you hear that is when people started denying the actual events that led up to the trade and all of that. It happened in reverse. We gave Africa everything. Africa ain't have shit. And then it's like, whoa. Now you anti-African.
Yeah, bro. They just wow.
Yeah, man.
Let me give a shout out to Naya for subscribing to the YouTube.
Shout out to everybody that's
and I want to let everybody know, y'all hit up Mo. It's his wife's birthday, so give Mo's wife
happy
shout out. Happy birthday.
Happy born day. Happy born day, yo. To your queen.
I didn't even know that shit.
Yeah, man. That's what's up. Oh shit, I got some shit for y'all tomorrow, dog. I got some books. Oh my god.
Yeah, I probably won't be part of the thing tomorrow.
What?
Yeah, I got to see what time I'm.
Shit.
My wife's supposed to be going out of town, but I don't know when.
It's okay. Okay, it's all good. Is Mo gonna be able to do that shit tomorrow? I know he got his.
Yeah, but he itching, bro. He like, what's the dude's name on New Jack City? This is name Pookie.
Yeah.
What's his name? What was Chris Rock's character's name?
Right.
He itching.
Calling me, man. He's calling me.
Oh,
I know the feeling, yo. I know the feeling because when you got some heavy shit to just lay out, you like, oh shit. You already seen that book I showed you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm all like, yo, that's gonna be interesting. And look, oh my god, matter of fact, I got volume 1 of. Remember we went through Prince Henry's conquest of Guinea when he went out there, right?
Yeah.
And that's volume 1. And I'm like, he's 2 volumes, though. And I was like, hold up, I know he had more because I was looking for a certain page in my book that I knew was in there. And I'm like, hold on, this book don't got enough pages in it. I'm like, okay, well shit, there's a volume 2. I found the volume 2, got the PDF. So hopefully tomorrow I get the actual book to come. But dude, we talking about the land of the blacks in volume 2, dog.
Oh shit. It got a map in there?
I gotta see if it got a map, but there's so much information in there. It's undeniably where the land of the blacks is at in relation to over here. Oh my god. That book, oh my god. That shit is a dagger. So yeah, family, y'all need to stay tuned. We exposed the Moors on last week about the Moors selling Africans into slavery.
I'm not done with them, bro.
Yeah, we ain't done with y'all. Not at all. Matter of fact, yeah, we need to talk about them. We can talk about them because they act like we came over here as Moors and we didn't.
There was a clear distinction between the Moors and the Africans at a certain point in history.
Yep.
And I let that shit be known.
Yep. And fuck with me for the primary. I got the primaries. We talked about that. The Moors sold indigenous Africans into slavery. Don't nobody want to hear that. I'm a Moor. No, no, you're not. I'm a Moor. We're Moors. No, they sold y'all into slavery. Those were the trade merchants. And I got the primary to prove it. So they don't want to hear that. They don't hear that. What's my man name? Adahu?
Yep, Adahu the Moor.
Yeah. They ain't ready to hear Dahu the Moor, who taught the damn colonizers how to do this shit. How do you think taught them?
Did you turn your TikTok off?
No, I still got it, but I got like 8 on there. I'm about to shut it down.
All right.
Cause I'm gonna shut
My
it down.
shit is froze up.
Yeah, I'm gonna shut it down. Hey, everybody, follow my man Suitin. I'm on his live right now on YouTube. Follow us both on YouTube. Hit that notification, like, and share, and make sure y'all look at these other videos that's leading up to the ones that we got. Peace. I'm off. Meet me in the YouTube world.
Yeah, y'all look y'all on because Buck want to do what he wanted to run through some religious shit. So
yeah, let's get him up here because I need. Yeah.
Nah, he don't want to do it today. He wants me to go.
When we do it, dog.
He wants me to go live on TikTok and do, but I don't want to do it on TikTok.
Man, Buck need to just come over, man. He got the information. Buck got all the shit he need. All he got to do is come over here, and it'll be better. Once he get over here and get his feet wet, man, he's gonna be a beast over here. Watch.
Yeah, I ain't fucking with him on that religion. I used to be able to get him on that shit. I can't get up no more, bro.
He over here with
so deep.
I be seeing his ass in the morning. I'm like, damn, he on that shit early. 300 in the live.
Doing what I used to do that shit.
Mm-hmm.
I go live at like 10, 30, 11 at night, and we wouldn't get off to like 5, 6 in the morning.
Just drilling that shit, yo. Drilling it.
Be slaying. Yeah, man. But that I need Vanta to just go ahead and put his shit together and come get these people that work.
Yeah,
his DNA shit tie everything together, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, Vanta got the juice.
And Mr. Robinson, I don't know where you at, bro.
I just spoke to him. He working, he cooking. He trying to get the cooking right now. Matter of fact,
we got to be part of the presentation, bro.
I'll send him a message, man. He's working.
Well, he said he got a Discord, but every time I go to my Discord, my app don't work.
Somebody got Discord stuff for me. I don't got enough memory space on my phone to have these apps, so I can't get on all of them.
I think you can put the Discord on your laptop.
Oh, okay. I'll try to.
I don't think you need to put it on your phone.
Okay, because I'm not.
But my app just don't
work.
Look,
I'm gonna tell you how old I am. I didn't know what the fuck Discord was, yo.
Buck had to tell me because I didn't know
what the fuck y'all was talking about this whole time. Well, I'm thinking you talking about just the Discord between, you know what I mean, like, you know what I mean? Because somebody asked me that shit a while ago. That's my first time hearing it. I think who said what's my girl name? Fried Chicken.
Southern Fried Cali.
Yeah, she was like, "You got Discord?" I was like, I didn't know what to say because I didn't know she was actually talking about a motherfucking app. I'm like, what? I'm like, damn, okay.
I already got you something there. They just not froze.
But yeah, shout out to Mr. Robinson and all them pushing that shit in.
Yeah, bro. He said he caught old boy. I ain't gonna say his name. I'm gonna put it in the chat.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's get him over here.
Put it in the group. I'm in the group chat.
Matter of fact, I need to talk to him because he's working on. He just messaged me and he's working on the pre-colonial. I think Vasquez Nunez, I believe. I think he mentioned something about him, so I think he's working on that. I'm looking at the conquest of Guatemala still because I want to know what happened. I want to be able to explain that map a little bit better than what I did the last time.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So I got more information on what was going on with those people that was in there. So I think that'll be good. We'll talk about the conquest of Guatemala, and then we'll talk about the indigenous people and how they depict themselves. I'm gonna run it back on that. And then I got some new information. Woo! This shit is explicit, bro. This shit, wow. I ain't even gonna say it. It's just gonna be a bonus. Just know that when the conquistadors got there, they was doing some weird shit when they arrived. And I'm gonna leave it at that. But yeah, we ready.
Oh. Yeah, we can get him on over here.
I don't know.
And who the fuck is this wild Indian dude?
Wow, Indian.
Let me go to the dude. Let me go to Robinson's thing real quick.
I don't know.
Oh, I got messages. Hold on.
Peace to the chat. Peace to everybody coming in. I don't know how long our presentation tomorrow is going to be. We just be doing them. Sometimes they just stretch out there like that. This one might be a little short. But what I think I'm going to do, you still listening?
Yeah, I hear you.
I think I'm gonna try to do a live and I'll break down each one of our joints. Or like I'll just record the space.
Like a recap.
Yeah, it'll be like your presentation alone recap, and then my joint alone, then Mo joint alone for the first joint. You know what I mean? And then the second one, that you know what I mean? Kind of break it down into threes. And it'll I mean, still do the whole joint together. But like what I'll do is like I guess we can do the lives, and then I like on the regular videos I'll post them like that.
Yeah.
So I'll do the whole live no matter how long it takes us, and then I'll break everybody's section down and give you your own space. You dig?
I'm trying to find this video real quick.
Yeah.
All right, I think I found it.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's Wild Indian Council. I think that's his name.
Wow, Indian Council. That's the
Yeah, he was on the thing with us when I was up there yesterday. He seemed like a cool dude. I don't know what him and what's his name got going on. But he said that we need to. He said Pan-African is an outdated idea, and we need to unsubscribe to it.
And then what? What else? I mean, then what?
I mean, I don't know what all they were saying, because when the hip hop dude left, I left. I was like, this conversation ain't about to get nowhere. They just wanna, because they keep saying stuff we don't say. They be like, oh, y'all keep saying that we all come from Africa, and I keep asking, who is y'all? Because you keep saying this. You keep saying y'all keep saying we from Africa. So who's saying that?
Yeah, I think they get confused. Like we're not like we don't specifically say that. Like we don't deny the African transatlantic experience. That's something we ain't gonna fucking do. And we've never said that there wasn't a possibility for melanated people to be here prior to the contact of the European. I think we're real careful at what we say and how we say it. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. I mean, now like me, as far as like my stance on shit, like I do subscribe to the Out of Africa, where humankind originated, you know?
Yeah.
And that's how I feel, you know what I mean? But that don't have it don't have to correlate with everybody, and everybody ain't gonna feel the same damn way. But a personal level, when I think people think we personally talking to them, because think about it now, a Pan-African don't give a fuck if you indigenous to this place or whatever, you know what I mean? Like I think what I've seen, in order to become an indigenous person, you have to be an anti-Pan-Africanist or some shit.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. We have Black indigenous people that are Pan-Africans.
See, right. Now, do they subscribe to the Out of Africa theory?
Yes, some of them do, some of them don't.
Right.
And they wouldn't know them, because these people, they be part of RBG Weekend. That's why we're trying to, like, this new set of Black indigenous people. This is a new
wave. Yeah. Yeah, this is new. I mean, like, I think because I think this new wave it's coming from the standpoint of we were already here and we grew out of the soil here. And I just don't understand that. You know, I feel like the evidence don't stack enough in that favor for me to even subscribe to that theory.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Now, let's just say if the evidence supported all of that and it was like, okay, well, damn, we finding everything, like we really finding everything, not just this little shit that we're debunking. It's got to be refutable. You know what I'm saying? And the whole body of evidence. And I'm like, well, shit is overwhelming. at an overwhelming point, then I'm like, well, shit, I gotta concede and at least consider the facts of the matter. And what's going on is I don't think they have conceded to the facts of the matter when it comes to the DNA. I mean, genetically speaking, and then the fossil records. I mean, that's what it is. But I think the confusion is, I don't know. I mean, I don't think everybody, like, you know, you got to watch out with what you say, right? Like, I do believe the out of Africa theory. I'm always on the L1. That's why I say L1. That's why it's hard to have this conversation after the L3, right? Because that was that first group, genetically speaking, to have made the migration out. Now, if you look at what the DNA says, according to what Vance says in these articles, majority of the 71% has that Niger caudifolia.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And that's something we can't, as African Americans, run away from. And that's something that they run away from. So how can you?
They run away from a lot of shit, though.
It's like, yo, man, like, I mean, yeah. And it's like at the same time, you'll run away from it, but you'll try to connect the natives or whatever to the Siberians. And that's true. I mean, when you look at the genetics and how migration patterns rolled, I mean, that makes sense. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah, but they got studies of for and against, so I don't even get into that. Like,
yeah,
I don't do that. Them from there or that they can debate that amongst themselves because that's dealing with their own haplogroups, and I'm pretty sure they'll figure it out. My thing is the Black indigenous people, whatever they, because they change their name every couple of fucking months. They want to pick a different name to go by. So whatever they want to call themselves, the artists formerly known as the Black indigenous people, whatever they want to be called, right? Yeah. They subscribe to what they want to subscribe to, and then everything else, if it don't fit their narrative, then they don't mess with it. You can't sit here and say, oh, well, the native people here, they come from Siberia. And because when they do their genetics, that's what the DNA tells them. Then when we tell you to do it, you say it's fake.
That's what I'm saying.
Entertainment purposes only. So now you're pushing a narrative.
That's what I'm saying. So they'll use it, right, for them. But what, you know, they don't want to use it for themselves.
Yep.
That same DNA will debunk you, bro, and will send your ass right back over here to Africa.
They're like, oh, the out of Africa theory. That's just a theory.
Just a theory. Well,
that we can play that game.
Like, yo.
Now you got to bring me the theory that debunks the out of Africa theory. You can't just say, oh, the out of Africa theory is just a theory, and then not bring something to debunk it. Because they tried many times. The European been trying to debunk that human life started in Africa.
Yeah, they try to, you know, we saw them placing the bones in Europe with the Piltdown Man. Like, I mean, everyone, you know, I think it's just one of the things to just the disdain for the origin is so bad that they don't want to concede to the truth. Mr. Robinson is in the house, everybody. Mr. Robinson in the house in the chat.
I don't see him.
He there, yo. He's like, peace, everyone.
Where?
I mean, like,
you
don't even know when he come in. He's a hitman, a certified hitman when it comes to this shit.
Bro, he be dog walking people.
Yes. Have him come up, yo. Hit the link.
Yeah, I don't know if the link is in the thing. Hold on, let me read. He probably still at work.
Okay. But yeah, man.
That map, bro, that map was damaging.
Which map?
He was like, yeah, you know, we go to the map in 1441 and it don't show the Americas. I was like, what the fuck?
Oh, the map. Ooh.
That shit hurt my soul. I was like, oh my God, this is a
And it's
die.
like, yeah, and it's like their intentions was never to come over here. You dig? You know what I mean? They got lost and ended up over here, right?
Right?
So everything that they said, this Hebrew shit, they thought this shit was over in India.
That Moorish shit.
All of that shit.
Oh, we were navigating the 7 seas and we've been in America. How y'all been in America? And the map we got ain't got the Americas over here.
Man, them Moors
They just be saying shit, bro.
capping. Show me the Moorish correspondence between Moors being over here. I mean, is there any Moorish correspondences
Where's the letters at?
in the letters? Because you see,
If the Moors was over here and it was navigating the 7 seas, they would have letters writing to the European or to other Moors, like, hey, come over here, man. We got this, we got that. Oh, you would have some type of sales receipts.
dog.
Anytime anybody is doing trade on the seas, and you're going port to port, coast to coast, you're buying goods because you got to replenish your boat.
You would have a correspondence between two parties.
Yep, you would have interactions.
Yeah, the Europeans made correspondence with each other. They made that 2-way, 3-way trade system. You see the letters, the sugars from the Caribbean getting, sent on the ships, the ship logs going into the ports of Bristol and Lisbon and, Liverpool and shit like that. You know what I mean? So, I mean, the historical record is there. Yeah. The historical record is there. They don't got a leg to stand on, man.
Not at all, bro.
They don't, man. We was Moors. Why would look, this is something, that we figured out last week, right? Because we read the shit. They did not want any Moors to come over here. They wanted fresh Africans. It literally said that. Fresh from Africa.
We need fresh bodies.
We need fresh from Africa. We do not want any Moors or any I forgot the other one. It was like Moors and we just want Africans. That's what the record has said. So why would they have any Moors over here when they just kicked them out of Spain and Portugal, right? These were they went into look. Why would they want to have any Moors come over here when them same Moors went in there in 7-Eleven, fuck shit up, changed their shit around, and they just now kicked them out. They just now kicked them out in the late 1400s. Why the fuck would they take them over there to a new colony? The last thing they wanted in their own little world was some fucking Moors to rebel on. You know what I mean? Because they figured in their mind if they had enough, like they knew the Moors gave them hell, so that's the last thing they wanted over there. They was like, you know what, we don't want no Moors over here, because they figured that the Moorish threat would grow. They wanted fresh Africans to come over this jump, and that's what they got.
Yeah, Banton, he said he's supposed to be going through this information on Cloud Winters.
Oh man, I think Garfield or something was talking about that today.
Yeah, they was talking. I was watching a little bit of it.
Yeah,
I'm gonna watch the recap.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Shout out to Reg, man, because Reg got a jewel. I'm gonna use it tomorrow, man.
Yeah, I don't fuck with Reggie like that.
I don't either, but he dropped a fucking funny ass jewel just cause. This shit is funny, yo. And I'm gonna put it out there. Since they say we was from over here from the Central Americas and shit. We're gonna talk about their culture and all of that. But yeah, it's just weird, man. Like, that's one thing. They didn't have any Moors coming over here. They would have said, yo, we had Moors and we met up with Moors when he got here. Right?
Right. They would have wrote about that shit.
About that, right? Another thing, right? Another thing, like, right? Remember we read in the primaries and how I connect about the Portuguese initially coming in and they wanted to. They said they were in. They literally said they was in the land of the Negroes, right?
Yeah.
Remember that? Now that was only in the 1400s, right? 1444, 41, 42, all that, 46, right? 1440s, right? Now they wrote in there that, you know, this was the land of the blacks, the land of the Negroes, right? Now, how about just 100 years later, when they're over here, they don't say any of that shit. You know what I'm saying? We were over here. These are our lands. Well, if there was the land of black people over here, like they found in Africa, right? They would have said that shit.
You're right.
They didn't say that shit. They said they had horsehair.
That whole thing is contradictory because they'd be like, oh, well, all these Spaniards and the Europeans, they sat underneath the foot of the Moors and was getting all this information. So you mean to tell me they got all this information from these Moors, and when they sailed over to the Americas, they had a Moor that was navigating one of the ships with Christopher Columbus, and they wrote in the diary that this is the New World. So if they already knew about it, they wouldn't have been calling this shit the New World.
Yeah. They would have been like, yo, we know this. Let me get off. Let me talk to my people. I know where the hotels are at type shit, nigga. I got you. I'm going to get you the cheap room. I'm going to get you, you know what I'm saying? Like, I've been out here before. We Moors.
Right.
I can tell you where to eat at, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, yo.
I'm going to get you a discount at the Super A. You know what I'm saying?
Be good. You come out here, fam. You home. You home. Right? Tom Mary. But no, it was like, it's all new to them. So they would have wrote about that shit. That's just one thing you don't see. All you see was the inhabitants were running around with paint on. Their hair was like horsehair. It just described them of not knowing of the weaponry because they had been separated from any of this shit from forever. So these were, you know, traditionally indigenous people who haven't seen them. They cut their hand on the sword. You know what I'm saying? Just they said they were long haired, like horsehair. I don't think we had it in our community like that. They're just, I don't know, man. It's crazy. Now, were there dark skinned, melanated, indigenous people over here? Yes, I do see that. That's what I'm saying. I've never said that they weren't. You know what I'm saying? But are those people us? And like, if you want to get technical with it, are those your people? Is that where you literally come from? And are you being honest with yourself?
I don't think, bro. You got to look at when they start keeping the census records. When did they start keeping the census records?
Shit, in the 1800s, I think.
How they going back into the 16 and 17? I don't see how you doing that, tracing census and doing genealogy, because motherfuckers lie.
Yeah, true that.
If you were brought up in the South, 9 times out of 10, you got a European in your family somewhere.
Yeah, and you was on.
And these people be faking the phone. Like, nope, we ain't got. Wait, no, there's no Africans in there. There's no European.
No African, no European. You just a pure Indian now. You know what I'm saying? Like, that don't make no sense
at all.
You know what I mean? Like, keep it real. No, man, I don't got that. Like, no, bro, you know you gonna have that in you because of the bullshit. Like, that's just proof, genetically speaking, that the shit happened.
Yeah, they just, I don't know, man. I give some of them the benefit of the doubt. But other ones, we done caught their hand in the cookie jar.
Yeah, those are the ones. It's like, you know. And like I said, at the end of the day, I got respect to anybody that's truly indigenous, and I do recognize what happened. Like I'm you know, I look at the side where this is the problem. They'll deny that Africans was even enslaved over here, right? And then they'll not deny that the Chickasaw, the fucking Seminoles, the Creeks, the Choctaw, all of them had enslaved Africans. And these enslaved Africans was denied rights on these within the indigenous folks, right? But they gave them a treaty. You know, the United States forced them into a treaty to recognize Africans of African descent. Now you got to respect that, but see, they don't even respect that because they don't even want to acknowledge the fact that you had an enslaved African. So what you do is you kind of you just disenfranchise the people that went through this shit because you feel like or act like this shit ain't never happened. It really did happen. And you have people that's a product from that now that's living that's still trying to fight for that shit. You know what I mean?
Right.
So how you going, like, if you really indigenous like you say you are, you wouldn't even shit on the people that might have had this connection or anything. You just deny it and just kind of, you know what I mean? It's just funny to me.
You would think they would be trying to help some of
Yeah,
these.
you would think that it's
against
like,
the
yo,
council members.
right. It's
Because
like,
remember, they got caught up in wars and they was helping each other with these wars, trying to save the land from the European.
mhm.
And then the council members, the people that was the high ups in the tribes, was selling out.
Yeah.
No, I didn't see that, bro.
Yusuf did what now?
He said that.
You saw something? Oh, you
Yeah,
pressed.
I didn't see that.
Damn, I ain't catch it either.
Yeah. Holler at us when you get off. You got to give us your number so we can add you to the group text.
The hell yeah, man. You gotta stick around, Robinson. We can use that, bro. But yeah, man. I just think that why can't they recognize that? They'll be like, no, it didn't happen that way. We weren't enslaved. I was like, well, hold on, bro. You like, it's in the Constitution that this shit happened. It's in their laws that they didn't fuck with you like that. It's in their laws that, like, y'all see, if y'all looked at our videos, you'll see how they was treated and excluded.
Oh, you did that on the YouTube the last time we was on YouTube, Rob? If you did that the last time we was on YouTube, yeah, but I don't know if y'all went through it thoroughly though. I thought you said you was live and then you got in, you was pushing shit in.
I ain't see Yusuf in a minute. He been hiding out.
He in the chat.
Oh, Yusuf in the chat?
Yeah.
Oh, what's up, Yusuf? But yeah, man, it's just crazy, man. Like, people just want to talk shit about Africans for no damn reason. It's like, yo.
But then let them do them. My thing is, damn, this shit hurt when I talk for a long time. That's my wind go away.
Yeah, the book said overran by Negro. Lily, remember?
When they talk about Pan-African, it's outdated. Mm-hmm. When you look at all the police brutality, you know who's been on the front lines? Pan-Africans.
Yeah.
We don't hide behind TikTok. We don't go to YouTube. We out there with our flags representing. We ain't got no white sheets on covering our face. They ain't got no feathers in their heads. None of that shit. They represent Pan-Africanism from all aspects of ideology. I have yet to see a group of black indigenous people out on the front lines protesting the police brutality as somebody that they think is one of their own. Mm-hmm. Pan-Africans, you black. That's all that matter. We don't care what you think. Mm-hmm. We don't care if you go to church, what your religion is. If something happens to you, we are on the front lines. Yeah, if somebody from another race does something bad to our people, and it gets news coverage. Sometimes they don't even get news coverage, but they out there. See, a lot of people don't know. You got RBG Nation. You got the New Africa. You got all of these people here in America. They be out there feeding the homeless, feeding the kids. They don't get coverage like that.
Yeah.
They be educating. They got their own schools. They just, Pan-African, it's outdated. Okay, well, what y'all got? So you want me to drop you want me to stop being RBG, to join your movement, and y'all not doing shit outside TikTok. Mm-hmm. when I see a group of people that are doing stuff that's part of Pan-Africanism and they're organizing outside of TikTok. They got gun clubs. We actually have Pan-African gun clubs. We got Pan-African self-defense courses that they teach people. Whenever we have RBG, Family Weekend, one of the instructors is there teaching people. He's teaching the youth. He's teaching everybody. What are y'all doing besides being on TikTok, talking shit about the natives? I don't get this shit. And coming telling Pan-Africans that we need to stop our movement because it's outdated. Show me where the government wrote anything into law stating that they got to break up the Black indigenous movement. They got to infiltrate it and see when these people coming. Because we have that. And I'm going to reiterate it for everybody that don't like to look at our YouTubes or the TikToks. It's called Memorandum 46. Go look at it. They wrote a whole law. They wrote a whole organization. They put a system and plan to stop the Pan-African movement. They don't want us to even associate with Africa. They put people that's the same skin tone like us in our organizations, or they create a fake organization to try to stop the movement of us associating with Africa. Now, what the fuck does that sound like? You got a group of Black people telling us we have to stop associating with Africa, and the government wrote into law that it has to create government organizations that's disguised as a Black organization to stop us from associating with Africa. What does that sound like to y'all?
Yeah, agent shit, right?
But we the agents, though.
Yeah.
So I'm going to reiterate this one more time for the Black indigenous people that be watching through the window. Can y'all please show me where the government wrote into law that it has to stop your movement? It has to disenfranchise your organization. Because we have that. But I don't see nobody. The Moors don't bring it up. You think the Moors is in the law. They don't bring up Memorandum 46. They never bring it up.
Yeah, that's the divide and conquer tactic, yo. You got to watch out for the, anytime I see something like when it's like kind of like anti-African, when you got to shit on Africa to get your point across, that's when it's like a little flag to me. It's like, hold on, why you got to be so negative towards Africa? And then like just little shit like saying that we're not Black. Like, damn, what happened to being Black? Like,
they don't like the color Black.
Harlem being Black, like just weird, like little shit like that. It's like, hold on. What happened to, I remember Marvin Gaye used to sing to me, had me feeling like Black was the thing to be. You know what I mean? Like,
because the Moors.
It's weird.
The Moors was like, no. You can't call yourself Black.
The Black Laws Dictionary.
Look, before Black Law Dictionary, you had the Oxford Dictionary. Go look at the Oxford Dictionary before Black Law Dictionary and show me what the definition of Black mean. Because it don't mean death.
It's just...
That shit was changed. Black Law Dictionary was written by a European, and he didn't like Black people. He was racist as fuck. But they used his information. And since we don't subscribe to it, they get mad at us and call us agents. It seems like all of these people that are against African and us calling ourselves Black or African or Pan-Africans, they use European information to try to discredit us. And we don't even have to do that. We can go use master teachers that are Black people to debunk their information. I could be like, you know what? One day we just gonna sit down on a Saturday or on a Sunday, probably pseudo Sundays, and just run through all the Black master teachers' information.
Oh,
that's credible. Because some of that shit ain't credible. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you.
Yeah, some of it ain't.
They were doing what they could.
Yeah.
At the moment in time, that place in history to uplift their people.
Yeah.
And they didn't have the internet like we have the internet right now. So they actually had to go inside these places and get whatever resources of books they could. So
And
like information has to be updated.
Yeah, but at the same time, you still have people's work that just stand against the test of time. I mean, I look at Diop's work; his shit is pretty solid, and his shit, he was saying shit before DNA came out. You know what I mean? Like before the genome sequence was even done, he was already, you know, he was ahead of his time, in my opinion. And you know, he's one of the people that I think that is solid. And there's some, I think we're at a time now where we have to be responsible to say, hey man, you know, you got us this far, but we don't need this information because it has been disproven or disbound. We got to be able to say that, I guess, you know, within the community, in order to be to keep your integrity about the information. Because like with Clyde, man, I got respect for him, but I mean, I felt like when we looked at that mandate shit, I didn't see it. The connection that he tried to make, I didn't see it. And it's like, what y'all want me to lie and say I saw something that I didn't see? Is like, I didn't see the shit. We didn't see any connections, any from the glyphs. I don't see it. Pointed out to me. You know, so
Vance said he got some more information on that. So
and you know,
I'm waiting to see, because I told him, I told him, I said, I don't buy it, bro.
Yeah. I'll concede.
Vance said he got some a little bit of credibility, but I'm gonna keep
I mean, I think he has some, you know, I think that's what got him this far. And you know, he did, but he worked with Ivan too. I think didn't they have a falling out or something?
Yeah, bro, I'm waiting to post that shit.
So you know,
that man called Ivan Van Sertima pseudo.
Yeah,
he said he get eyes information from a European.
Wow. Well,
it was Clyde and Paul Mark Washington. Them they fell out because I think Clyde Winters, either Clyde Winters or Paul Mark Washington, got upset because Ivan Van Sertima asked the European to help him with his book, and not one of them.
Okay, I got you. And they were like, "Fuck that." Well, you know, Clyde, like I said, Clyde has some work that I've seen, I think, in the past that, you know, I guess the most of the peer review stuff stands up. I think some of the stuff I think that he said outside of that, where it gets more opinionated, I think, you know, we just gotta look at it with a fine-tooth comb. And I think a lot of us make the mistake of being of you know, just wanting to look out and for the community. Like, you know, Clyde is a reputable name in the community, right? And no one wants to look like you're going against some person that is in a high rank as far as scholarship and it goes. But I think that's what you got to do. I mean, you got to be able to test it and not be on the putting them to the pedestal where you're just like, well, he's the god at this shit. It's like, no, just ask and have questions about it. It's okay to look and research and be wrong. And then I think the elders in the community need to be responsible enough to correct themselves too. I mean, I think there was just a lot of ego trip going on too, maybe that we don't know about.
I know about it, bro. I got a homeboy in Buffalo.
Okay.
His name is Shango. He put me on that shit.
Yeah, you know,
his grandma, I think it was his grandma. She was doing she used to like interview people before Sinetta came on the scene. She would interview all these people. And before she passed, she gave Sinetta the tapes and stuff. Okay. And he was converting the VHSs to DVDs and putting them out so people can buy them and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And he gave her a shout out a couple of times, saying like she was one of the people that like helped start his YouTube and stuff, because he was getting the information from her VHSs and transforming it to the DVDs.
I'm sure son got a whole gold mine of fucking tapes, yo. But yeah, man, I don't know. But you know, people just got to be responsible with it at being having integrity about the information. And I think like that's where I'm coming from. I think we all can agree with the integrity of what we're trying to do. We ain't lying. If the information holds up and if it's creditable, we stand on it. But if it's some foo-foo, we like, nah, man. It makes you look bad. You know what I mean? So because like I don't want to be like, yo, you drinking the Kool-Aid, because then you drinking Kool-Aid. Because
Yeah,
it
but
tastes
that
good.
Kool-Aid tastes good, bro.
Tastes good. You know what I mean?
It tastes good.
You know, yeah, Kool-Aid, man, fuck y'all. This Kool-Aid tastes good. And then you get to drinking it, and you just a Kool-Aid drinking dude, and you entertain to all Kool-Aid subscriptions to this pseudo stuff. Then it'll take you far. I think you gotta have some type of integral something to hold you down.
Yeah,
No.
Tony. When we talk, our things light up. So just look at our picture, and you'll see around where the circle is. It'll light up. And our historic foundation.
Mm.
Oh shit. If you want, you can come up, or because you said you got to see the 12-hour live debunk. You can get in on the next one if you want to, bro.
Oh shit, that's historical.
Yeah, that's 05. I think that's 05. I'm trying to get him and Robinson in on the next one, bro.
Hold on, is that?
Yeah, I'm trying to get Robinson on the next one. I'm trying to get Robinson and Vanta.
Oh shit, fucking freezing.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Is historic? Is that the one we try?
Oh shit, I can't hear you. What happened? Yeah, because we can do a conference call, or we can
Shit, man, my bad. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, you cut out again. Rob, you can cover whatever you want, bro. It's gonna be your part of the presentation. It don't matter. Yeah, we can do a private stream where we don't go live. We all just be in the private chat talking, so we can discuss it. So everybody ain't got to hear our conversation. Yeah, I just got to let us know what time y'all want to do it, so we can see who all's gonna talk about whatever. I don't know if I'm gonna be a part of the thing tomorrow though, because I don't know what's going on with my wife. So I don't know if she leave tomorrow morning or if they push it and she get to spend the day with her family. So we shall see. Or if she leave next week, I don't know. And she don't get off till 12, so I won't be able to find out. So I need somebody to come on up here and represent the squad.
Man, my fucking internet is fucked up, y'all.
Bro, be like that.
What I miss is our hey, wasn't you on the joint with Earth Speaks and shit?
Who, me?
No, our Historic Foundation Live.
Yeah, they debated. I missed that shit, bro.
I think I tried. Man, come on the joint. Are they wanting the presentation and shit?
Oh, you broke up. We didn't hear nothing you said.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Are they wanting to get in on the presentation?
I'm trying to get them in on it.
Let's do that, man.
The more people we get in, just bringing on information, the better.
Yeah. Yeah. You can share your screen and all of that, man. Like, I'll give you full autonomy, to share your shit, man, and just go break it down and everything. I mean, we put in like 10 hours the last time, and then before that, the first joint part 1 was like 12 hours, and it's straight up debunking everybody's shit, like everything. You know, you just just make sure that it's like no copyright type shit that we showing.
Yeah. We're historic. All you got to do, download your TikToks and all the information you pushed out. Just find the slides, create a PowerPoint, of all the information you was talking about on your TikToks, and then come up here with your slides, and then you just hit share screen.
Yeah.
And that's all you got to do. So you ain't got to go find no new information because you already got the TikToks to talk about it. So just download them and everything, all your talking points, write down your talking points, go to the internet, look up the talking points, and or you can use your phone and you can screen save it and then send it to your email, put it on your laptop and create a PowerPoint and boom.
Yeah, man, it is a good feeling, man. You can share your screen, all of that, yo. It's worth it.
Mo, if you don't go get off YouTube and go spend time with the lady,
is that Mo?
Yeah.
Mo like, fuck that. I'm ready to push.
Right. Hey, I got a letter from the state. I gotta change my license plate. Because my license plate says push shit in.
Oh,
so I gotta change it. Somebody called and complained.
That's hilarious. Yeah, I'm gonna show you real quick how we can share this screen. You got it?
You said you have to share screen?
Yeah, just so he can see.
Okay, well, let me take mine down. Hold on.
Oh shit, you got a screen share? Okay. Yeah, my bad. I ain't even thought. So you can share your screen just like this. You can have your presentation and just go to town at these giant turkeys. This me debunking Earth punk ass with his bullshit ass.
Who is Mayak Supremacy?
What was that at?
Oh, on TikTok.
Oh, I don't know.
Is that Child of the Sun?
Huh? Am I breaking up?
Yeah, you breaking up.
My connection is just weak, y'all. Can y'all hear?
Yeah, it's an echo.
But yeah, I ain't gonna stay on too long. This is me, my slides, and all the shit. So you can just have a little slide section and just run through the information, and just only thing you can do, you just highlight highlight where you get your sources and shit from, and just tear his ass up. Anybody can get it over here.
Right.
You know, I'm gonna stop sharing my screen real quick. So you can just have a little slide section. Just run through the information. What did y'all cover? We covered a lot, man. I mean, Mo was talking about the pseudoscience and stuff. I was talking about slavery, how it in West Africa, and the Portuguese coming in there. I talked about the conquest of Guatemala. I showed the indigenous map of that time. Just everything. Vance come in there with the DNA. Mr. Robinson came in there with the
voice. But he got some good shit though. That shit, when he went live today, he showed some good shit, bro. So the stuff he showed today, we didn't touch on. Man, he was bringing out African organizations, African groups.
Who that?
Historic Foundation.
Oh yeah, man, we need you to come on your ass up here with that, dog. Hell yeah, all of that. You just that extra piece of the puzzle that we need, dog.
What up, Jay?
Voltron up. You remember Voltron? We're gonna Voltron this thing up, bro. And just take that shit on. So what time are we say we're going? I don't even know what time we say we do this.
We gotta get with Mo. I don't know.
I'll read out the Mo tomorrow. But yeah, y'all let me know. Y'all can come in. You can click the link in the joint. And if you don't even have slides, you can still have the link.
Yeah.
Your screens, like whatever information you got via on the web or whatever, as long as it's sorted out and people know where it's from, you'll be good to go. People see it, and you can still share it, because sometimes I bounce around. I got ADD, so my information everywhere on my shit. I gotta just click every damn where, and then put it together. I don't know, man. I gotta make sure my damn internet popping, cause I don't like the way my shit breaking up like this right now. This shit is cutting in out. Can y'all still hear me? In the chat, can you hear me in the chat? Am I talking to myself? Peace, family. Echo. Check 1, check 2. Can y'all hear me? 1, 2. Okay, good. All right. That's what's up. But yeah, y'all go ahead and check the video out. Awesome. We hit y'all again. Tomorrow we figure out time we get this thing going. So go ahead and just click. As a matter of fact, I gotta make a notification for it. So I'll put a time and schedule it out. So make sure y'all click it, like it, get in there early. Yeah, man, if y'all want to get in there and put y'all presentations in, you definitely more than welcome to come in there. We need y'all. I'd like to communicate to y'all before we even start. So message me if you got to, dog, and I'll message you or something. We'll figure it out. And you know, it's good people can see the good information. 10 hours was crazy. Killed that shit. And it's like we don't even plan for it to be that long. It just ended up being that damn long. But yeah, what I think I might do is I might try to like we all do on the live, all of them, we just run through the whole joint, bip, 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 bip. And then what I'll do is I'll try to record each person's section on my joint and maybe give each person their time on it. I don't know. I might do that. If I can sit through 10, 20 hours of video, it's a lot. That's a lot. But yeah, I'm ready for tomorrow. Can't wait. Got some books we're gonna go through. I've been trying to brush through them right now, so I kind of get a presentation in order for tomorrow. That's gonna be exciting. Y'all are gonna be excited. If y'all like last week, we're gonna follow it up with this giant. We're gonna be right back in West Africa. We're gonna be right back in the 1400s. I might try to tie in some Islamic and Arab stuff, because last time we realized that the Europeans was taught this shit. The Europeans was taught how to do the raids and shit from the Moors and the Arabs. It literally say that they came in there and they learned that. And so I want to try to look a little bit more into that to see and investigate what type of practices they picked it up, and the biblical connection, and why indigenous Africans were subjugated their enslavement, because it all spawns from like Christianity. The Orders of Christ. Yeah, the Knights Templars and shit like that. Military Order of Christ. I'm gonna try to talk a little bit more about that. So yeah, it'll be fun. It's around the 1400s. We talking about Central America. I think we really did a good job with that map. Y'all remember the map? The indigenous map that those folks made when there was that one black dude that the Spaniards had. Y'all remember that? Somebody in chat, I know y'all remember that shit. I'm gonna bring that map back up. This time, I'm explaining a little bit more about the scene in the map, but we clearly saw that if these were our areas, and if that map was supposed to illustrate what the indigenous people thought of themselves and the people around them, you don't see any black people except for one black dude. So I thought that was funny. So we talked, was the conquest of Guatemala, the last video, and I'm gonna try to talk about the conquest of Peru. So we still in, I think, the Central Americas. Yeah, that map was a major dagger. I mean, I don't think people really understand. These are lands, and we're supposed to be here and all that shit. You know, it's like, yeah. You know, if we was here, we would have been depicted in the scenes. We'd have been defending the lands, not carrying somebody's shit around. See, 100 years ago, they was in the real land of the blacks. We can talk about that. If anybody remember the last video, they clearly said it was in the land of the Negroes when they were in Africa. And had they were in the land of Negroes over here, they would have said that shit when they got here. And there's no record of them saying that. They might have said they had dark-skinned people, certain similarities, but this was not the land of the Negroes. This was not the land of the blacks. People don't understand that. So a lot of surprises tomorrow. I got a few surprises too that'll be in there. Some surprises. Seeing what's up. But yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait. And then we got Mr. Robinson in that down. And then my other man, it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be motherfucking crazy. It's gonna be crazy. But yeah, do come. And like I said, if y'all have not watched those videos, I suggest y'all do. If y'all haven't followed, I suggest y'all do. Stick with us. Information ain't no joke. What is it? What is it? 16 people in the chat and only like 6 likes. 10 of y'all are agents then. Hold on. 10 of y'all are agents. What time tomorrow? That's a really good question. I don't know. Shit. I gotta talk to Mr. Robinson. Let me know what time you're gonna be free, and I need to know what time my man gonna be free. That we can kind of do it in a time frame that is conducive, where everybody is convenient to kind of get in there and do their shit. You know what I'm saying? Mr. Robinson trying to get in. I think Suiting on a phone call right now. Peace. Are you on mute?
Oh, yeah. Hold on. I was get something at the store real quick. Take me like 2 seconds.
Oh yeah, it's all good. I'm just chilling, trying to make sure man no dead here on his live and shit. Peace, family. What's up, y'all? How y'all doing there, man? Y'all are y'all kind of relieving yourselves from the TikTok addiction? Because this shit can be addictive on TikTok. I know y'all clicking back and forth. I know y'all clicking back and forth. Oh shit, my bad. I didn't see that tree. Something is wrong on my end. See, I told y'all, my bad. I apologize. There's no agents in here. These are real people supporting my homie, That's what's up.
Yeah,
I see
yeah,
the
but
lights.
no.
I see the lights, Patrice. I had to refresh my shit. You know, I get mad. I be looking out for those agents. What's up, Mr. Robinson?
Not much. Had to just starting to clear out my For You page. It's looking a lot cleaner lately.
I bet. You got to do that sometimes.
But yeah, I wanted to tell y'all. So something just really stuck out to me. Everybody kept saying that when
Hey,
Columbus.
hold on. Can y'all hear him? I don't know on my end. I feel like you was getting chipped out.
Can you hear me?
Now we can, I think.
Okay, yeah, I'm in the car. Y'all can still hear me, right?
Yeah, go for it. I'm going to mute.
Yeah. So one of the things that I was always curious about, because I had somebody just kept on hitting me with the same lines over and over again. He kept saying that India wasn't named India until like the 1940s or 50s or something. So Columbus didn't know he was sailing to India. Well, actually Asia. Well, I took a class before, and I didn't really want to speak on it too much because, to be honest with you, it was a really dry class. But I didn't understand the whole Hindustan thing, so I looked into it. I don't know. I think you were gone the last. I think it was like the recap. You had left when Yusuf came up, and I was asking him about it. So I told him the reason, and that's why I brought up the map, because he was saying that he had like a 1300 map, which was, I don't know what that was. But when the Italian, Columbus did two things. One, he followed that map from Palio Tuscanelli, probably butchered his name, and he also followed the works of Marco Polo. Marco Polo actually went on foot through all of Asia. So one of the biggest things was during that time was the Silk Road and the spice trade. So Columbus' main goal was to go to or find another route to Asia, because the Ottoman Empire actually closed down the trade route. And that's one of the things where Yusuf said he didn't really believe that. And I told him that it's really fact. I can actually bring up the book. But when he was saying, the other guy was talking about Hindustan. So if you actually, I can't pull it up, but you probably can. If you pull up Portuguese India. So one of the things I found out is Portuguese around that time in the 1400s, if you pull up Portuguese India, they actually went over to India and set up colonies there too. And it was called Estado da India from 1505 to 1961. So Hindustan is actually the Persian name for India. And if you look up actually India, the Romans were using it in 900 CE. So it wasn't always called Hindustan. So what people are doing is they're picking one civilization's word and then putting it across the board. But just like, I've been showing in my videos, that they don't look at the complete world history, meaning they don't go to what did Italy call, places? What did England call places? What did Spain call places? So Spain, it appears, knew of it as India, which makes sense if, he ran into the West Indies and thought he was in Asia and called them Indians or Indios. But you can actually pull up the map or pull up the thing on called Portuguese India.
Facts. Portuguese India.
Portuguese India.
All right. Something wrong. My damn internet, yo. It seemed like I was getting chipped out from hearing you, but I'm gonna try to look this joint up myself.
And then I don't know if you had a chance, but do you have the book called From Freedom to Slavery? It's by John Hope.
Say that again.
John Hope. From Freedom to Slavery. Oh, wait. From Slavery to Freedom. Oh, shit.
And I gotta look up this.
Okay, from slavery to freedom. That's it. You can still hear me, right?
Yeah, I'm looking. I was looking up something else real quick too.
Okay. So, and this is another this is another funny thing that I'm finding. I had someone tell me this. You know, they kept saying you only what is it? The white. You only listen to colonizer. You know, white schools and everything else, right? So
Mhm.
there's actually a standard in the black community back in the day. Um, John Hope actually wrote that book for Black History around 1940, and he's probably one of the most well-known African historians, and he's black. So I started asking these people that I talked to, can you name me any authors that you listened or that you read or know about before 1970s? Not a single one. They want to bring up, you know, Van Sertima or, you know, George Washington, but they can't name a black historian, because if you actually look back, you have Stokely Carmichael that wrote Black Power. You have, you know, John Hope. They don't know none of these names.
Yeah, John
So I
Clark
find,
said,
say again.
"Man, I'm getting shit. I can't. My internet is sucking bad, yo. I can hear you now. For some reason, my shit is in and out. Everybody else can hear you, right? Everybody else can hear Mr. Robinson just fine. Am I the only one tripping with my Ethernet?" I'm concerned because tomorrow, if I'm gonna have this shit on my joint tomorrow, I don't know why my shit acting up like this.
Yeah, that's definitely a standard. I've read I had to do a report in school on one of the earlier editions, but they don't know, you know, like saying that the black authors, and I think that's what's causing, from what I'm seeing, that's what's causing the big confusion, because for one, they don't know that.
The black historical authors, they wrote about history.
Oh yeah, they sure did.
Yeah, like the Jeffrey Clarks and all of them. You were saying, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So this is the issue they're having. So when you look at terms like African American, you look at terms like black or Negro, the first thing that, you know, I learned growing up is black is the translated version of Negro, which is a Spanish word. That's just, you know, basics. So when you get around the 60s, since Negro was pretty much used derogatory, which it didn't really start off as derogatory, like in the 1500s, they were literally, like, if you look at the etymology, and I showed that in one of my videos, that it's literally saying a race from Africa, the black race from Africa. If you look at the etymology of Negro.
Right.
So they're doing etymologies on black, etymology on everything under the sun, but they rarely touch Negro.
Right. And look, we've read when they were in, you know, in the 16th century and in the 15th century, they were in the land of the Negroes. I mean, they knew exactly, you know what I mean? And that's where, like you said, all of it comes from. So
right. So they're having a hard time placing Negro, then trying to make Negro into something else, because, and they always go to Walter Plecker. And I don't know if anybody's noticed, but I'm very big on dates. So Walter Plecker's in the 1920s or 1930s. I think it was what, 1930s?
Right. And they've been talking about Negroes since the 1400s.
Right. And that's in Virginia. That wasn't everywhere. That was in Virginia. And it was pretty much to not dilute races, because that's one of the biggest fears. And it's always been like that. You know, even Benjamin Franklin talked about that. They wanted the purity of the right race. You look at the 60s, there's videos, tons of videos about race mixing. That's what they didn't want, because, I mean, you can hear it today with some conservatives. They just want their own culture. They don't want a race mix. They just want their own stuff. That's been going on since the dawn of time. They don't believe in, you know, they want purity of races. And then you'll see that, you know, all through, you know, a common theme. But when they look at terms like, again, they look at terms like African American, they're missing a big part. So when you look at the Black Panthers, like Black Power, that was a big thing. And it shocks me when I get, older people, older than me, in their 50s and 60s, and I look at them like they're growing another head out of their neck. It's like, you don't remember what Black Power actually was? They were empowering people. Malcolm X even stated it in his interview that Black Power is just for unity. That's why everybody wanted to be called Black. They didn't want to be called Negro, is because of the negative connotations toward it. But then during that time, there was a heavy pushback, because that's where you get Black supremacy, you get, a lot of the Muslim movements, and it started to get a bad name. So that's when Jesse Jackson wanted to kind of water it down, say, hey, let's, band together under African American, which the biggest kickback through all those names is there's different, I guess, classes of Black in America. You have some that were descendant of slaves. You have people that were free. During that time, you had free, and then you also had descendant of slaves. Nobody wanted to say that, okay, if we're all Black, but we're not all slaves. Or if you're going by the color, you might have someone that's from the islands. They're not considered Black. They're considered, Afro-Caribbean or anything of that nature. So they didn't want to be under that umbrella. So as time goes, when you say African American, it's lumping everybody together. That's the issue. So what they're doing now with these words just doesn't make any sense. Especially if you go through, historic context. And that's why I say, you know what? Stop skipping from 1492 to 1600. You're missing the whole 1500s. A lot of stuff happened. And then now they just got it confused with Indians or Negroes and all the other stuff. And just the data don't match up to that. History don't even match up to that.
Yeah, that's wild, man. The chronology is important. That's a big puzzle piece that people just don't understand, because it tells you where it's at in history, who was doing shit at the time, especially when we're talking about the 1500s leading up to the French, the British, and where African Americans were present at the time, and what was going on. They just fuck shit up. And it, it's a mess that they've created, man. They created this pseudo soup of a mess. The Dane Callaways and the Camarios and all these people, Billy Carson, his ass, I put his ass in the pseudo soup bowl too. And we had these conversations where people just don't know history. And they just, I think they like the fantasy. Something like me and Sue was like, they like that Kool-Aid though. They like
if you get a chance, go back and look at the recap when I come in. There's two things that I like to keep the conversation at, because I told you so that the only way these conspiracy theories work is you have to do two things. The first one is you have to outright deny the slave trade. And then on top of that, you have to deny or change slavery. Those are the only two things that make or break all of these conspiracy theories, because they don't match up whenever they ask, where's the slave ships? Well, in 1807, they literally, you couldn't import slaves up until about 1820. If they caught you with slaves, the penalty was death. So nobody wanted to get caught.
Right.
It's easy to look at either newspapers or books or anything like that, and you can actually see that. So, and then they also asked, where the slave ships, and the camera didn't get invented till 1830?
Yeah, at least
18. Really gonna get?
Yeah, you don't have any photos of this stuff. Because you're not gonna see any photos of the initiation or the first contact. They weren't taking pictures, like you said. The camera was not even thought of in the 1400s when those Africans got sent to Spain and Portugal and all that. Well, no cameras around, but they documented it though. They wrote that shit down. And the primaries that we got connect everything to the dots, yo. I mean, I don't understand why people had this misunderstanding like it never happened. And shit. Now the slave trade have to be in, the slave trade have to be put in reverse for you to be indigenous. What the fuck kind of shit is that? That's
Well,
like
so
crazy. The fuck is y'all
so
talking about?
well, I understand where they're coming from with the reversing.
Man, I
So
don't even want to entertain that dumb shit. Go ahead.
no. Here, look, let me explain to you.
Mm,
That goes with dates again.
mm-hmm.
So the reason why they're saying it's reversed is because they're starting at the wrong place. So they're starting at the 1600s. By that time, the slave trade was in full swing. So you'll see people moving everywhere. That's where they're starting at.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like it's reversed because you might see, they're going to, one of the biggest things is they're going to Liberia. Well, that's in the 1700s. So they're saying, oh, they're leaving from America to there because they're time skipping all over the place.
Yeah, I can
They're not-
understand that. Yeah.
So look, I can understand it, but it's still bullshit because, like I said, they're at the wrong place. So that's why it seems like.
But they take the story, like they take the actual story and they'll just twist it. You know what I mean? Like they just like we seen these brothers read some shit that says African, and then motherfucker said we need to take the African out and put it to the side. That's what they literally do. Shit. So it's like I don't know, man. Some of them I think I think some of them there is a bit of naivete, and they just don't understand history and they're just caught up in it. But there's some that know what's going on and just want to deny it. I don't understand. Like that's just weird. But yeah, like you said, a lot of stuff happened with those ships. That's why I talk about the privateering. You're right, man. You can have a free African on one ship that gets hijacked by another nation and your ass enslaved again. You can have a free African in a territory where Africans are free, and another territory they're not. You know what I mean? So yeah, that can get dicey, and I do understand that part of it. Yeah, because the confusion is there, but no one wants to investigate how colonization was implemented by different European nations.
Right, because you know what? I tried to get a timeline of the slave trade, and I'm telling you, I know about it, but it's difficult because when you try to look up slavery, it's going to give you 1492, and then it'll skip to 19.
Right.
So I'm like, wait a minute. And then I'll look again, and this one says it starts at 1700. So I'm like, man, Google's all over the place. But luckily, since I do know about world history, I knew where to look to find a close representation of the timeline. But still, nothing starts at 1400. Because that's where it basically starts.
Say it again.
So it started around, roughly 1400s.
Yeah.
To be technical.
Yeah, to be technical, yeah, I agree.
But most of the maps are off. Right.
Yeah.
They say everything that don't fit their narrative is fake.
Yeah, if it don't fit their framework, and if it don't make indigenous sense, it don't make no sense at all.
Stop.
That's how they rolling. They on one motherfucking one sound, one beat. All right, let's go. One drum type shit.
And so, you don't remember me asking Yusuf about the slave narratives? You don't remember that?
Yeah, I think yeah.
Who is Mayak supremacy, y'all?
I don't know. But chronology is big. People need to understand that. Like that's really important. Matter of fact, I think we need to break that shit down.
Yep.
Because that's why I wanted to talk about Prince Henry on the last live. I would talk about Prince Henry, and his dad, and how that shit kind of
gotta be child of the sun.
You know what I mean? And there's a lot of shit that happened along the 1400s, 1500s, 1600s.
Oh yeah, and it skips because that's where they think that America is lying. I mean, they're telling a lot of half truths and they are covering some stuff. I'm not going to disagree with that. But again, they're not going to talk about Spanish history in America. They're not going to talk about Italian.
Yeah, they don't give a shit about that.
America.
Yeah, they're going to talk about American history, which started in the 1600s, right?
All right.
Right. Yeah.
Yep.
They don't
And
give a
that's
shit about Spanish America in the 1500s here.
right, and that's the issue that they're, people are like, oh, they're not telling us. No, they're not. It's just like I didn't get to. I learned world history, either in the military or going to college because
Right.
that's where it's more broad. But now they're not going to teach you that in high
They
school.
don't give a fuck. The only thing they give a fuck about is that American shit. They're not gonna tell you about the French colonies that was enslaving Africans in Louisiana. A lot of these people that's allegedly from Louisiana, they don't know anything about African history around there. They don't know about Congo Square in Louisiana. They don't know about the shipment of Africans that went to Louisiana. Like, that's weird to me. That's really weird to me.
Yeah, and then the POW situation that just actually hurts me really bad. I ain't gonna lie to you because we got slave narratives where they're actually telling the story. They're not Europeans. They're actually people that were going through it, and not one of them that I've ever read said that, oh, we came from the land and this. They didn't say that at all.
Yeah, I think they got that shit from the Europeans.
They got it. Yeah.
Because like I said, all the authors that I grew up with, my dad used to make me like, or when we did like book reports, it was, hey, what do you want to do? I pick either slave narratives or, Martin Luther King or something like that.
Yeah.
And when I went home, they educated me on stuff like that, especially coming from the South. It's like, look, you can't do certain things. I've always known that. And the phrase was always, we got Indian in our family, not we consume and we are the Indians. It's
Not like
always
we a
been.
whole Indian.
Right. We have Indian in our family. And that makes perfect sense. But no, I've never heard in my life, we are the Indians.
We are the Indians, and slavery happened in reverse. No, ain't nobody ever said that to me. Like, the only time I heard that is when the pandemic hit.
Oh,
people got bored and didn't know what else to say, and they was riding a trend. Half these motherfuckers was like Hebrew Israelites, yo. Make no mistake about it. All these fake ass.
Oh, I'm glad you said that.
It was on some Hebrew Israelite shit in 2017. We got the receipts.
Oh, I'm glad you said that because I actually went back because I was like, man, I've noticed. I found some people on Facebook, and I noticed around the same time it switched. Right? I'm like, this is during the pandemic. So I went back and I saw a video of Dane Calloway's same time frame, and lo and behold, some of the same verbiage that he used, everybody uses it.
Yeah,
almost the exact same way.
Hey, you gotta dodge the hijack.
Or I'm not saying that slavery didn't happen. I'm just saying the numbers aren't correct.
Right.
He had a video where, and this was always because I saw somebody say this. I don't want to say the wrong name, but I'm gonna look back, but I can guarantee I know who said this. But they were like, oh, the numbers changed. It's like 92,000. So I'm like, man, where did this 92,000 come from? Well, Dane Calloway said that. He said it in his video, and he slowed it down when they were talking about the slave trade. So I'm like, I'm like, that's not what he's saying in the video, but everybody is saying that. And it's the same way that when they first started off, because I knew people that were outright denying, saying the slave trade didn't happen. They got pushed back. They got a lot of pushback, and it's like, you know what? The numbers aren't right. So when we got in a conversation last time on that, on whatever the recap, I asked that same question. It's like, these are, these type of people, these are their credentials. Why is it wrong? And what was he saying? It was, oh, I don't think the numbers are right. And then even Mo asked him, as how can you, what are you basing it off of? And he kept saying, well, I need to look at the numbers. And then he also brought up that book, which was kind of weird how he went through that book that fast and just said he got it that day, which was that Tartaria book that I debunked.
Who are you talking about?
No, if you look back on the recap when Yusuf, and I was asking him,
Yusuf.
After the map thing. Yeah, I was asking him about the map thing. But I was noticing because every time I listen to people talk about slavery, I always ask them those two things. Do you think slavery happened? Well, I think it happened, but the numbers ain't correct.
Yeah.
They're prisoners of war. And then I'll ask, have you read any of the slave narratives? None of them have ever read any of them.
Yeah, that's
None of
sad.
them.
Yeah.
And then on top of them not reading it, they'll say that no, that's not the story that they told us. It's not correct. You're listening to European stuff. Those 2,300 reports are not European. Those are actually slaves. So why won't you listen to those? Same way with the Clotilda. I brought that up before in a comment, and somebody shrugged it off like, "Oh, I can't believe you brought that up." I didn't understand it until I watched Dane's video, where he
said it was fake. He said the
right.
shit. Yeah, I saw that dumb shit. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, these motherfuckers are just intentionally fucking up African history. Like, the disrespect towards African history is at an all high. Make no mistake about it. These motherfuckers, I say they lose their African mind. I don't give a fuck when I say it. Fuck y'all. If you listen to me on TikTok, opinions, man. Like, I can't stand y'all. Slavery never happened all of a sudden, and now y'all backtracking saying, well, it might have happened. We was over here.
His Historic Foundation said that his early videos confirmed the transatlantic slave trade in November 2016. So we probably have to take a look at that.
But you want to hear something weird about that whole thing, especially about the Clotilda?
Dumb shit, man. They don't read, yo.
But here's the worst thing about it. So when he said he debunked it, not one time in the video did he say that Cujo Lewis actually wrote about his experience. He has a slave narrative. He didn't bring that up. Nobody looked at it. But what he stated in his narrative was exactly what happened that night. And lo and behold, he brought up the Dahomey tribe. He talked about his time in Africa. He talked about the night it happened, where the Dahomey tribe actually went in there, murdered pretty much all the old people. Whatever.
You said Cujo what?
Cujo Lewis. He has, like I said, he has a slave narrative. They don't bring that up. None of them look at it. But like I said, he said the Dahomey tribe came in there, killed everybody, kept some, brought them to the shore. And then even if when you look in, I have an article of the actually a U.S. article that stated was it 1901? They went over there because the Dahomey tribe had the slaves, and it told about everything that happened, and they were looking for either Captain Foster or Timothy Mayer, from the Clotilda. They talked about everything in 1901 in the newspaper. It wasn't 2000 something. It was literally 1901. So all the information is there. It's just they're afraid to read it, and they don't want to read it.
They just
don't. Like I said, yeah, it's nonsense. You're saying it's not like that, but he literally has some narratives for you to read.
And it's like this the thing is like, you're gonna believe what the white man wrote down. Like, y'all motherfuckers like don't understand. Like, in order for this shit to go down, they had to write this shit down and keep up with the numbers. It was an investment. Like, you think these motherfuckers was not writing that shit down so they can get a return and telling everybody what was going on and documenting this shit? And they got it on record because they knew Negroes it was illegal for Negroes to read this shit. So never in their little 1,500 minds, in their little year 1,500 minds, they ever would have came to the conclusion that Africans would be reading any way.
And they said it plenty of times in the newspapers. They didn't think we were going to do anything.
And here go y'all motherfuckers today. Still ain't reading the shit that they wrote down. They got a song called "A Bristol Slaver." Why would they have a song called "A Bristol Slaver"? Because they was enslaving people, and the port of Bristol was receiving a lot of money early before Liverpool. But no, nobody want to read. The Clotilda, niggas try to go out there to do that shit illegally.
Yep, Taylor, that's what they say, and that kills me right there.
Right. This was after slavery was banned internationally. You couldn't, you know what I mean? And they tried to do the shit anyway. They had an international law banning the importation of slaves to America, and y'all say it never happened.
Yep.
They have an international law with the congressional it took a congressional act of Congress to pass an international law to stop the ships from coming to this motherfucker.
And they caught people and got court cases. They got over, was it 300 to 600 court cases
Y'all are stupid. And then people getting like trying to why are you being so mean to people and stuff? Because y'all stupid. Because y'all saying slavery happened in reverse. You stupid. You
Who
dumb.
the fuck is Richard Allen?
Huh?
Who's Richard Allen?
Richard Allen. I don't know. He talking shit?
No, it's a dude in this book.
Oh. I was about to say, let him come up in the motherfucking box.
1818 John Joyce, Confessions of John Joyce related to Richard Allen in Philadelphia.
I don't know. A lot of stuff is going on in Philadelphia, though.
Oh,
Americans, though. It might be something connected.
Yes, it's dealing with the slave narrative.
Yeah. But
I got another
information.
another gem for you.
Huh?
So everybody's focused on Columbus and his 4 voyages.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that in between his first and second voyage, there's actually another another captain that actually went through. He sailed all through the Bahamas. There's actually, if you look at it's called the Decades book. They talked about I sent you let me see, what was his name? I sent you the name in chat. God, what was it? Vasquez?
Yeah, Nino. No, not Nino. The one you sent me earlier.
Right. I think it's Vasquez.
Vasquez. Yeah.
So when he was going up, they had a little story in 1513 where they came up on an Indian town, and they said up in the mountains there was some Negro captives there. When it was written in one of their books, it said that the whole town was Negroes, but that's not what it was. There was Negroes in the town that they were fighting with the Indians, and they thought that they were a shipwrecked Ethiopians.
Okay, yeah, you
So-
did mention that.
Right. So that's what they used to say that we were here.
Okay.
But what I found out is there was another captain or another what is it, conquistador?
Right, they might have had them on a ship.
No, it was in between Columbus's sail or his voyage. It was in between. He sailed all through the Panamas,
Okay.
and he landed in South America between 1500 and 1508. He's gotten a lot of trouble with the Indians there, and a pirate actually picked him up. I need to bring up my computer so I can make sure I give y'all correct information.
Now, what about the shipwreck Ethiopians? What was that? Is this a documented story? What was up with that?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. In that time frame, if you look all around the area, you had the pirate that was there, that was in that same area. You also had the other Spaniard that was there before 1513. So you had all these people already in the area, already had settlements in the area before he even got there. So the shipwreck, I think there's actually 2 that were there.
Now hold on. Let me slow you down real quick. The shipwreck, was these independent Ethiopians making their own journey and just got lost and ended up shipwrecked, or were they part of cargo type shit?
They didn't really know. They just said that they thought it was a shipwrecked Ethiopian that crashed there. But like I said, years prior, they had all that was happening at that same point.
Okay, so years prior, Christopher was up there, right? You were saying?
In between. So Christopher came over in 1492.
Yeah.
When he left, another Spaniard went down there and sailed in that area. And he was in South America in that area.
Okay, so somewhere in between that time, you had a shipwreck of Ethiopians.
Correct.
Okay, I got you.
So I actually found those because you have to actually go into Spanish archives to get that information.
Yeah, a lot of that shit's in you got to translate it and shit. I'm learning.
Yeah, and so they did translate those, and then they also, so when the English guy wrote the book, and I got to figure out what that book is, but when he wrote his book, he didn't have access to that. So he wrote his book on a translation, and didn't have the books that he required. And then you also got to notice, when you looked at that.
Okay, what did he said something in a book that didn't go along with the story?
No, he gave half information on what he had, so he didn't have the full scope of what actually happened then.
Gotcha.
But we can see it now because we have access to pretty much everything.
Yeah, man, pull all this shit out, dog.
I'm loading up my thing now. So that's what I've been doing. I've been
I know
tracing.
you messaged me earlier, man. I saw that, man. Meanwhile, I'm in the damn I'm in Peru. I'm still in Guatemala looking at that indigenous map that they made. It's like one of the only pictorial maps that was made in, I think, 1520. See, we're around the same time period because this was the age of exploration and shit like that. So we are all looking at the indigenous people of these areas. You got me looking on one side of Central America, and you got my man down there looking on one side of Central America, and we just trying to put these pieces together.
There we go. But that's all that's really happening is people are only looking at one side of it, not putting it all together.
Right. Now I'm curious about that shipwreck. I wish there was more information about who those folks were.
Well, it didn't matter because, man, those Spaniards was like mowing everything down.
Man, they was fucking shit up, dog. I know. I'm reading it, dog. Yes, they were fucking around.
So that answers the question where everyone's like, "Well, how did they do it with just muskets?" And it's like, man, they had dogs. I don't know what kind of dogs they had, but every story I read, they were tearing people up.
That's where they get the bloodhounds from.
They were, some of the stories, they were tearing those Indians to pieces, literally.
It says that in Bartholomew de la Casa's book. They was hunting them down with that's where you get the bloodhounds from. And then shit, I'm reading now. You had some allies. These Spanish conquistadors allied with some of the indigenous.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Let's talk about that.
A lot of those tribes, well, I won't say a lot. Some of these the native tribes, they had civil wars because some of them wanted to partake in slavery. And some of them didn't.
Now listen to this. Now this is the same signature shit that the European did 100 years ago in Africa.
Yeah,
and is that signature of taking the indigenous people and seeing whatever little skirmishes they might have between each other and empowering one so that they can ally. So they did the same thing. Make no mistake about that shit. They did the same thing. And you had I'm gonna talk about the Indian conquistadors tomorrow. You dig what I'm saying? And they allied with the Spaniards. And that's how the colonization took place easily here. Hands down, they made these big alliances with them. No one talks about that part. But we gonna
so when you look at it, like when you look at it historically, what pretty much happened is in the beginning, when the Indians, I mean, they were just getting ran through. They were dying out. So they were it was self-preservation for the most part. When they brought the Africans in, and that's why, they tried to, a lot of the Indians wanted to, like when you get to the time frame of the 5 silver tribes, they already knew what happened before. I mean, they couldn't win. So they accepted or tried to get into, the pretty much the version of white supremacy.
Right.
You notice when
adopted those cultures from them,
Right, but then when you notice all the treaties were breaking in, they saw that, those are actually their enemies, and then our captures or our captives are not really that bad. So then they started mixing with them, and that's what was causing the problem. The more you look at it and then combine the history, because it started out as, those are our slaves, and we're not really mingling or nothing like that. But then numbers started going away, land started getting taken, so it becomes the enemy of my enemy is my friend type of thing. Mm-hmm. You had a lot of infighting, especially in the Cherokee Nation. Some of them didn't agree with it, some did. Which birthed the Seminoles and different tribes that were fighting against it. So that's what causes confusion. But if you don't look at the whole thing in its entirety, it's going to look like a mess.
Yeah, you got to be able to look at it with a clear head and stand back and look at that shit. Sometimes looking up close, you got to just stand back and put all the pieces in the proper places. But yeah, you had a you had a nice autonomy between Africans and the indigenous people, the good and bad. You just had, you just got to be able to understand it, because that's why timelines is important. Because you had black conquistadors too that came with them fucking Spaniards. We see that in the illustration in the damn pictorial joint. He necessarily wasn't a black conquistador, but you had these Christianized Africans, right, that had spent 100 years outside of Africa into like Spain, and then getting Christianized and then coming back and then doing the same thing, fucking people up too, left and right. And then you just had, I think, to be honest, we need to look at everything respectively to everything, and not just hide people's history from each other or blindfold somebody from learning about their own history and shit like that. Like, but I don't know. With all my eyewitness accounts, I ain't seeing us over here like that.
No.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'd love to see it, and I've been looking for it, but I'm not gonna make shit up just so it can sound good.
Yeah, they supposed to be doing that presentation tomorrow.
Oh, that's what's up, y'all. Oh, it's tomorrow?
Yeah, they're supposed to be doing theirs on the 6th.
Oh shit, that's what's up, man. I'm sure it'll be good and interesting.
It won't.
But yeah, one thing I noticed, man, most of the ones that just be out there just with the rah-rah, I don't see a lot of primary supporting what they be saying.
Nope.
Like I just see copy and paste and what's like a recording of somebody else recording something that said something, and then that's all your timeline's about. It's not like y'all reading out any, like some of y'all read out books, but most of the books even that we've read that y'all put out there says Africa in them. So I don't know. Are we gonna keep doing our thing over here, put out these presentations, and just run it? How crazy was it when we learned that the Arabs and Moors, right, had cooperated with the white folks, that the Portuguese can't, the Portuguese, and they showed them how to do this slave trade shit. That's a major dagger to any one of you Moors listening. Yusuf, we cool.
The Africans sold us out. Yeah, y'all sold us out first.
Bro. Sold us out, Yusuf. I'm never gonna let you let that go. But that's documented evidence right there. This ain't, this is what Prince Henry wrote from his Moor Adahu that he picked up from Africa. See, what they used to do is kidnap these Africans, and some of them they just bring them up there and they Christianized them, and they gave them good trinkets and shit. And my man just spilled the beans on the whole operation of how the Moors and the Arabs was enslaving people. It says that, y'all. I ain't making it up. I ain't trying to be funny. It really says that.
Oh, I got it right here. Here we go.
We talked about it in the last video.
Right.
All right, I'm coming in on my
computer. They want a particular African.
Yeah, they want fresh from Africa. They exclusively did not want any Moors to come over here. So that's that's a dagger, y'all. Like when the Portuguese got there, the slave trade was in full swing. Yes. But who was conducting it? Arabs and Moors. And they just got in on it. That just was another. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off, Rob.
No, here, where's that link at?
You trying to share something, Sue?
I don't see it.
No, I'm gonna drop out on my phone and come in if you put the link in the chat for me.
All right.
Get on this computer, I think. But yeah, man, the Moors and the Arabs introduced the trade to the European, because the European was just snatching people from Africa initially. They was doing raids. Shit, they was even training to do it when they was catching seals over there. and it came to the point where the Portuguese was running up against Africans that was resistant too, and that's when they was like, you know what, hold up, we got to change this shit. Let's try to do some type of business with some of these high-ranking kingsmen that's over here, or who the North Africans and shit. At that time, Islam was dominant in North Africa. Anyway, Mr. Robinson is back. But yeah, the Moors did it, y'all.
Yep.
The fucking Moors and Arabs. You can't say Arab. Well, Prince Henry said the Arabs taught him everything he needed to know about how to enslave indigenous Africans who did not believe in Christ or Allah.
Yep.
Bam.
I can thank Adahu the Moor.
Adahu. We are very clear about this primary. We can hear you, bro. Me and Susan just pushing some shit in right now.
Let's see.
So come on up.
Present.
In that.
Share screen.
You actually put on that one, Hamburger?
Yeah.
No, you didn't. So shit.
Yep.
Thermonuclear. You have to join the YouTube, bro.
Oh, what's up, Thermal?
All right, y'all see it?
Yeah, I got him.
Okay.
Is that the book?
Yeah, this is one of the books. It's called the 8 Decades of Peter Matra de Angera. So every not every conquistador, but Spaniard, a lot of the Spaniards went over with like a Catholic, like a priest or something. So there we go. So this was translated. I forgot who it was. Let me see. Come on, load up. Lord have mercy.
That shit be like that.
There we go. By Francis Augustine McNutt.
Pause.
Unpause. So in 1912, he was ordained by, I think it's like the Roman Catholic Church, to go ahead and transcribe all of this. So if you go down to the 3rd decade, this is actually it's not too bad. I don't want to actually get back and read everything, but the most important one is in the 3rd decade. Oh, come on.
It takes time, bro. We got patience. You good? You got more than 3 minutes on, you know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. All right. 3rd decade.
Good.
So let me go to the beginning of it. And actually, let me bring up I'm going to tell you what book that the author actually wrote about. Let me bring up my phone. Where is Instagram? Because this guy was just peppering me over and over about the same things, which was just ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
I really didn't understand his motive. He just wants to know, why don't you say that, the Egyptians were black? Because ain't nobody contesting that. Why don't you say what they did? They didn't have boats. It's like, no, that's not even the conversation.
Right. Who said, wait, he said the Egyptians didn't have boats?
Well, his thing is I'm not sure if he's indigenous or whatever, but he was coming in on something different, on saying that, they whitewashed Egypt, and why don't you say, talk about Egypt? I'm like, that's not even the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, like, we're good on that. We all know, but that's not the beef right now today.
Yeah, so he just kept on, just nonsense over and over again. But he gave me, here it is, The Aboriginal History of America. That's what it is. Yep. There it is.
They still pushing that book?
Yeah, but here's what. So I'm gonna read to you what it says in that book, and I'm gonna show you what they translated, which is a little different.
So you mean to tell us that you about to push their shit in using their own source?
Yeah, they're not even using this one. Where is okay? Start of the third decade. So right about where is it? He starts talking about let's see, mountains. There's Vasco. It's closed. Man, this thing just keeps jumping on me.
And your daddy said make you one.
Oh, why am I tripping? 1 minute. Man, it's so much easier on my phone. So he's talking about everything that he did with. Oh, is this it? He came to Sweden when the Spaniards messed this village. No, during the month. Let me go up a little bit more. Did I miss it?
I hate when that shit happen.
Oh, I went too far down. Because it's right when he's talking about the village and what they found in the village. The
Oh,
resident.
is this the shipwreck joint?
Yep.
Okay.
And it's in two places, like the Aboriginal. Ah, here it is. Got it. Let me zoom in. That's when they talked about the dogs tearing them up.
Yeah, that was a signature thing they did with them dogs, yo. For a fact.
I'm gonna read that one because that was really gruesome.
Mhm.
There it is. I found it. Okay, so the first thing he's talking about, so this covers, when people are talking about, they had muskets. How come they didn't fight back? So right here, Vasco discovered that the village of, sorry if I'm butchering these, but Quarca was stained by the foulest vice. The king's brother and a number of other courtiers were dressed as women, and according to the accounts of the neighbors, shared the same passion. Vasco ordered 40 of them to be torn to pieces by dogs.
Whoa, slow down. What that shit say?
So Vasco ordered 40 of them to be torn to pieces by dogs.
The king's brother was dressed like a woman, though? Is that what?
Yeah, for the if you go up, like he's in this Indian town. So
right, yo.
Yeah. So I mean, if you go up a little more,
yo, Paul. yo.
Yeah, so you would have to like go in, but he's actually talking about all of the Indians that are coming across.
So these y'all peoples out there dressing up like,
yeah, bro, they used to cross dress
women. And look, man, this is like, yo, how about I ran into the same shit on my information? This is part of that shit that I was trying to tell Suitin about.
Yeah.
Look, y'all, it gets worse with my shit.
Does it have the name of the dog that they used? Or
That's what I need to find out. But it goes right here. Look, the Spaniards commonly used their dogs in fighting against these naked people, and the dogs threw themselves upon them as though they were wild boars or timid deer. The Spaniards found these animals as ready to share their dangers as did the people of Colfum or Castabera, who trained cohorts of dogs for war. For the dogs were always in the lead and never shirked in a fight. And then it says, when the natives
I'm not just gonna let you pass for the king dressing like a woman. You ain't just gonna roll past this shit. Cause look, my shit is worse because I got some shit that I found around there around the same time that was weird like that too. But anyway, go ahead. This was interesting.
And it says, when the natives
come up here tomorrow and say this shit too, because I need you, dog. I need you to say the same shit tomorrow.
Okay.
Right.
I'll look a little bit upward to see, to everything else. But so it says, when the natives learned how severely Vasco has treated those shameless men, they pressed about him as though he were Hercules and spitting upon those whom they suspected to be guilty of this vice. They begged him to exterminate them. So they were using them to exterminate, whoever they had problems with, because they know that these dogs were the truth. Well, I mean, it's kind of bad though, but I mean,
yeah, they did dogs on folks. That was their thing, man. As soon as they got off the boat, they was doing that shit.
Then it goes in to say about the natives worshiping no other god than the sun. So they had a sun god, but here is where it gets crazy. So I'm going to actually read to you So you're very familiar with the Aboriginals of America, right?
The book,
Right.
Aboriginals of America. I don't know if I read that one.
It's
I think I heard of it before, but I don't know if I've covered that one before.
Aboriginal History of America by
That sounds familiar though. Is it one of the books?
J.H. McCullough.
It's one.
Yeah,
It's
by
one of the books that they
Is
gave
that
us.
one of the books they came up with, right?
right.
Yeah.
Okay, I do remember. Yeah. Go
So
ahead.
now listen to how they explain this part. So here we go. In another part of America, if reliance can be placed upon the correctness of the relation, a race of blacks were seen at so early a period of our history that it seems impossible to avoid the conclusion that they were Aboriginal. And it says Peter Martyr, 3rd decade, page 97. This is it right here. So here he goes. In describing the journey of Balboa across the Isthmus of Darien, AD 1511, gives the following history. There is a region not above 2 days' journey from the Quarka in which they found only blackamoors, and those exceeding fierce and cruel. So that's what he wrote in that book. Now, if you notice in this book, it's not even a book, it's an essay. If you look at the very beginning, it's an essay he did before he got his, I guess, degree. So he wished, like if you go into the beginning, he's telling you that he wishes he knew more information. And he also said he didn't have access to these books. Now let's look at the passage. This is the passage that he read. And look how different it is. The Spaniards found Negro slaves in this province. They only live in a region 1 day's march from Quarka, and they are fierce and cruel. It is thought that the Negro pirates of Ethiopia established themselves after the wreck of their ship in these mountains. The natives or Quarka carry on existent war with these Negroes. Now you see how different those two things are?
Oh yeah.
So this is a translation of his actual work, whereas in the J.H. McCullough gave a different translation.
I mean, which one? Oh, okay, let me get this straight. There's two different stories, right, of the same thing.
Right, two different
Right?
translations.
Different translations. Which one is the most authentic one that we should trust?
My personal opinion, this one. This guy was ordained.
Okay.
To, if you go up, if you look up this guy, which is
You talking about the Balboa dude?
No, that's that's the Spaniard.
That's Vasquez, I think.
Right. But
Yeah.
this guy right here is actually ordained, and they wanted him. He has a lot of books, and he actually translates Latin.
Oh.
So this guy right here, and he translated the whole thing. So what McCullough did is he only translated just a little passage, but he didn't go that far in the passage. He ended off.
So one translation put these randomly Ethiopian shipwrecked Negroes there, right? The second translation actually clarifies the enslavement of some of these Africans.
Right, but then if you actually read a little bit more into J.H. McCullough, he even gives his thoughts about it and said it's impossible for them to actually be Aboriginals there.
Okay, I got you.
So he just says what, his version of that translation, and then he gives his opinion after that. But when they show you, they only show you that first part where it says there was blackamoors there.
Yeah.
But they don't show you, they don't turn that page and tell you exactly what he thought about that.
Now, family, y'all got to understand that they were scared to come in any contact with any dark-skinned people. Remember, they just left the land of the Negroes 100 years ago, prior in the 1400s, right? Because you had them, so they knew exactly what black people were. So that's why I guess they would make these little accounts like that. But it seems like, I guess, to look at this, I guess, with historical integrity, there was a shipwreck full of Ethiopians, and that last interpretation was that they weren't indigenous to the area they weren't perceived to be indigenous of the area. They just kind of started their own thing and settled to where the shipwreck was at.
Right. But now let me show you what I found. So this is what I was looking up because I was
Now, hold
like,
on, this was like 1520 something. You right?
here it is. Francis Augustus McNutt.
Uh-huh.
And then he actually wrote, look what he wrote. He's the author of all this stuff. You remember this name?
Oh, that's Bartholomew de la Casa. Yeah.
Uh-huh. So he wrote that.
Oh,
He
shit.
wrote that.
Okay.
He
so
translated all of this stuff.
So his pen's pretty good because the
Exactly.
dogs and stuff, yeah, that because it's in Bartholomew de la Costa's short account of the Indies, it talks about the dogs and then burning people and all types of crazy shit. Signature shit. Okay.
So now let me show you what they did not know back then. Because right then it said, the shipwreck of the.
Did he also write that King was in the dress? So he wrote that shit too.
He translated all of that.
I'm never gonna let that go. Wait till tomorrow, y'all. There's more to that.
So I want to show you what I found, which was where did I put it? Is it my documents? I have to stop and then reshare?
You still sharing?
Oh, it's everything on this one, right? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
What is his name? Because this one's probably going to blow your mind. So that was what, 1511, 1513?
Right, this time frame right here.
Right, where I said that they got shipwrecked.
I think so, or maybe I guess around there, the 20s, the teens of the 20s, because that's the time that they was in Central America the most in the early 1500s, mid 1500s.
Okay, that's the spot. Here it is. Alonso de Oida. So here, let me go back down. Let's look at the date, because everybody always talks about Christopher Columbus, but they miss some explorers in there.
1513, I see right there.
Yeah, so I think it's like 1513. So the shipwreck. So we want to look at the shipwreck, and they said that it was. I want someone that can write the name down, because I got to move everything over to my phone. So where is it? Here we go. I need to get a page on this thing next time I do this. So every time, but it's right in the beginning of the third decade.
Yeah, you got to write that shit down.
Well, it's easier on my phone because I got everything on the phone.
No, I feel you, dog.
Third decade. Oh wait,
You
yeah,
must got an
1513.
iPhone, huh?
Oh, there's the chiefs wearing clothes. The bulk of the people are
Negro pirates to the Ethiopia. I see that. So that was on page 286. 286 Negro pirates.
Okay. So if you want to write down that word, Quarica.
Q-U-A-R-E-C, or that's Q-U-A.
Q-U-A. And then 1513. Now, mind you, so you're looking for
Quarica.
that shipwreck, or who could have been that shipwreck, right? So now, if you look up, what is it? Alonso. Oh, and that's Ojeda. This is another Spanish explorer. Now, let me see if I can get an actual. Say this one. Is it this one? Is it going to translate for me?
There you go.
Is this the one that has the map? This is the map. So now look at this map. Right? These are the places that he went. Right through here, right? So this is Panama. If we actually look it up, it's going to be around this area right here.
Yeah.
Is that same place where that village, the Quarica. But look at the dates. Let me see if this is the same one. It should have
1515.
He actually went
1509.
1508, 1503.
2, 1.
So he was actually one of the ones that was in that area.
Oh
This
shit!
is-
So he was pretty close to Columbus time.
He was the second one to go through.
Okay.
So when Columbus came back, he heard his story from Columbus and was like, "Oh man, let me go in there and get me some." And then he went.
Oh.
But there's an actual, what website is this? I'm trying to find the Pablo's Originals.
Do we see any Negroes around this joint? Other than
Oh,
right.
I'm gonna show you where they are. Is it? Let me see.
Did you see them bringing any Negroes with them?
I'm gonna show you. Watch. Pablo's.
Hey, save some of this shit for tomorrow now.
Oh, but I just gotta show you this because this is actually pretty cool.
Because this shit right here, man.
Let me see. Because there's one. So this is a Spanish site. How do I get to Pablo's Originals biographies? I think. UE. But they have an actual map with the dates on it. And then it also talks about a pirate as well. And there was a pirate that was in that same area because they crossed paths with this.
The Negro pirate, right?
Nope, not a Negro pirate. But he had Negroes with him.
Oh shit.
Because he got
Negroes.
Because he actually stole a ship from Haiti.
Wow. So this whole private and privateering been going on since the 1400s.
Yeah.
And before.
Well, if you look at it, you know when the first settlement that was actually by the Dutch, they actually stole those from, I think it was the Genoese.
Yeah.
And that's how Virginia got it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the first, some of the first Africans was in
Bam,
America.
Here it is.
From pirated ships.
I got it right here.
Crucial facts.
Is it this one? Haha, got it. Check this out.
Hold on, go back up, go up again. Okay, never mind.
So so here, right here. So it tells you where he left from. Puerto de Santa Maria in 1499. And then these are the dates that he departed: 1499 to 1502. Tells you the ports. Tells you where 1499.
1499. Okay.
And then 1502. Right here is the years. So right through here, this is where he sailed from 1499 to 1502 on this coast. He went back up in here, and then 1509 he went down in here, and then he went here. Now, what happened right here is if you scroll down, he actually got into a fight with some Indians.
Had a skirmish.
Yeah, they got roughed up pretty bad.
Teach your man how to squabble.
Let me see. Where is it? Control F. Pirate. Whoops. This Tavares. And he had a bad time too.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they fucked him up.
Yeah,
I love when the indigenous tear their ass up.
There it is. So this pirate right here. So I'm gonna save that because I'm gonna show you what happened with him. So this is all in the same area. So this is a Spanish pirate, Bernardino de Talavera. So according to the story, so right here in 1510, so remember that was 1513, right? That they said they found the shipwreck. So 1510. So right here it talks about pretty much the fight that was happening. So right here. Not many days had passed when food shortages grew within the town, and the unhealthy climate that affected the settlers intensified. In addition to the persistent threat of the Urubes Indians, who attacked the Spaniards with poisoned arrows, of which the governor himself was wounded in the leg, and had to resort to a terrible remedy of applying 2 red-hot irons to the wounded leg. Ouida decided to leave for the Santo Domingo. So around this time, the Santo Domingo was a plantation, and they had, the Indians as well as Africans there at this time.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And then in the brig of a Spanish pirate bandit named Bernardino de Talavera, who fled from Hispaniola. Hispaniola, the same place where they had all the slaves.
That's right, yeah.
And who was passing through the place. So he was coming down in here because 8.5 months had passed since he left Santo Domingo and help of Bachelor Fernandez de and not yet arrived. So Ouida returned, asking them to return to Santo Domingo. Otherwise, Ouida never returned to the town, and after 50 days, Pizarro decided to return to the 2 brigantes along the 70 settlers. But soon after, so right here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what happened was Ouida wanted the ship right here. He wanted the ship, but didn't give him the ship. And he pretty much held them down for the ship. So but Talavera and his rude companions revolted, and together, all against one, loaded Ouida with chains. A hurricane struck, which reminding the mutineers of their nautical prowess, forced them to implore help from one they mistreated so unworthily. Right? So this is telling you about all the stuff that's happening. So when you get down here, sorry, I'm kind of speeding through it, but let me see. So pretty much this is giving you the story of everything that was happening, right?
Yeah.
So now, when you follow the trail, you look to find out who this was. So mind you, again, this was from 1499 to 1510. So this is pretty much 3 years before, the shipwreck, which is roughly right in here. So this is the mountains where they said there was a shipwreck.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, they're already in here years prior.
Years prior. Running through. So yeah. So I guess you would have had, that makes sense to have some presence of a shipwreck, because you would have had a lot of traffic that would have been through there leading up to then.
And look where Santo Domingo is. So from here to here, plus, now watch this. So let's look at him. So let's do this one. Oh, it says I visited. There it is. So now when you look at him, nope, it's just the one. Contingent Desert Man. Because one of these actually goes through his story, which tells you he was coming up on Indian places, towns, and they were running through them. Like these Spaniards were brutal.
They were ruthless, yo. Make no mistake about it, yo. Matter of fact, now that you bring this up, I'll probably go over Bartholomew de la Costa's.
Where is
shit? Because they were fucked up, yo.
I'm looking for something scholarly. It's kind of hard because all these are in
Spanish,
right? Because like I said, you have to go through the Spanish ones to get your information.
Shit, man. See, Americans ain't gonna show you that shit because they don't give a fuck, because they wasn't occupying the shit at the time.
And who was really translating all this? Because you got to look, Spain and America wasn't really on good terms.
Nope. They were hijacking each other's ships.
Yep. And if you look at, the Aboriginal history, if you look at the very beginning, he even tells you, it's like, I couldn't get access to some of this information because they weren't giving this stuff up.
Yeah.
Damn, where is, let's see if this translates. Oh, hell no. There was actually, was it this? No, somebody did a story. Hold on, let me look at my phone because I downloaded that.
You have a rebellion that's in Venezuela from Miguel, because Miguel was around there at that time too.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all remember me talking about Miguel rebellion? And he was crowned king of the damn Americas, first damn black king.
But this is what I've been trying to put it all together because this information is so scattered.
Yeah.
And plus, I didn't even know anything about Alonso. I had no clue. Because nobody talks about anything but Christopher Columbus.
Yeah. There's a
But you know, here it is. Oh no.
That's why it's good, y'all, to research this shit, man. You never know what you learn.
Oh, dang, I was in the right place. So this tells you, is it this one? Oh, shoot. Yeah, right here. So Bernardino Talavera, right? And it tells you in 1511. So 1511 is a good one because that's when he actually got killed. Because when he went back to Santo Domingo for stealing, when he went back with Oleda, they pretty much hung everybody. But here we go. Right here. Settler of Hispaniola, bankrupt and persecuted by his creditors. One night at the end of 1509, he robbed the Genoese supply ship. Now, if you remember the Genoese, they had the Ascente de Negros, or they had a contract with Spain. And it was the Genoese company that they were going to supply Africans, because I covered that in one of my videos. So those right there. So he robbed the Genoese supply ship anchored in Ozama, Hispaniola, and became one of the first Caribbean pirates. He recruited, here's the important part right here. So he's in that area, and look who he recruited. He recruited an unscrupulous seamanship of poor or indebted settlers and runaway slaves.
Ooh, hot shit, bro.
Raiding small trading vessels between islands or pillaging Indian villages.
Nice work, bro.
Okay, hold on. So when you say runaway slaves, are those the natives? Okay.
A little bit of both. Because at this time, because if you look, he's in Hispaniola. So if you look at who was in Hispaniola, you would have
had enslaved Indians and Africans at this time.
So now if you put that together, he's in the same area. And then also,
so this was, hold on, was this the same time that shipwreck was? So this theoretically shipwreck of the Negroes could be from his crew that he recruited.
This is what, 2 years prior.
Damn.
So because look at
keep running, man. I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick.
Yeah. So
cook.
So yeah. So this is where he's, it talks about Alonso de Oleda's great expedition to Terra Firme, and he headed a ship towards where he was supposed the conquistadors should be, with the intention of taking some advantage. And then one morning, the sails of his ship caught the attention of the desperate men who were living poorly in San Sebastian de Urba. So let me look that up, and they can actually see. Here, let me do this. I'm not sure I can switch. But if you map. Where is that? So look where that is, right here. So he's in this area. You see that? Panama. So this is the same area. What was the name of that place that you wrote down?
Oh, he went to the bathroom.
Oh, okay. But this is the same area.
Started with a Q.
Yeah, here, let me see if I can put it up on my phone. Alonso de. But yeah, you see what I'm saying? That they're all in this area. So by the time you get to 1513, the logical thing is is they're already in the area. So Okay, so
That boy cooking still, boy. Now where we at? I just came back.
So this
He needs
is
the name. He needs the name that.
So this is where he.
My bad. Do you need that name that you wanted me to write down earlier?
Yeah, because look, this is where he sailed down.
Yeah.
Right here.
Okay.
So you see, this is Panama City. Right.
Yeah.
So now, if you look, what was the name of that place?
It was Curaçao. I can spell it Quarequa. I believe that was it.
That it?
1513, right?
No.
Quarequa. Qurequa.
Yeah, hold on, let me see.
Now, family, this is how you research shit on the real. Shit we be doing. Now, y'all got to think about this time. These are the times that you would have heard these accounts of what these people look like.
Quia. Okay, so what is his name? Alida was a governor here in 1501. So you see, he's already touched down here.
Yeah.
So now, yeah, let's see. Called Virginia. There's a colonization. What was his name? Vasquez?
Yeah.
Nunez. So here, let me just look up where he was. And then I'm going to go back and then show you. All right. So he was.
Yeah, you're going to have to come with this shit tomorrow, bro. We're going to cook tomorrow. Oh, my God. Because now that you're talking about that, we're going to talk about these rebellions that coincide with this shit now.
So I'm trying to. Oh, Village of. There it is. Where is that place? Hold on, let me go back. So let me get to that one before I lose my thought. So that okay. So right here. So it's telling you he headed that way, which was, where was I? Right here. So here in Velanzo de Ouida's great expedition to terra firma, he headed his ship toward where he supposed the conquistadors should be with the intention of taking some advantage. One morning, the sails of his ship caught the attention of a desperate men who were living poorly in San Sebastian de Europa, and that's where we were. And it tells you Ouida's host was on the verge of death with little food, surrounded by warrior tribes. And that's what I was reading before, where they were fighting the Indians.
Yeah.
And with their wounded chief taking advantage of the opportunity, Talavera exchanged gold for food and offered to take Ouida to Santo Domingo. So straight back to where he was to have his injured leg treated and send reinforcements to his men. Without many alternatives, the conqueror agreed. As soon as he was out at sea, the pirate filled him with shackles and locked him in the ship. So he tells about him locking him up again. So that's two different places. And he dreamed of asking for a fabulous ransom for such an important hostage. The survivors had to cross the island on foot until they reached the Zapata region, where the swamps and alligators killed some of them. From there, Ouida was able to secretly contact Juan Esquivel. So that's another person to look up. Governor of neighboring Jamaica, who sent the boat to rescue the shipwrecked and take them to Santo Domingo. So that shipwreck was, if you looked back, there was that storm that happened.
The hurricane or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
So now, so that's here. So let's look at where that was.
Oh, so that shit washed up, huh?
Yeah. So they had that. So they had that shipwreck. So there's 1509. He left, let's go down. And this is everything. And this is why you got to keep looking back and forth through the Spanish stuff. It gets confusing. But notice all this is happening before, was it Balboa or Vasquez?
Balboa. Yeah.
Before his 1513. This is all before it. And they're in that area. And then they talked about the pirate, the
Mm-hmm.
pirate Ethiopian pirates. So he was the first pirate. So now you'd have to follow a whole trail, and that's why I was trying to find everything that happened in
Mm.
that area. But this is just the first pirate.
So hold on. Is it safe to say that they might have had other Ethiopian pirates that might have been doing the same thing around that area, other than the ones that he was recruiting?
Yeah, safe to say that, because he had runaway slaves. So where were they going to run away to? I mean, was it take to commandeer a ship?
Yeah,
This guy
you
did.
know what? I have come across that shit too. Where you had African pirates, yo, free African pirates in the water, yo. Fuck you. I'm not a slave. I'm just capturing these slips. Like, you did have that. Like, it's starting to make a little bit of sense now.
So yeah, so that's why you have to grab all that information together.
Mm-hmm.
And then put it together. But when you, like I said, if you get to just American history, they're going to give you 1492, 1619.
Right. That's all they want you to know.
That's all that
Right.
pertains to them.
And if you're gonna say black people was over here, be correct with it. You see how much he digged into this to let you know what type of black presence was over here. Not like we was living over here in condominiums and shit, chilling. He was just telling you how, and like just being honest about the shit.
And here's the most important part.
Mm-hmm.
So, when you read about, the 1400s, and this is what I always tell people, is the Spaniards knew what an African was, because they were enslaving them for a long period of time.
Bro.
So
If they knew, because in the 1400s, like I said, 100 years ago, we talked about that. Yes, they knew where the land of the blacks was. So they could describe off the bat. That's why they called them Moors when they first saw whoever they saw when you read the word Moor, because they was afraid of what a Moor would do to their ass.
Yep. And so if they knew what an African was, but yet they keep calling these people something different, like Indian, then they're separate. They're not the same.
Tell me about it, brother.
But here, where was he at? Let me just show you where he, because all right, so
Ooh, you got some jewels, son.
yeah, I gotta put this all together, because it's like in 4 or 5 different places, and there's different names that pop up. Francisco Pizarro, you got all these, and then right here.
Send me this shit, bro.
There's just all these different names to look at.
I would love to crawl in this rabbit hole with you, y'all. This shit crazy. Because I know you messaged me earlier, and it's funny, man. We're like you're up there around that northern end. I'm right in Peru right now, and I might be like maybe 30 years behind from where this is at, because they conquest the conquest of Peru, actually, to be specific.
Oh, you see this?
And this is what I was about, India. Yeah,
this is what I was telling you. So, look, under Portuguese,
and them motherfuckers was everywhere.
And what did they say? India wasn't called India; it was called Hindustan, right? So, if that's the case, why are they calling it Portuguese India? And even on the map, no, not that one. They had a name for it. Here, it's Britannica. This isn't the one I was looking at, because they called it a name.
These motherfuckers mapped the whole shit, and they talking about where the slave ships at. These motherfuckers floating in the water with them shits every goddamn where.
Yeah, Portuguese they controlled the land for over 100 years. They were the ones that did everything.
They dominated the waterways, yo. First.
I don't even, you know what, and that's what I want to look at, is how did they do it? Because they were like pretty much advanced. They came out.
Well, see, but think about it though. The Moors did go in there in 7-Eleven, so they just bought a lot of. I think they just had a lot of information that the Moors took up in there, and because, like you said, like how can they just automatically boom off the gate? Just they fucking all nautical and shit. All of a sudden, these niggas are nautical, and they wasn't the only boats. They had those carousels that y'all remember, the carousels with the crosses and shit on them. They was all about putting boats and shit in the water. But that is interesting. But you had
normally I wouldn't.
people investing in it, like John Babbitt and the Society of Merchant Ventures and shit like that, because these voyages that you see had to be funded, and that's kind of where you need where you can look at.
I need to find another one. I don't like using Wikipedia, but they called it this Estados Português de India. And those are all the places that Portuguese was just like, yeah, we going in.
Damn.
I mean,
it's in the 1500s, man.
Yeah, they were going, but I'm gonna find something actually more scholarly than that. But so when you look up the history of India, right? Everybody's like, oh, it wasn't called India, it was called Hindustan. It's not correct. What they're doing is that's a name Persia gave to it. Yeah. So 15th century. Let me get away from. I don't like Wikipedia. Oh, here we go. Let's do etymology. Everybody loves etymology, right? So name India in 440 BC, 300 BC. Because Roman also called it. So those are all the different names, but it just depends on who's looking at it. So they're going off of Persia, and then they want to do what is it? India Superior. Remember? I know you've heard that, right?
I don't know.
And Hindustan, they think that America is India Superior, and that's why they were saying that Columbus called them Indian, and then they go into Indios, and then the Indigo children, and then I don't know what else, kind of weird stuff. But what they're looking at,
I was sharing my screen on. You know, you can make the screen bigger. That's so I can see nobody in the chat.
What you say?
I said I shared my screen. You know how you can make the chat bigger?
Yeah.
When you do that, you can't see people to chat. So I didn't know Mo was waiting.
Oh shit, is that Mo down there?
Yeah.
What's up, man? I ain't see you down there, John. I'm like, I saw somebody pop up. I know you.
So is that the map that you were you were looking at last time?
My map.
Remember how I was telling you that Palio Toscanelli?
Yeah.
Let me find his.
Yeah, map. I think that's one of the time periods I think I'm looking at. I got to look in my book, but mine is like the Quanquala something.
Mm-hmm.
No, yeah, it looks like one of those maps. Not that one though. No.
Well, this is one of the maps that Christopher Columbus used. I need to find a different one, but you see how America should be right here.
Yeah.
So that's what I was saying earlier, is when he had this map, they thought Asia was bigger than what it was because he was, again, going off of the map, and he was also going off Marco Polo. So they thought that he was going to reach like Japan and stuff, which they wanted to get, the spice trade. Well, that's why they ran smack dead into, America or the West Indies.
Mm-hmm.
And he thought that he reached, the other side of Asia. But a big key is right here, Tartaria, that's Russia.
Yep.
And then you see how it says India right here. And then here's another key. So on some of the maps, they'll say India Superior. So they knew it was actually India. So when they're telling you this, it wasn't named India. If it says India Superior and it looks something like this, mm-hmm. with America's not there, then it is what it is. They thought they were going to Asia. So India is actually what they called that whole region. It's not America.
Right.
It's literally Asia.
Right. They just was unaware of the landmass that was there.
Correct.
Yeah.
So then they flip it to India is, they didn't get the name till like the 1900s, which if you even look at the etymology, it's not true. But yeah, so that's, those are the things that I was looking at, but I was more, like I said, concerned or looking at you know, who was there in that area, or where did that shipwreck come from? I
Right.
was like, because you got to explain how there was, you know, Negroes, you know, slaves in the mountains.
Mhm.
But, you know, how many people did I show you that was in the area years before? You know, especially down in this route. And
Oh, yeah.
and then if you look at actually what is it? Let me look at, was it Vasquez Nuna? Is that his name?
Yeah, something like that. Vasquez.
There it is. So if you look at
That Balboa.
CO, and they should have a route that he was at. There it is. It's in Wiki. Even though it has gotten better, but you still don't use it in any kind of academic setting. But let's see if he has a route. So I can put this one to bed. Actually, let me just see what they have. They sure do.
Look, what part of Wiki are you trying to use? Like what
Well,
part?
I just want to see the map of where he was. There it is. Here's a travel one. So in here, you see where it said he was, Santa Maria, in this area. This is Panama right here. So when he said that he saw the shipwreck was in this area right here. And that's what, 1513. So by 1511, they were all in that area. But they didn't have access to this information at the time. So when he saw the Negro slaves that were in the mountains,
he had no knowledge that they could have potentially been pirates that got shipwrecked that settled there.
Correct.
Got you.
But that's a source they use, like, oh, where the Negro pirates come from? There was a town. But I read how they translated it. When he translated it was different than somebody that actually translates Latin.
That's a good catch. And let's not forget about these indigenous kings dressing up like women. I ain't gonna let that shit go. Wait till tomorrow.
Oh man, I'm not gonna be saying that. You're gonna have people coming after me. We're not dressed up as women. Hey,
no, I'm just saying. I mean, I'm just.
They want to own it. That's their shit. They
That's
saying
right. You gotta claim it.
Have to hold
it.
Where is that? Right here.
Not only were they dressing up.
Oh yeah.
Hey, I'm not, man. I don't know what y'all talking about. Y'all ain't y'all trying to get at my neck, man. Did you say we dress up as
people?
Hey, you started it.
The drag queens of Europe, the prostitutes.
Hell no, I ain't. Nope.
Because they will come for your ass.
Nope. I'm not. Nope. I'm like, nope. I didn't say nothing. I'm just gonna skip that part. I'm gonna do it like they do. You see this passage right here?
I'm gonna keep it real tomorrow. 100. I'm gonna be a buck.
I'm gonna turn it to them. I'm gonna be time skipping all over this book.
Oh yeah. Hey,
you ain't gonna
like feathers. I want to see after tomorrow. I don't think they're gonna like
claiming this shit. This is supposed to be they.
Hey, listen, y'all. After tomorrow,
everything we see over there.
I don't think they're gonna like feathers.
They did what they had to do. Man, I ain't right. I ain't saying nothing.
Right. After tomorrow,
these motherfuckers to death.
Look, after tomorrow, y'all gotta deal with whatever we find over there. Whatever I find over there, y'all gotta deal with this. Y'all gotta have to take that.
Where is it? Have y'all read this book?
No, man. I would love to investigate a little bit more.
I can actually get through it. Here, wait, man. Where's the beginning of the third? But yeah, it's the third decade.
Saw that shit.
What's the title?
This is the decades. Oh, here it is. The 8 decades of Peter.
What page is the part where he was in like they dressing up and shit?
Man, nope. No sir. No sir.
Nah, they gotta claim that, man.
Hey, listen, hold on. We just gotta do a disclaimer. We not trying to make fun of the community.
Not at
We
all.
know that they don't support that type of activity.
Yeah.
So it shouldn't be there. You know, they
what
said
page
that
was
all
that?
comes from the European and all of that. So they gotta own it. It ain't nothing against the community.
Yeah, none against you.
You know?
There it is. Yeah.
Whatever
So
Wi-Fi
it starts at 279 right here. So this is everything that's about where he went through. So all this. So let me see. What did he? Let's see. He sent messages to Poncho. Okay. I want to find out what dogs they were using. I wonder if those are like the English. No, they can't be English Mastiffs.
fucking
What dogs?
bloodhounds, yo.
Nah, it got to be more than bloodhounds. If they were tearing people up like that.
They was fucking them up with them dogs, yo. That's real talk.
Yep, here it is. I was reading. So the king's brother.
Yeah, this is for historical and research purposes, y'all.
You better start highlighting that shit.
I just put this on here tonight. I don't even know if I can highlight this thing.
Oh, you in what's your drive?
Yeah.
You gotta open it up in like Microsoft.
Where'd you get this book from? Send me that shit, man. Please send me that shit.
Yeah,
yeah. So I had to
open it up in Microsoft Edge because you can add notes and highlight.
Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. So yeah, so I had opened up the Discord, and I had started putting all the books and stuff. That's why I was sending it to y'all. So I got a little tab that I'm putting almost all the books that I have.
Okay.
I
got you.
Because I gotta start cleaning up my phone because I got like books and stuff everywhere.
Dude, don't even get me started.
Who are this group? Communication upon the natives. Everybody's like naked.
I told you all. Why? Shit, wow.
Oh, here you go. Communication amongst the natives is infrequent for naked men who have no money, have very few wants. Whatever trading they do is with their neighbors and they exchange gold for ornaments or useful articles. It follows, therefore, as practical, no communication exists. There are no roads. There's scouts. You know what? Who said that? You know, in American stuff, he's like, oh, everything was all built up when they came over, which I was like, man, I don't know why they're saying that crap.
Yeah, we had like everything. Skyscrapers, all that shit was lit.
Yeah.
They make it sound like it was a metropolis throbbing over this joint.
Yeah, but it tells you the scouts are familiar with hidden trails right here. They used to make ambuscades. I don't know what that is. Or night forays or to massacre the enslaved their neighbors. So they're saying they was enslaving too.
Oh yeah.
So
and you know every culture was doing it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You know, but everything was different how they did it.
Yeah.
You know, so even like in Africa, when people push the narrative that, oh, we were slaving each other, there's been slaves in Africa that I've seen that they actually became prominent people in the tribe that they were enslaved to.
They were kings after that shit. Yes.
You know, hell, one of the pharaohs, Ramses, I believe one of the Ramses III was actually either he was a commoner or a slave, but he ended up becoming a pharaoh.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't like, you know, how the Europeans did it. So everybody's trying to push, you know, the narrative that, you know, that's how it was, but that wasn't the case. It's just that, you know, I hate to say it. Actually, you know what? Fuck them. They were greedy. You know, even at the point where they stopped the slave trade, what did they do? I actually have that in, you know, one of my videos is them jokers was doing the slave breeding like it wasn't nothing.
Yeah.
You know, what is it? 20,000 and 50,000 per year?
Yeah, man.
To the southern states. That's nuts. You know, they didn't want to stop the slave trade.
Hell no.
Or slavery.
Quite lucrative to them.
They didn't. They just found other ways to do it.
Right. And one of the main things with Virginia is like they didn't have the land that needed slavery. So it wasn't like, oh, we need to do this. There was like, well, we can't do anything with the slaves because there's no land's not producing anything. So what are we going to do to make money? Hey, let's just breed them and sell them down to the places in, you know, down south. So they can sit here and say that, hey, we weren't a part of slavery. Yeah, you were. You were breeding them and sending them down there. So it's not like you weren't working them. You're still doing the same damn thing. And that's what they were doing. So I didn't, you know, and that's one of the things that, you know, I can say the same thing. Going through school, I didn't really know too much about that portion, but I can't really, I mean, at that point, there was no difference in importation and breeding. It was just that, when it came to it, they were hiding it from British and other places. That's what it basically boiled down to. Because it wasn't America that wanted to stop it. It was other countries.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why they were hiding different things. Even the people that they found that had, the ships after the importation, they said that even when they caught them, it wasn't like harsh punishment. It was like, okay, we caught you. You can get about a year.
Mm-hmm.
But when British caught you, you were fucked. But everybody else is like, you get about a year, or, oh, we know this is a slave ship. No, I got rice. I believe you. It was stuff like that.
Yeah, just don't do it again.
Right. It was like, oh no, I didn't, they're not slaves. I mean, they were just hiding, but they were holding up the rice. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Well, normally I'll just take your boat, but yeah, just go do what you need to do.
Hey, I'm not gonna give you a ticket this time.
Yeah. Hey, and look, I'm not trying to tell people to be all kumbaya, like just go out and go, yeah, everybody, we're all one and equal and everything. Because I think that's what they sense whenever you try to say every European, in this land, and even the ones that were in Africa, they weren't involved in the slave trade. But at the same time, even though they weren't all involved, it's still something where somebody could have done something, they could have said, somebody could have reported something, and they didn't do anything. They let people sneak past. They hid people, especially after it was illegal. But everybody wasn't cool with it. Like you were saying with the Walter Plecker shit that was going on. They don't know that it wasn't just black people who were like, hey, you can't do this shit, or Indian people saying like, this ain't right what you're doing. You can just mark up, who I am. I told you who I am, and that's that, right? There was white people who didn't agree with it. Like, we're not about to just sit here and tell people who they are and then mark up their stuff. So when they say like Walter Plecker just created, they act like it happened from the East Coast to the West Coast to the North to the South. Like he was just walking around like some king that controls everybody's birth records. He tried it, attempted it, and it didn't work. And the same thing happened with people who were doing slavery illegally. And even when slavery was legal, all Europeans did not agree with it. They're writing memoirs during slavery when it was accepted, saying how this is going to be bad for us in the future, for their future generations. They said we're going to win right now, but later it's going to come back to haunt us. So we got to figure out how to like get past this shit and stop it, because this can't go on forever. Eventually they're going to end up taking over, or our kids are going to be born and not agree with it, or we're just going to have people who just completely just turn against it and make this illegal, and we're all going to be involved in it. So people got to start fighting it now. And that's how Christianity ended up looking like a hero, because Christianity was bad too, and it looked like a hero just because it was against slavery. And the whole time that's just like it's a lesser evil. I'll put it that way.
It's like a gunshot or poisoning. Which one you want?
Right. So, and this is one of the things that I learned, because I was very conflicted, through the years, because a lot of stuff didn't make sense. When I was growing up, one of the things that I couldn't understand was my grandfather worked on the plantation. He was born around 1919 or 1920. So he worked on the plantation. Well, his father was on the plantation. I'm not sure if he was a slave at that time. I'm not exactly sure. But my thought is when slavery ended, why did they work on the plantation? I was like, I'd have been gone. I couldn't wrap my head around that. So it took years, not only, to come to terms with that, but it took years to actually find out through world history what exactly happened. Right. So when they were released, one thing that, especially with me arguing with like nationalists and stuff like that, the 1350 rule, because I can't stand that. I can't stand black on black crime. I can't stand that, because what happened is there was a propaganda that was set for us, and it started before slavery. So one of the things they said was we were lazy, right? Which, how possible does that even sound? We were doing everything. We were literally slaves working the plantation. How can we be lazy? It doesn't make sense, right? So when they wanted, after slavery ended, they instituted, the black codes. Well, one of the things they did was debt peonage, as well as vagrancy laws. So the vagrancy laws is, let's say, you stop working and then you're on your way to your, to find a job. Well, somebody stops you and says, "Hey, you got a job?" Nope. Well, you're arrested. You're being a vagrant. That's what they were doing to put people back into slavery.
And what was the most unemployed people at the time after slavery?
Right.
You know what I mean? That was discriminated from even working.
So now you come into a zone where, okay, I've been working here. Now I'm going to get paid a little bit. Do I risk leaving, less leaving my family? You get arrested. You go back in the same position, but now it's worse because now you're actually a criminal. Now you have other things such as what the states were doing at that time was they were loaning you out to companies. And then you became part of a system that was just, it's just like jail now because
the
jail
West Dutch Indian Company. Does that ring a bell to y'all in New York?
So yeah, so they did, all this stuff. So I had to come to terms with all of that. And now another thing that you have to come to terms with is the history is so conflicted because when I was growing up, I used to think that, man, the white people did this and that. But what really kind of throws it off is you do have these instances where, since we were at the bottom, we didn't free ourselves. It took a lot of different people. It took white people, took black people, it took, Native Americans. And it's like, damn, how can you really, who do you hate at that point? And then, you get to, black slave masters, which, yes, it started out as, they were buying their friends and family. That's the thing. But the more you dig in, you'll notice that whenever you have something start off good, it doesn't always translate to later. And there's issues with that too. So you get into a weird spot of, man, who do I hate? Perfect example is, but it's not, I'm not going to, it's very small. So I do want to put that out. It's not like, it's like 50-50. It's nowhere close to that. But it's enough to where you can't really blind hate anything. You just have to look in and then kind of make your own decision at that point. I did see this one story and I was like, man, this is crazy. Guy from Virginia, I think he was a senator. His father, had slaves. So they gave all his slaves to him. So what he did was, as soon as he got his slaves, he told his family, hey, I'm going to free them. So, of course, his family was like, nope, you ain't doing that here in Virginia. So he moved to Illinois. Not only did he free them, he gave them land in Illinois. I'm like, yo, I was like, man, this is a unicorn. That's crazy.
No,
Same thing happened with that's what we about to go into tomorrow, Israel Hill. How they be saying, oh, this proves we were the Israelites and we were already here or whatever. The dude was trying to let him go with some family conflict for a little bit, but then he ended up, since the family didn't agree with it, they were even offing people because they didn't want that to happen. He put it in his will.
Yeah, you're correct, Val. They did that. Reading what Val said, that's 100% correct. They literally set us up from the beginning. Set us up. What she got in the chat where, and that's where the debt peonage comes in at. They would literally tell you, like, they would take you to the courthouse, but then the clerk was actually the family member. So they'll say, hey, I got this person. Okay, you owe like $5. They couldn't pay it because why? They didn't have a job. So then you have another person says, hey, you know what? I'll pay that for you. You just come back home and work it off. But when you get there, they charge you for your tools. They charge you for your clothes. They charge you all the stuff. And then they institute a state of debt peonage. You'll never pay it off. And then after that, they just keep you enslaved. And that was the legal form of slavery that they used for a long period of time after slavery ended.
Yeah, instead of physical slavery, where they had to house and feed you, now you economically enslaved. You had to pay for every damn thing just to survive. Like it's weird facts that got turned around like that.
So that's what I fight against. I fight against the propaganda. That's my thing, because we're not going to get anywhere if we don't take down that propaganda. When you have, the media and everything pushing the narrative, this is what these people are. And this is why I push back so far on these, I don't even know what they're called, time skipping, pretendian, whatever, is because they're furthering that narrative. We're never going to get out of it, because when people look at us, they're like, oh, they're ignorant, they don't know anything. Well, shit, when you have somebody saying something that's like just weird, like, oh, there was no slavery. Who
Yeah.
says that?
Yeah.
Like, who? People in different countries looking at this like, man, them jokers
Like,
bugging.
look at these motherfuckers.
You know, they just off the wall shit. And it's like, man, you know, whenever you debunk them on their own stuff, it's like, dude, turn the page and read it. What are you doing?
Yeah, they know what they doing though. They didn't expect anybody to get up there and actually go at their neck. That's what happened. It was like, I can get away with this shit. I can just hop on TikTok and, you know, just say shit. There's gonna be too many people for anybody to notice. They didn't think anybody would have a loud enough voice speaking some actual accurate academic studies. That's what happened. It was like, this it's highly unlikely, and it's insulting to your own people. Because if you thought you could get away with saying slavery never happened, or we were always in America and then we left America and walked to other places in the world and set up civilization, if you thought you could get away with it, that means you think less of your people. You think they're not going to look it up because the information is there, even in their books. So even if you let them slide with, okay, well, they just didn't think, you know, that this information from the European was correct. Well, once we grab your sources and then it shows that slavery actually happened in Africa, was already established before people got over here in your book, then now, you know, and you claim you read it, we have to hold you to it. That means you knew and you were deceiving people because you thought that your people, you know, they don't read books. So I can grab their mind anyway.
Yeah, that's my biggest pet peeve with these niggas. Like, I don't care what you say, but if you're gonna say something historically and you're gonna read it, like we just watched these motherfucking dudes say, well, we got to take the Africa out of that to the side. Like, that's just blatant misinforming your people. That's intentionally doing it.
As soon as it said Africa, he said, see, when I see that, I just cut it out and sit it to the side.
Take it to the side. So what are we doing?
This is what I want to do. I want to start doing slave narratives. You know, reading these out to people, because I think they actually have, someone actually did slave narratives and voices. They had one they did where it had like an old voice. It's powerful, man. It's literally powerful to see what they, you know, what they went through.
Yeah, I've heard some of those, man. Yeah,
this shit is fake too.
Yeah, they'll say that.
Student brought this shit up last year. These motherfuckers was like, "That's fake." They didn't. The white man wrote it. They didn't write
as shit, man.
How did they write it if they couldn't read and write?
Look,
like,
man,
that's messed
these
up.
niggas are the most disrespectful group of motherfuckers I've ever seen, man.
And some of them have whole documentaries that go along with it. So you may have some text where the European was writing for them, of course, because they, you know, not able to write everything that they can say, but they still had interviews. They're on camera, backing up what the person wrote. That's your people sitting there. So what are they?
Yeah, motherfuckers say Harriet Tubman ain't real. These motherfuckers, I mean, they just disrespectful, man.
Hey, and you know where they get that from? They get it from because the story was exaggerated. The story was exaggerated. That's fine.
Yeah, I can.
That's all. And then Dan Calloway took that the story was exaggerated and then made the whole entire thing fake.
Like it's a myth.
Well, this is the big thing that gets me. So I keep hearing this over and over again, and at these points, it's like, man, I wish I had live so I could just ask them this. So their standpoint is, I believe my grandmother. So how can you tell me my grandmother's lying, right? But when you look at these narratives, these are people's grandmother. These are people's grandfather, and they tell you they were slaves. So what you're saying is, oh, you're disrespecting my grandmother. You're disrespecting their grandmother.
Yeah.
You know, so it's not a, you know, my grandmother said this. These supersede your grandmother because these were written in 1930s and they were already old. They weren't just born in 1910, 1920. These people are probably their parents. And, you know, just like someone said that, oh, well, this didn't cover areas. Well, this is one person out of a group. So this is just 2,300. And they didn't catch every single person because you got people that actually left, people that didn't want to say anything. So these are actually speaking for family members, just different ones. But that's a lot of people. You know, it's not like 1, 2 people. This is 2,300. different accounts. You know, and I even challenge people, show me where they said that we're original to this land in these things. This doesn't even count the Indian ones.
Mm-hmm.
You know, show me where they said that. Show me where they said that we are the Indians. But if you look at some of these accounts, they said that, oh, this person had some Indian in them. This, you know, the Indians were something special on the other side. You know, we couldn't, you know, talk to them. This is what they're saying in these accounts. So that's why, you know, it makes my skin crawl when they're sitting there like, you're disrespecting my grandmother, and we did our time to do our genealogy and all this. Man, fuck. And
Man, well, look at that age. Look at 73, 78. That's an elder.
Yeah, it's like, you know what, you know, honestly, look, I really want to say, you know what, fuck your life.
Right.
Look what they're saying. You know, stop it. You're being ridiculous right now. You know, this is just it's nuts. You know, I had to read these when I was growing up.
Oh, the narratives?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, I don't understand why they haven't been exposed to this shit. And it's just, I don't know, at some point in time, it was just the disrespect was acceptable to be okay to disrespect anything that happened. You don't see that with any other group. You don't see nobody disrespecting the shit that happened with the what do you call that shit? Yeah, you know what I mean? Our shit disrespected.
Well, you do see it, but like I said before, there's only one group that does that. It's the neo-Nazis.
Exactly.
They do that.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Because they started that whole, oh, it's not real. They got pushed back, and then they say the exact same thing that these people do. Okay, yeah, it happened, but the numbers are exaggerated.
And that goes back to what Susan was saying about that agenda, man, how you have different groups like that's implanted into the community to disrupt the shit.
Yeah, we got whole this anti-slavery shit is ridiculous.
You know what I'm saying? That don't make sense.
Or anti-slave history is.
Yeah,
they are pushing to the point of violence.
Yeah.
They talking crazy, like somebody gonna be scared of that shit. Like, I don't know what the hell they think that's something to die for. Like, yeah, go ahead, but I guess everybody else be like, oh no, sorry, brother, I didn't know it was smoke like that. When it comes to your people's history, first of all, right, we're already in a situation where we are going to the enemy for history, right? But because their people have turned against them, like they're doing a whole bunch of lectures. That's why I can't wait till we get into where we're not challenging other people's claims, because this shit is ridiculous, but we have to do it. It still has its own purpose. But there's other parts of history that you got the people who are lying about African history and its greatness. They're trying to whitewash that, and the whole time we got people over here saying, and these are Europeans arguing with each other. This isn't even black people. You know, we kind of went off on our own and like, we're going to make our own little groups, and we got our own master teachers, right? But now we got Europeans over there arguing, saying like, yo, these people were not white. These people are not Arab. These are African people. Look at the language. Look, they're doing lectures now while we're doing this. At the same exact time we doing this shit, they're posting up lectures about the shit. And I'm missing them. And that shit's pissing me off. I'm like, damn, we need to be talking about that shit too. So we have that whitewash going on. And it's for Africa. People are going to throw Africa in the trash. Now they can get away with the whitewashing because that's not us, right? Think about all of the people who believe it. They can whitewash right in your face. And you have a European arguing with another European about, yo, these people are African. There's no Egyptians. These are Kemites. These are invaders. And they're separating the history, showing them like, yo, this traces back to Africa from the language, culture, all of that. Then the other people who's trying to whitewash or sustain the whitewashing, they can use all of the black people who are disclaiming E1B1A, who are disclaiming the Ebonics that you see inside of the metal netter and all of the linkages in the culture from Africa to African Americans over here. They're Indians now. So now you have people arguing for you on your behalf and no one's there. You know what I'm saying? Go to this person right here. This stuff belongs to them. You pull up and you go, here's all your African stuff. And you go, I ain't no African, get away from me. So now they can get away with it. So this is some really dangerous shit. And it seems like, I don't want to call people agents, but I'm just saying that shit is very convenient.
At this point, man,
at the time where the truth is coming out about Africa's great history.
At this point, man, where your claim can be disproven and stuff like that, and you still leaving up, that's just agent behavior to me, man, where you don't want to correct yourself. That means you're serving an agenda and you bias to it. You just don't want to hear nothing You don't want to entertain the facts of the matter. You just fuck it. I'm just gonna stay on this train.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna skate to one song and one song only with the shit.
And you know, and to be honest with you, you know, I was at a point where I don't really like talking about slavery. I really don't.
Man, what? I like this is the worst subject I hate because it's just it sucks. Cause I was never like I was talking about shit that was in Nubia and just other shit. Yeah, and it's just I felt like we had to talk about this, or at least I did, because
share one more thing.
Facts was just getting fucked up about it. And I'm like, hold on, let me go back and try to set the record straight. But like this ain't our favorite topic. They love talking about slavery. Like, no, we like correcting y'all dumb motherfuckers for
you want to be a slave so bad. No.
And this is
like
this
this
is
in
how,
my family history. I don't like
right.
this.
And this is how, you know, I thought. So I thought that we would get to a point, or we should have got to a point where all the stuff that we knew happened, you know, slavery, the slave trade, we should have already known that thing. It gets to a point when you talk about slavery, there's so many groups that talk about, oh, well, my ancestors were slaves. It's not going to go anywhere. It hasn't been. But one thing that's concrete that I always try to talk about, the 100 years after slavery, because you can't compare that with anything. The treatment that we had when we got out of slavery can't be compared to anything. You know, the towns being burnt, the lynchings, you know, we weren't even considered anything until civil rights, 1960. So that whole time frame is something to fight for, to grab, because that was injustice. So that's the stuff that I'd like to talk about, because a lot of people, again, they time skipped right over that. And it's like, what do you think happened? Oh, Martin Luther King. Well, damn, what happened before that? Slavery. It's like, you don't remember anything that happened in between? It's like, what's going on? You know, so those are the things that we can actually gravitate to. But now I have to go back and correct some dumb shit talking about, they're prisoners of war.
That's
what fucking war?
That's part of the process, though. We're gonna get to it.
We just gotta
start it right there because that's where they want to disconnect it. They want to disconnect the root. If they cut it at the root, then there is no in between. It's not that they don't know, because we can't. I did that before, and Port had to check me on it, and I had to double back. They're playing stupid. They know what they're not thinking that anybody. You know what I'm saying? Because when they cut the root, it's exactly what you said. It's not you, like, because we're trying to be considerate. Like, okay, brother, you're missing something. No, they know if I cut it at the root and there's no slavery, then all of those civil rights has nothing to do with us.
Right.
Those are people who signed the contract. They came over here. They got treated bad. They shouldn't have trusted the European anyway. Take your ass back to Africa. But we were already here, the black people, who are allegedly different from the African. So they know what's going on. They're trying to erase that gap. But we got to start them at the slavery and then walk them right into it.
We might have to start them at the slave trade, since I don't. Oh, that shit just. Oh man, it's like, dude, how do you not think this happened?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going back to Prince Henry and shit. Like, I mean, and now, I mean, we about to go into Islamic shit. Like, we gonna get to the court and shit.
Can you see what I'm sharing now?
About authors,
John Hope Franklin.
So this should be required. So this book right here is a monster book. Monster. So this author right here, From Slavery to Freedom. This is the 10th edition. The first edition is like, man, it's hard to find. But he covers everything. And look, this author looks a lot different from all the other authors, huh? That they use.
Yeah, it looks different from all of them.
So he's actually a professor, got credentials that she actually is part of some of the stuff she did. So she revises it. But he covers everything. This was originally written in like the 1940s or 50s, I believe it was. But look at all the areas he goes over. He goes over before. He covers the slave trade, history in the North, 1520s. This is what they teach in schools, in college. There's classes on this. But he covers all of this. So it's pretty much And like I said, with him in this book, it's one of those books where other people used his material and expanded on this because he was well respected, you know, got credentials, everything you would think of. But this is what they were, you know, learning about in the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, all the way up till now. When people was like, oh, you listen to white authors. Yeah, he's not white. He's not. You know, why aren't they reading this? You know, I had someone, you know, tell me, oh, you know, you go to school in the white establishments. Why don't you go to a HBCU if you got issues with that? There's no reason for all of this. I was like, you're making up all these excuses, but you can literally go to HBCU. You know, it just it boggles my mind. But yeah, like, you know, I was going through, you know, look at all the stuff he covers.
That's a lot.
Damn.
You know, so hold on, here we go. So look, you know, Ghana, he goes over Africa, you know, 500 to 1600, all African, all of this African, transatlantic. He's going over it. Boom. He's going over Mexico, you know, slavery in Midland, Latin America. He's covering that.
The trauma of capture. Look at that.
Damn.
Look,
I'm looking up this book right now, yo.
look at this. I mean, what are they saying?
And that's and hold up, and that's just one edition, right?
This is the 10th edition. Yeah.
Damn.
Like I said, this is one of the things that they were teaching. Look at all the stuff he's covering. You know, there's Dred Scott.
This shit got like 800
Oh
pages.
God, they got a lot to erase. I don't know why they picked this shit. They picked the honey pot. There's no honey down there. Like, yo, what? This shit is damn near infinite.
So now look, they're going after, you know, they're reading European authors. This is a black author. How come they're not reading this?
None of that.
See this? Look, I'm still going. All the stuff they can cover. And they're stuck on European authors only.
Y'all hear that? When it comes to this history, y'all are like three blind mice. Y'all don't see none of this shit.
Look,
translation, you know what they actually saying? You can't be smart. That's all they saying. You can't be smart. It has to be a European. Some European is involved in what you're talking about because you just can't be that smart.
This book $200, yo. I think I might get that shit.
No, you can get this one. I got if you get the hard book or
I mean, I want a copy. I like having a PDF and then like the hard copy. But
let me tell you how chill this is. This book, watch this.
Sick.
So not only when you go through it,
oh shit, that's knock culture right there.
Yeah,
that's
look,
a knock terracotta.
He actually comes with receipts. He tells you exactly where he gets it from. And then look, he gives you this.
That's that knock terracotta, dog.
Look,
weights for gold.
This is actually
the trade routes right there.
Yeah, so this is actually the Trans-Saharan. So this is before the transatlantic.
Yeah, see,
they want the title of the book again.
Now stop.
I'm gonna put it. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna put it in the other chat. All right, go ahead.
You said stop.
Huh? Oh, I think Port said that. Go to. I mean, just say the title. I'm gonna type it in.
Oh, From Slavery to Freedom.
The author.
Author is John Hope. Was it William? No, was it John Hope William? Franklin. John Hope Franklin. That's what it is. I had to think about it.
Oh, go ahead, Port. My bad.
Report it. You still there? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, he dropped.
Oh.
He probably coming back.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't even get into the, this is getting the information before the slave trade. So, well, like I said, this is this. So when I was going through school, they didn't cover this slave trade. They kind of breezed over this one. So they didn't talk about the trans-Saharan slave trade. I mean, they kind of breezed through most of it, to tell you the truth. But, this goes over. We got pictures, and then look at this, African slavery. And then this one, he actually goes over the Constantinople, goes through all of this. So that's what always kills me. That's why I started asking these people. It's like, yo, name me a black author that you've read before 1970s. Because if I did anything later, they're gonna say, Van Sertima. I'm like, no, anything before 1970. I had one flat out told me, I don't read none of that. I'm on that European stuff right now. I'm like, oh man, come on, man, really? But yet you're gonna tell me I only read white authors? Is that what we doing? So I bet you if you ask people that, just see what they say. Find out how funny they sound after that point. Because if they're listening, if they're reading black authors, then they should tell you point blank, there is no black authors talking about we are original to the land. Find me one. I may be wrong. Find me one. Because I know.
Not from back then.
No, because I know, Stokely Carmichael, Black Power, the Panthers. Ain't nobody talking about they Indians. They're talking about Black Panther or Black Power. Malcolm X, Martin Luther King. I keep on having to tell people this.
Yeah, they keep twisting that shit.
He's a Pan-African.
I'm gonna run through that speech because they read one part of it or play one clip of it. And before the pill room, we were here, and they won't listen to. Why you keep cutting it off? Why do you keep posting part of the speech? He goes right into the slave trade. Like I think it's just 4 sentences after that.
Yep. And he was a Pan-African. I'm like, are you serious? Right? I put his DNA on there. I put, his stuff from Africa, and he's still trying to argue me down. They didn't even told me James Baldwin was an Indian because they took his speech right out of context. Right out of context. When he was talking about we were the Indians.
Who was that?
James Baldwin.
James Baldwin.
So
yeah, refresh me on that one.
Here, let me actually just play it, and I'm gonna tell you exactly what he meant.
Oh yeah, James Baldwin. I am not a Negro. I'm not your Negro.
No. So, he has a speech where they took it and where he's like, and we are the Indians.
Oh yeah, okay, I do remember that. Yeah, you are the Indians, right?
Oligarchy with labor, or your son, or your niece, or your nephew.
They take it out of context.
Between one person and another.
Where is it?
In the moment you are born.
Right here.
Since you don't know any better.
Okay. So listen to what he says.
Or in the world. This means, in the case of an American Negro, born in that glittering republic.
Oh, okay. I see who you're talking about.
And in the moment you are born, since you don't know any better, every stick and stone and every face is white. And since you have not yet seen a mirror, you suppose that you are too. It comes as a great shock around the age of 5 or 6 or 7 to discover that the flag to which you have pledged allegiance, along with everybody else, has not pledged allegiance to you. It comes as a great shock to discover that Gary Cooper killing off the Indians when you were rooting for Gary Cooper, that the Indians were you.
Okay. So that's what they use to say, oh, he's talking about you're the Indians. Mm-hmm. No. So what he's saying, and let me bring up, let me see if I can do the transcript so you can actually see it. So when he starts off, he's making here it is. So he's giving you a picture, right? So the picture he's pointing, or he's portraying in your mind. So in America, when you're born and you don't look at a mirror and everything, you're thinking that, you're white. So he's saying that you think you're white. You don't know any better, at that age, right? So what is that? 19. So right here. Okay. That glittering republic in the moment you are born, since you don't know any better, every sticking stone in every face is white. Saying you're living in a white society, everything is white around you. So you don't know any better. You think you're white too. And he says it. Since you have not yet seen a mirror, you suppose that you are, right? So you think you're white. So it comes as a great shock around you at the age of 5 or 6. So when you finally come into your knowledge, you know who you are. You know, you discover that before that time, you're pledging allegiance, you're watching Gary Cooper on TV, and you're thinking you're white. So you're thinking you're part of who Gary Cooper is. You know, he's hunting Indians. You're part of him, you know, cowboys and Indians. Well, then right here, you know, you're shocked to discover that Gary Cooper killing off the Indians when you were, rooting for Gary Cooper, that the Indians were you. So it's like, you know how when you see two different things happening and you kind of put yourself in that place, and it's like, oh, that's actually me. It's not saying you're the actual person. It's you're in that place because you're damn sure ain't in the other one. They're treating you like, you know, that person or, you know, who that is. So it's what kind of, not a allegory, but a metaphor,
like a mental metaphor. Yeah.
Right. He's giving you a metaphor that you're not part of that white society. You're part of the other society. And since in that situation,
it's kind of like if you were saying like you're rooting for the wrong team.
Exactly.
Like that. Not necessarily saying that you're actually the Indian, but I guarantee he fucked up on that one. He would. They're going to run that for the rest of their life.
And that's what they're using. But then here's another thing. Even if they thought that, you just have to look at his body of work. You know,
you gotta make sure you get the context. As long as you can, what you would have to do to make it, to put the nail in the coffin, because a writer would understand that, and anybody who even does speeches or know about how Black people spoke back then, they spoke like that with that type of poetic delivery. But as long as we can find in his works after this speech that he's still standing on Africa, then there should be no issue.
Oh, there is, because if you look at I Am Not Your Negro. Oh, when you go to I Am Not Your Negro, which is here. Look, it's right where I left it. So he goes in.
Way over here. They have just killed.
Okay, now listen to this. One of the greatest minds right there, I tell you. But it's coming up right after this. He's going to say something that's very important. And mind you, this is after.
There is nothing in the evidence offered by the Book of the American Republic which allows me really to argue with a cat who says to me, they needed us to pick the cotton, and now they don't need us anymore. Now they don't need us, they're going to kill us all off, just like they did the Indians.
Did you hear that?
And I can say,
yep, perfect.
Did you catch it?
Perfect.
So he's making that separation yet again. There was us and Indians. Two separate.
Anybody confused, he's making a distinction. That clearly shows what he was saying before was it was a mental metaphor to get you to see you're rooting for the wrong team.
And then here, and then just to make sure, once again,
which allows me really to argue with a cat who says to me, they needed us to pick the cotton.
They need us to pick the cotton.
And now they don't need us anymore. Now they don't need us, they're going to kill us all off, just like they did the Indians.
Okay, so now he's also saying that we were picking the cotton, which is on the plantation, which is a part of slavery. And now that we aren't doing anymore because slavery ended and they actually left and they're not doing the cotton, they're going to kill us off like they did the Indians. But he didn't say they're going to kill all of us American Indians off. They had that separation. And that's how everybody was separated, because at that time, there was no confusion who was an Indian and who was a Negro. Because at the time, it wasn't like they had to run around saying, hey, you're from Africa. Everybody already knew that. They knew that. It wasn't until, when you see all the trauma that was going on to where they were literally beating it at everybody. And then, just think about it. And this is for anybody out there that's, either a little confused or coming back and seeing this. Just really think about it. If your mom or your great-great-grandfather watched her husband, their family members get torn apart. Now, torn apart there was different ways that these were happening. They were dragging people. They were pulling them apart. They were sicking dogs on them. They were hanging them. They were sheltering your family members after that point. They weren't going to tell them, fight the struggle, do anything like that. It was all about self-preservation. When you look at these areas, when you look at these towns that were hanging people just to do it, so when people are like, oh, why did they, they didn't keep their language, or they didn't do anything of this. All this trauma that was going on, and it didn't happen across the board. All this stuff was in southern places for the most part. Little things would happen in the north, but a bulk of this shit was in the south. I told my cousin, I just came from Louisiana back in May. So one of the things is, she's been down there. She really didn't come up north. I've been in both places. So the way I like to look at America is when you go to the halfway point, you got the head and the body. So when you go more north, it's more mental. They do all the slick stuff. That's the covert stuff. So it's all mental. They're not really going to really touch you, but they'll do a lot of weird shit. Redlining. They'll say little microaggressions, stuff like this. Well, when you get to the south, that's like your body. They're not afraid to put some hands on you. They're not afraid to touch you. They're not afraid to do anything and say something to you. They don't have to hide it. They're fucking racists and bigots down there. Not all of them, but a lot of them live down there.
Yeah.
So I've seen it, going through, sundown towns. Well, let me see. There's somebody said it before. In Texas, there's one right off the highway. What is it? God damn it. See, when you're coming down on 10, you got Rose before you get to Rose and Beaumont, Valdor, forgot what it is now. But anyway, that's a famous sundown town. So you got all these places, and there's still places like that too. When I left Georgia, and I believe it was 2006, they had a segregated prom. In 2006, they had all black prom, all white prom, on the news or on the radio. How weird is that? You want to hear something else weird? When I was in Korea in 2000, let me see, I was there 2002. I actually met someone that never met a black person in real life. You know how weird that was? In 2002, he was like, "You're the first black person I ever met." I thought he was bullshit.
Damn.
I was like, "You serious? I'm the first." He's like, "Yeah." He's like, "You're really cool." I'm like, "Oh, huh?" But then when I looked up where he was, I mean, he had probably had a population of 99% white. I was like, "Oh, okay, I get it now." There's a lot of places like that too. So
I didn't had no white people in my neighborhood, but I definitely seen it when I went to school though. That was the first time I seen a white person is in going to school, and I think the doctor. That was it. But yo, damn, to not see a black person.
Yeah, physically. I mean, you see them on TV.
That means all you have is media.
Right.
You don't have nothing else.
And it makes a lot of sense. And that's why I fight against propaganda. I try to conduct myself, because I feel like I'm representing, because that's how we have to do it. I mean, it sucks, but look at it. They look at people that do the craziest thing and apply it to the population. They do it all the time. So it's like, it's not right. But once you see that one person like, oh, you're all like this, like, we're not a monolith. That's has nothing to do with me, but that's how they do things. But yet, if you do that same thing as, oh, you can't apply it to us. But that's how it's always been, the propaganda. Another example is Uncle Tom. I've seen that and I find it weird. So now you have two schools of thought with the word Uncle Tom. So I know conservatives tried to reclaim it, because if you look at Uncle Tom's Cabin, they refer to it when you call someone Uncle Tom, it's like, oh, that's not a bad thing. But if you actually know about the whole thing, it is a bad thing. When you go back to the 60s and the 50s when that book came out, one of the things that they did was, yes, they had a book. A lot of people didn't read the book. They went to shows. So you had what was known as Tom shows, which you go here. Let's see. Recall. I don't know if that's going to pull it up, but let's do it.
You gotta share it. You gotta bring. Oh, okay. No, you good. You good.
Yeah, Tom character, right? So you had these, and then you also had the Tom shows, which were plays, and each play was different. So you had some that was like the Uncle Tom's Cabin, which was supposed to be the good version, and people would tell you when you read the book, oh no, he's good. No, buddy. You'll get stuff like this, the actual shows where they made a mockery out of it. So that's what people were referring to, because if you think about it, you got Malcolm X, right? And you got Muhammad Ali. You got all these great minds, especially if you look at Malcolm X and he talks about Uncle Tom. Do you mean to tell me he got it wrong? Like he didn't read the book? And you have to think outside the box. If he's calling someone an Uncle Tom, he's probably talking about something else besides the book. And that's what it was. It's the shows that they were looking at. There was tons of them. You see all this? Look, the show, I Am Good. Whoops. Shit like this. That's the propaganda that they did. Look, yes, it's genuine hires. All this stuff and all the shows. But
hey, go down to the references again, just so they can.
Okay.
They can pause it right there. Boom.
Yeah. Look, what's this? And they go over that stuff here. But that's the sort of things that I grew up with. Different things my dad used to tell me, different things my mom used to tell me, my grandparents, uncles and aunts, cousins and stuff. And they're all older now, but I don't know if that's the disconnect, because a lot of people don't have people around that grew up in the 60s, I guess. I still talk to my stepdad now that tells me, I ask him questions like, I read this in a book about, the education system. How was it when you went? And he would tell me pretty much how they tell you. A lot of hand-me-downs. They would get books that were torn up, ripped up. The white schools, or the schools that they put money into, had everything new, but they didn't. The school system was pretty much poor back then. And that's how they did it. It was very subpar education. Other people, they went into the military and they got better education. And that's how we started to actually achieve more stuff, by being educated. But now it's actually going a little backwards, where we have more people not trying to get educated and they're falling into the pseudo stuff, which I feel, you don't have to go to school or something, but I'm kind of like going back on that because I'm seeing a lot of stuff on and talking to people. I'm like, man,
Yeah, because it has more discipline. That's it. You really don't, because the information is out there. But if you're not disciplined, you can't just read anything. You gotta have, there's method to it, right?
Right.
Especially dates. If you read anything, if you ever read any type of work where you're reading, you're like, oh, what are they talking about? You're like, where they, okay, what is this date? When you discipline, you know, like something, in order for me to understand this, you need to place me somewhere on a timeline. These
Right.
people can study with no timeline. I don't know how the hell they do it, but they can just study with no time. Those dates are fake. So then what are we talking about? We have to get to you got to pick somebody's timeline, at least make one.
No, don't
You
have them
can't,
make one.
you can't just, yeah, well, I'm saying, but that would be better if you
Yeah.
at least made a timeline, because they're not going to argue timeline for timeline. If you just say things, I don't know when it happened. Well, where the slaves came over here and they were all, contracts. When did that happen? If the date is fake, when are you saying a slave came over here? But they think that they can just say anything, and it doesn't have to, like, you don't have to put it on a map accurately. You don't have to have the proper location. You don't have to have a date, and you don't need a source. Like, somebody came on a live one time and said, I like what y'all doing. Y'all really intelligent, but I just don't like this where's the source thing. I don't like the where's the source. I was like, what is, like, you don't think our ancestors are already telling us everything we need to know? I'm like, yo, so I could just close my eyes and just study? I don't know. Like, I don't get it.
Do you see the 12.5? Do you see where they say they came from? Did you?
Where?
The migration in 1900.
Wait, you talking about the
Ellis Island?
The Ellis Island, but they brought all those people over here at that time. What
They're talking about?
Over here?
They're talking about that's the slaves.
Oh no.
Yes, in 1900, and that's what that's one of the videos with Gaddy Green that I got on him about. I'm like, dude, that's 1900. And you're talking about that's a slave. I've seen Dane say that crap. I've seen a couple people now say that. And they literally think that Earth said that shit. That the slaves, because he found the transatlantic slave liner in 1900 during the Great Migration. And it's like they all came through Ellis Island. If you listen to people say that, I mean, there's a lot of people that say that shit. And I'm like, and that's why I'm like, look, I got to be about dates. And I always ask people, what date are you talking about? Because they'll jump from the 1500s and then to Walter Plecker. They're like, oh, they changing our classification. It's like, okay, where's your classification at? Yeah, look, they called us Negroes in the 1600s. Okay, and then Walter Plecker. I'm like, holy shit, did you just go from the 1600 to the 19? And then they switch back to the 1700s. And I'm like, man, you're just no, fuck that. We're staying in the 1700s if you're gonna stay there. Let's talk about the 1400s. Let's talk about the 1500s. Nope, Walter Plecker, 1900. And that shit kills me. And I call them time skippers for that. It's like y'all just skipping all over the damn place.
No discipline. And that's something that really makes it hard too. So for everybody that's seeing how this stuff is transpiring, just if you're going to do it. Or find yourself a credible source and trust that person. That's just the reality of things. If you're not going to actually do the studies, you can't turn around and just make up some shit because it's easier. You got to decide who you're going to trust. There's nothing wrong with saying, well, I don't trust this person because maybe they did something in the past or whatever in their career and you just don't trust it. Find somebody else. We don't have one person saying something, and we definitely don't have a one particular school or just a group of people pushing one narrative. These people are all arguing with each other, crunching the numbers and bringing up the dates and everything. But it's not over whether the shit happened in reverse or if black people were Indians. That's never the argument. The argument is over, who had this many people and how much money would we owe them today, and how many people did you bring over here? The Portuguese and the Dutch, and were the Irish people and the Polish people involved in the slave trade? Can we say that they turned turned a blind eye? Is that still supporting it? Shit like that. That's what they're arguing about, trying to get the little minor details correct. Nobody's talking about undoing this shit and flipping it over on top of his head. But look, and it's not for everybody. That's another thing I noticed. This studying stuff is just not for everybody. Some people just couldn't leave well enough alone. Like, you already are misunderstanding a lot of stuff. We have
people like Lord Yahweh that said, you know, he thought we were being too hard on him. You know, when we had our little, I don't know, powwow meeting or whatever. He thought we were being too hard, saying like, yo, a brother can't learn something. And I understand that, but that's not your situation. Your situation is you decided to come to a conclusion without studying. And then you said you researched it and you found out the slave trade was always real. It was never fake.
Right.
You mean to tell me you made a decision without studying anything? So, you know, don't be lazy. Trust the source or do the studying yourself. Like, that's the only way out. You can't make up anything. But go ahead.
And this right here, everybody loves etymologies. Why don't they ever stick to this etymology right here? Right here.
15 members of a black skin race of Africa, from the Spanish or Portuguese negro, black, from Latin negrum, nominative Niger, or the other word black, dark, stable, dusky, applied to the night sky, a storm, the complexion. Yep. And they love the etymology.
Yeah, but they don't. What they do is this. They go, oh, what's the etymology of here we go. Swarthy. I hate this word, man.
That's a wide spectrum, though.
Right, but look, they look at this, and then I seen, who is it? Natural. He's like, oh, adjectives, right? And he says there's something wrong with adjectives, but they sure as hell use this, which is an adjective.
Yeah, he just fuck with us, bro.
But like I said, if you want to follow this one, even though I've showed that it doesn't mean what they think it means, because you can't. I'm sorry, you're not going to convince me that all of damn Europe was black. You're not going to convince me of that, because I've seen where they called anybody that was not pale, extremely pale, swarthy.
Correct.
And then this is what I told someone. I told them this right here. If that is the case, that all the Europeans are black, when you go back and look at all the 15th century paintings from 15th century to 18th century, which is like your 1400s all the way up, and you look at those paintings, you can't convince me that all these black people want to be painted white. Not only white, but their phenotypes are actually changed in the portraits. That does not make us any bit of sense. Because I've had somebody told me that they went and changed every picture after they put us in slavery, and they just changed every single portrait and everything to whitewash it.
It's impossible.
Very
It's impossible because we're still uncovering things. Some of this information comes from people's wills. Their families who you didn't even know were related to other people because their family isn't royal anymore, right? But they still had a lot of that stuff in their wills. We're digging up stuff in Africa and in America. We're talking to people we didn't know that each you got a Johnson that's in a white person's family, you got the Johnson that's part of the slave who took the name. So the black person may not have their history, but then the white person got that shit up in their attic.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? Then somebody, one of the family, because some of them destroy it, but some people like, look, I got to get this shit back to black people. Not trying to say that they're all good or all bad. I'm just saying that shit happens. Sometimes your history is in somebody else's hands who didn't even have it available to whitewash it or change it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, we uncovered it hundreds of years later, and nobody even knew this shit was going to be important. They didn't even know it was in their attic. They just had a whole bunch of junk that was passed to them, and then it ended up being a treasure trove for us later. So,
or it makes the family look bad.
It's just impossible anyway for somebody to go all around the world and change it. It's just not going to happen. Somebody would have told on them. America is not loved by everybody to the point they can go, yo, we need to cover up slavery. Somebody would have snitched. And and you covering up slavery. They would have used that against them.
Yeah, and you had kings and queens. You mean to tell me a king and queen that's black is going to sit there and want to be painted white? You're not going to be messing up a king and queen's portrait. There's kings and queens that were just off your head, just off your head. It's not going to happen. But like I said, that's where I always ask them, show me in a museum or get online, show me some medieval paintings, show me some 14th to 18th century paintings. Show me those paintings of all these black people. There's hardly not any like that. I mean, there are some, black or any other color paintings and portraits, but it's not like everybody was just running around mad swarthy. You know?
Yeah, the portrait that we see of King James, that dark version, that's a painting style that they would use. But the rest of the images for him, his family, and the people that came before and after him were white. But you do see that painting style. It's one famous guy who did it. I keep forgetting his fucking name, but he did it for all the royal people family. So
What did the phenotype change? Like
he
nose,
just drew them. He drew them in black and white. That's all I know.
Okay, because that's the other thing, that even if let's say that everybody just painted over everything white, they still got a European nose, lips, facial features, everything, the hair. I mean, it's just so much to change that, and then all these different paintings. It does not make sense. And people will argue, they argue me down about that. Oh, they were swarthy because Benjamin Franklin said it. He said they were swarthy.
Okay, so that would make the Irish people swarthy.
Bro, they said Irish was all black, Europeans are all black, Italians are all black. And then
They called the Irish people black.
The Romans too. The Romans and Greeks.
Degrading them.
Right. Or it could be they use swarthy for hair sometimes, tanning of the skin, eyes. They called pirates swarthy. They called Al Capone. People don't even know Al Capone was swarthy. Mostly all the Italian gangsters that you would see were swarthy. You can look them up.
I mean, because the white race, they have a brown.
Right.
They have a brown. We call it tan, and then sometimes it gets a little bit darker. You know, some of them can get darker. If you ever play basketball with them or whatever in the summer or whatever, sometimes, you know, during the winter, you know, when it's cold, they inside more or whatever. Yeah, they're lighter, but they can get a.
We mad.
Because I went to school with a couple. This is in high school. It was a couple of white girls during the summer, like when they got hot. We thought they were mixed.
Yep.
Were they mad swarthy?
They get mad swarthy,
bro.
Mad swarthy. You know, you'll think she took a hot comb to that joint. No, that's her hair. She just got a little tan, and that's just what it is, man. I mean,
man,
white, just like black, just like we're not black. They're not all actually white. Like, it's common sense. It's shades of brown. That's what it is. So we're kind of falling into that colorism too.
I swear, man. I would have been laughed out. my man, it would have laughed me out of anything if I would have been using that. Yeah, man. I'm swarthy, man. Hey, look. Oh man, don't nobody use that. Maybe. Well, actually, no. I'm not going to say that. I can't be 100%. I just never heard it until I got online.
Yeah, I heard that shit in 2015.
Yeah, I heard it from the Moors.
What, outside of online?
Yeah.
No, it was online.
Yeah, I heard it. I heard it on Sinetta TV. That's my first time ever hearing it.
But I mean, like outside, walking around, you hanging out with your partners. Have you ever used that?
Never heard that shit ever.
Like, damn, girl, you swarthy. Come here real quick.
Oh, you mad swarthy. Come
on.
He's like, hey, girl, how you like your man? You like a mad swarthy? I've been swarthy.
Once you go swarthy, you can't go back.
Oh man. But no, man, it's just this. It's ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. Like I said, covering stuff like this, you know, Negro. They don't know have y'all seen an etymology on Negro? I saw it one time.
Mm-mm.
I had somebody tell me, well, who are the Negroes?
They translate Negro, come from the Naga. I'm like, what the fuck?
And it's literally tight. 1550s. That's the Spanish. And Negro is a Spanish word. Black is the translated form of Negro. So they do an etymology on the translated word. And the only reason, like I said, the only reason why it switched from that is because of the connotations that happen, because you'll see how it right here around the time where they said it was with a big N. Where is it? Oh, right here. This is actually a source right here in 1906. Professor Booker T. Washington being politely interrogated as to whether Negroes ought to be called Negroes or members of the colored race. He has replied that it has long been his own practice to write and speak of members of his race as Negroes, and when using the term Negro as a rare designation to employ the capital N. And then it switched around the same time as the government and stuff, is they were pushing black because everybody wanted to be.
They voted to be called. After slavery, black people here in America took a vote on what they wanted to be called.
We'll see right here. Yep, it tells you right here. "1930 in New York Times, in reference to U.S. citizens of African descent, but because it was perceived associated with white imposed attitudes and roles, the word was ousted late 1960s in this sense by black." So that's when it happened. Nobody wanted to be called Negro. They wanted to be called black. And if you look,
black now, we black now, kid.
right, but they didn't mean it.
No, we don't say that shit no more.
But that's the thing. They didn't mean it as the color, because Malcolm X actually covered what their version of black meant. It was just a way for unity.
Yeah.
And that's where black power came from. And then you have, the Jesse Jackson thing, which everybody's like, oh, he sold us out African American. People didn't want it. Well, they didn't want to be called black anymore because black started to have a negative connotation, because everybody started looking at black power and they started to say, oh, that's racist. And then next thing you know, I don't know, some of our leaders just started getting like
that's late 80s.
Yeah, they started getting like taken out and certain things, during that time.
Don't say black power anymore.
And that's the same thing that happened on the other side, because before it was supremacists, white supremacists for a long period of time. And then that kind of started to vanish because they were a little too extreme. And then it changed to nationalist. That's how that worked. Because the nationalist is a watered down version of supremacist. And that actually got from Don Black Jr. He actually had a radio, because he actually got converted back, because he was actually really big in white supremacy for a long period of time. But what happened? He went to college, started to get around people, and then he noticed that his ideology was a little fucked up, and he turned his back on the whole thing, and then he started spilling the beans after that. And that's what happens. That's why they don't push and they demonize school, because one of the biggest things that actually breaks you out of certain kind of thoughts is putting you in that position that challenges your beliefs. Military does it, college does it, because you're working with different types of people. So if you're used to being all white, all black, Latino, everything else, Asian, when you get to the military, there's no time for that. You're in a foxhole with whoever, doesn't matter. So if he hates you, you hate him, you still got to rely on each other. That's what ends up happening. And then when you get to college, I mean, it is what it is in college, I guess, but that's what ended up happening with him. So he went and told his story on how they hijacked nationalism, but it's all the same message.
Yeah. Part left, I see. Mo, what time y'all doing the thing tomorrow? I probably won't be able to be in it.
So here, let me stop this sharing. But yeah, I just wanted y'all to see that. Oh, Blackamore.
Are you gonna be in the thing tomorrow, Rob?
What time?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I think it's 2.
I should be. So I know I'm supposed to go to the zoo. I should be back around then.
I hate going to the zoo, bro.
Yeah, me too. They got the same shit there.
Fucking animals get on my nerves.
Yeah. I've been in
I don't mind seeing certain animals at the zoo. But other animals like the ducks, I don't like them just roaming around ducks and shit. I like going to look at the gorillas, the lion, the tiger. I think that's probably it.
I like the camels. Man, you ever see them chew? They do like that
I don't
counterclockwise chew.
think we got camels at our zoo.
Oh, we got some. They do like they just got that like counterclockwise chewing.
Is yours a walk zoo or like you got to drive in a car zoo?
Oh, it's a walk. It's huge. It's the Brookfield Zoo here in Illinois.
Are you in Chi-Town?
Yeah.
I could never go there, bro.
It's not too bad. I live in a suburb of I don't live in a city. I'm good with that. It's just a little too thugged out for me. I'm good.
He said I can join when he's done. Yeah, I think it's at 2:00 tomorrow. Yeah, well, today anyway. Because they got to get it up, and everybody got to check their mics. Because I was listening to the first presentation. It's a lot of feedback on there.
Yeah, all right, we got to do a sound check. But what's Lily talking about? Port and Morgan start, and then me and Robinson can join them when he's done.
The presentation for tomorrow.
Yeah, because I'll be at the zoo in the morning, and I should be back by 2.
Oh, okay. So you gonna go third? I said
That's what we're trying to see who's often to be there. Because I don't know if Vent is showing up, and I got something to do, so I don't know who's all gonna be there.
Yeah, like I said, I'll come in if y'all are still going when I get back. Like I said, I should be back by 2. I'm hoping. That's a lot of walking.
Bet.
The insects, yeah, you know what? The insects are all right. I don't really like them too much, but I mean,
I don't even fuck with that lizard shit. None of that. I don't go to I'm not going. The last time I went to the zoo to look at the snakes and shit, one of the motherfucking kids broke the glass and a snake got loose.
I just got a snake.
I go look at the silverback, man. That joke huge. Oh man.
Yeah, I'll be fucking with them. I'll be waving at them and shit. I'll be putting up the black power fist and they look at me like something wrong and shit.
Yeah. That silverback, I look at it, he just look right at me. I'm like,
what up, guy? Like, what up? Oh man. Yeah, the zoo cool, but I just don't like going. I don't like going to the zoo. All that walking.
Did we pick a time?
I'm guessing 2.
2? All right.
A portal let us know. Yeah, I gotta help my wife with my daughter's here. And then she got to get ready to go out of town. I don't know if she's going out of town.
2, yeah. So wait, we got to do 3.
3:00.
Yeah, because that's what keeps on getting me. His is 1:00 when we actually say 2. So we got to do 3 for it. That should be messing me up. He's like, all right, we ready. I'm like, what the fuck? I still got a whole hour left. What's he talking about?
What should I when I come in? What should I expand on? Y'all want me to do?
Bro, it don't matter.
Oh, mostly this is one topic, right? So it's like they say a lot of shit. We just got to go into it because they're spewing out a lot of stuff and we got to organize it and put it out. But as long as we don't drift off into something that's way off topic, it doesn't matter. We just got to cover the false information that's being put out and correct it.
Yeah, I mean, you can go look at your TikToks where you be stitching and debunking them and just bring that shit to the table. Just go through that information and then just go through it. Because all it is they say the strangest shit and then you just got to debunk them. because a lot of them don't do real research. And even the ones that claim that they do real research, when we go into their books, we debunk them with their own fucking source.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 Midwest and 2 o'clock East Coast.
I still can't believe how they keep on going with Martin Luther King, man. It's like, man, they can't pick Jesus, man.
Right.
Bro, look, a couple of years ago, they was calling Malcolm X an agent.
Oh my gosh, yeah. They call Martin Luther King a sellout. And they don't even know what they want to do with that one.
Yeah, but see, I used to call them a sellout too, though. So I can't knock them for that.
It's just because you put yourself in their shoes and you feel like you would have did something different, but they're not agents just because or sellouts just because they didn't do exactly what you felt was the right thing to do. It's different when you look back in history and you see the things that they did. You don't know what's going through their head at the time. You just know that everything you know today, you wouldn't have done certain things, but they were trying. And people take that and exploit it and be like, oh yeah, so this person's an agent. They were working for this person because they made a mistake or they did something that you didn't agree with, but you ain't got to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Well, I kind of look at it as there were two sides of the same coin. If someone had both of their qualities, that would be the person, because they covered different aspects of the same thing. Because, when you look at what MLK did, he saw that at that point, you couldn't be violent. As much as you wanted to be, you absolutely could not. We were outgunned, outmanned, the bottom of the totem pole. You can't get anything, or you can't do anything. You have to, I guess you have to play your part. I mean, it's kind of wrong to say, but
yeah, it is.
It's hard.
It's just, to me, in my opinion, both things should have happened. You should have had people, just like we got the Moors today. And then we have like the aggressive Black Panther,
exactly.
We got the gang members, and everybody plays the role. You shouldn't try to stop somebody from doing it. Let them do their thing over there, because that's how they fight. And then let the other people over here do their thing, and that's how they fight. But you do make corrections with both people.
Right. But then, like I said,
the combination of both would have probably been better. But
yeah, because
I feel like there was a certain, I'm gonna put it like this. There's points in history where it is dumb to fight, right? Like, especially right now, it's dumb because who the hell are you fighting, right? But there is points in history where if you fight at the right time, it works. So it needs to always be an option. And then there's points way back in history where if we would have never stopped fighting at all, it would have been good. You see what I'm saying? When you wait too long or you stop and you start compromising too much and everything, then you get to a point where now you're just dealing with people's great grandkids. So who the hell are you fighting?
And that's why I said, like, Malcolm X, I didn't really listen to him growing. Like, at a certain point, I didn't really listen to Malcolm X. He wasn't really pushing away. Like, my dad didn't want me to listen to that, but he didn't really want me to listen to anything either. So they kind of kept me in like a little weird place. And then they told me about history, but Malcolm X was something else. Like, when I got older and started listening to him, especially being in the military, I saw where he was going. And that's why I said it. Those were both, if they were one complete person, that was it. Because Malcolm X said some some stuff that it resonated better when I'm older. Especially, some of the stuff where his focus went to more of the human rights issue, and that's where he kind of messed up at. That's where he actually became the target. Because it became more of embarrassing America. And you can also see that in the government papers. They actually wrote that. It's like he's trying to embarrass us. I actually saw that in one of those CIA documents. I'm like, that's kind of crazy.
Their egos,
Yeah, they were like, oh, he's trying to embarrass us now. Because they let Martin Luther King go for a long time. They beat the hell out of them. But they really, and they were like firebombing Malcolm X. But when you actually go back and listen to what he was saying, especially toward the end, he kind of hit on a lot of things that you're seeing today. He told you about what was happening in Africa. He told you about, the parties doing a realignment. He was telling you what was happening, in real time. But, again, I can't never say what I would have done in that situation. because it was just bad before the 60s. That's why I was asking, the guy the other day, it's like, how do you really think it was before the 60s? It was bad. It was really horrible to be black. More so then than it is now. It was bad.
Yeah, some people make the argument that today is worse, and back then we were good. Like when they say it happened in reverse, they're trying to reverse everything. Like we literally, it was a couple of lives ago on TikTok, and I think it was Royal that got up there, and she just went left. But we got to an understanding. We came to an agreement. But what she was thinking at first was ridiculous. Like, how in the world are we talking about it's better back then than it is today? People are walking around like unarmed, and they've been had muskets. They upgraded to what they upgraded. By the time you actually got your hand on it for like you're allowed to have it for your defense, you don't even know what you're dealing with. They didn't have experience with this. They training with it. It's in their family. They passing down arsenals to each other, and you just got one. Imagine all of those people living couldn't even grab something and protect themselves in a split second. You just done. As soon as they get you, you done. And that's where you get that confusion where it looks like these people are sellouts. What they're just trying to survive. Now you under the gun. You like, man, I'm trying to go home and see my kids. Everybody's not a warrior. Some people would take the L, like, man, forget that. Go ahead, take me out. And then some people will be like, all right, what do you want me to do? And they're going to fight later. I'm going to go vote. I'm going to try to get part of Congress or whatever. People have different ways of fighting, and we have to learn to respect that so that we don't, tarnish the image of our ancestors and how they fought.
Yeah. My family, what they used to tell me was, they was like, for one, they would say just like this, you better leave them white folks alone. You end up missing. And that was real shit. There was no cameras like that back then. So when the police got to you, they got you. They would either beat you up, put you, or they would, when you look at the exonerations, they would put you in interrogation rooms and have you signing that you committed some murder you didn't even do. And they'd beat you up. They would do all sorts of different shit to you. Sometimes people, like I said, they could turn up missing. And there's been stories and everything like that. People say, look, I went here. They come home. You don't even look like yourself when you get home. You didn't got beat so bad.
Hey, the sad part about it is that for the European people who want to support it and pretend like that didn't happen, a lot of these people were planning it way before. They already knew, you know what? I'm done with my wife, done with my husband, done with this person, business partner, whatever. I'm going to off them and pin it on a black person. So you're helping cover up crimes that people committed that is probably part of your family.
Yeah.
Because we weren't taking the L for no reason. It wasn't like, oh, we need to solve this case. They already knew who it was. They're covering each other's asses. We just gonna pin this shit on a black person. Like Dave Chappelle said, just sprinkle some crack on.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it was like I said, I don't know, man. It was just, I always say that, yes, stuff is a lot better, but there's a lot of room for improvement. But to say that, it was better back then, I don't know, I can't flow with that one. Not everything that I've seen.
My dad got scars from the shit, being chased by police, hosed down, dogs biting you and everything. And I'm like, my dad ain't that old. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's his parents got the same stories he got. And it's like, dang, that shit is right around the corner. It's right there. And then it kind of explains why you go through certain things you go through on a job site, dealing with people in school, especially trying to say anything about reparations these days. Like that really brings it out of them. If you talk about slavery or what's it, CRT or anything like that, it brings it out. They starting to show their true colors, but it never stopped. It was just shunned by most of their people. And then whenever certain people get into positions of power and they start doing things to benefit what they actually thinking and their motive, then you start seeing it again. Like, oh, this dude racist, but it never stopped. It's just not accepted by everybody.
You know how many motherfuckers lost their job when all them white dudes picked up those tiki torches and was marching? I was like, damn. Trump got in office and they true colors came out.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
Well, the first wave happened when Obama got in. That's when the first wave happened.
Over my dead body.
Yeah. Because look, and that's what I was saying. that Don Black Jr., right? He was going on, and what I like to do is when I hear something and I'm like, okay, I might agree with this, but I want to fact check it. And I always fact check it. So what I did was on the SPLC website, I don't really go to that one too much, but they do have a tool on there that shows you the different hate groups. If you go into that time frame, you'll start seeing a whole bunch of different hate groups around the time Obama was there, which he was saying in his interview. He said that brought out a lot of the people because, you know, it was the same thing as, man, ain't black person ain't gonna be running my country.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what ended up happening.
Over
and
my
then
dead body.
Exactly. So then, you know, you'll start to see like the map starts highlighting more and more, then it starts to tail off a little bit, because what people tend to look at is, especially when you get into the conversation with some conservatives and stuff, they'll say, oh, where's the KKK? There's only a little bit of members. There's not that many. They're almost gone. It's like, dude, then what about all the other groups? It's not just the KKK. That's
But
just
we
the
have bases.
well-known one.
If you ever lived in VA and you got people
Yeah.
who live there for a while and you got family members that's locked in, they give you the locations. Don't be in Buena Vista. Don't be on the east side of Thaxton. Don't be on the north side of Danville. Like, they let you know areas don't go because they have the bases there. The KKK members, they still there.
I grew up in
You can be riding
Lake
down one of the
George.
back roads or whatever. Like when I'm coming from fishing and shit, I was in Leesville Dam. I think it was like in near Lynchburg. I'm riding back. You can see them in the fields having a little white capes on and shit, doing their thing. Like it's a normal thing. Jamestown River. There's a right in the center of the Jamestown River. There's a fish shop, like a bait shop or whatever. I went in there. They put the cash registers up and everything, and then it's broken. I watched them unplug it. Oh, this is broken. Oh, I got
Yeah.
cash. Oh, we don't accept cash either. I was like, oh, damn. It was too late. I'm already in a motherfucking store. And something told me when I was pulling up, like, this ain't a good place to pull in at. And I was checking myself, like, chill, man. You all paranoid doing. No, it's exactly what the fuck I felt it was. You know, and these places still exist.
Yeah.
So I don't know how many people, like, if you come there at the wrong time, it was broad daylight and it was a lot enough people around to where I could maneuver, you know, backwards and get my safety off and shit. But imagine me coming back like at night, like looking for a different spot. You know, if anybody fish, you know, sometimes you run that shit for like 2 days and it'd be late night, you run out of bait, you stop somewhere that's open. If I would have stopped there, it could have been something else. I could have been done. You know, and people think this shit don't exist no more. It's been here. It's just since it's not accepted by the public, they have to find ways. They get you when they can get you.
Yeah.
That's pretty much how they do it.
Like I said, it's you know, it always amazed me. Like I said, it was like, oh, you know, it's not like that. You know, they're extinct. I always tell them like this. There's a website, one of the most racist websites I've ever seen. It's a forum. It's been active since 1990. Still active this day. If racism's gone, why is that still up? They've tried to take it down a couple times, but it's still active to this day. And I just, you know, I've been on there and looked around, and this is one thing that I've noticed, because one of the best quotes that Malcolm X would say was, you have to know how the enemy thinks to fight them. Because if you don't know, I mean, you're just going to be getting hit with a whole bunch of stuff. So that's what he said, you know, one of his quotes, you know, roughly. So when I was looking at stuff like this, it's managers, it's people in high positions, law enforcement, you know, all over the country, all over the world. And you mean to tell me it's dead? No, it's not. You know, they hide, you know, they go behind, you know, freedom of speech and all that. And then there was like a disclaimer on it that says, hey, you need to watch what you say and keep it like this. Man, shoot. It's bad. It's really bad.
You can even see it in just statistically, which is it's dumb to bring up, but since people don't have common sense, you have to. But if you look at the statistics, unless it's the only way it can happen, after slavery was abolished and people were, you know, multiple people, even across seas, were coming out fighting against this, like, yo, this is wrong. We shouldn't be doing this. This means every single person would have had to have some type of change in their brain chemistry, or they just got unalived somehow for you to say that it's over. Everybody who was, they would have had to get shipped on a aircraft or some shit, like some spaceship, and then shipped to another planet. Like, we're just saying that this shit is wrong. Robbery is wrong. Graping is wrong. Dealing drugs is wrong. All of that stuff is wrong, right? But it's because people are doing it. But for some reason with slavery, we get that when it comes to crime, right? Just regular crime with regular people. When it comes to slavery and racism, people seem to forget that this is wrong, and we're pointing it out because people are doing it.
Right.
See, when a historian looks into history to see, like, did they have a drug problem? Did they have any addictions? Did they have cancer back then? Let's see what we can find in history. They're looking to see if anyone's speaking against it, if anyone's speaking about fighting a disease that sounds like cancer, but they're not using the word cancer. So they go, okay, there's presence here. You wouldn't be saying it's illegal to be homosexual unless you have a issue with homosexuals. You wouldn't be saying that, oh, you can't sell this certain type of plant, even if you don't call it cocaine or heroin or opium, whatever. You describe the plant as, okay, we know what that plant is. It has this many leaves, it grows this time, whatever. You harvest it like this, boom, that's this drug. So they had a problem with this drug back then, and they're naming it this, boom, and then you can find that connection. So if you look through history as a person who's in the future 300-400 years from now, and you look back and you're looking at Black history and you see someone saying, hey, we think slavery is wrong. You're looking at memoirs, you're looking at courts, they're stopping ships trying to see if you have slaves. Oh, they had a problem with slavery. Because you don't just wake up in the morning, let me check your ship and see if you got slaves. Because of what? What is a slave? Like, is this something that's real? Is this going on? Like, this stuff is actually happening. So if these people did not disappear at the same time that happened, in my mind, common sense tells me they're just going to find another way to do it.
All right.
They're still here. Their true colors will come out. They, like you said, they're in law enforcement, and the FBI. I brought this shit up too a couple weeks ago. The FBI tried, I think 16 years ago, to tell people, especially in the southern states, that you're being overtaken. Your police departments are being overtaken by these racist groups. They didn't listen. They didn't listen at all. Then they tried to complain later. It's too late. Like, now we got them in the FBI. Like that, we're dealing with our issues with these people because it crept all the way up here. But we tried to tell you almost 2 decades ago.
Yep, my cousin showed me that shit. Look, and if y'all don't believe what Mo's saying, look it up. Because the FBI, they came up with the thing, was trying to tell people. Then you got something called the Dorilio effect. That's where they get the super predator from. I don't know if you guys remember Mike Brown, where the police officer was like, he looked like a demon. Then you had the Trayvon Martin. It was like he was in a hoodie. We call it the language of white supremacy. That's what me and my cousin we labeled it as. You got to look into. They say key words that are used in there's certain lingo, especially when you deal with the Dorilio report. I think that's how you say the dude's name. But the article I want you guys to listen to it's called Super Predator. Look up the Super Predator article, and you guys are gonna see that. I think the dude's name is Dulilo, but it's called the Super Predator. He wrote a whole article about it, and then you had I think it was Bill Clinton. It was either Bill Clinton or Bush Senior.
Oh, they were talking about Super Predator.
Biden, Clinton, both Clintons did it. Clinton,
yeah, but
Clinton,
the dude.
Him and his wife and Biden both did that whole Super Predator. We gotta
stop. Hillary did that.
Yeah,
Hillary
they both
did that. Yeah.
Yeah, but the dude that wrote the report, he came out and wrote a report against his report and saying he was wrong. And then he actually went into the inner neighborhoods and started working with the people that he wrote the report about. But they don't show y'all that shit in the news. So people knew that he came out and wrote articles discrediting his own report, and he was working with inner city neighborhoods to show people that they weren't as bad as he tried to make it seem that they was, and they left that shit out.
Damn.
And then look into, like, because I was on the phone with Buck earlier. That's why I called you, Ma. I didn't know you was out with the wife. Look into Memorandum 46. I keep telling these people because this is what they bring up. And I'm not trying to bash the whole Black indigenous community. It's just a certain few of them. They say the government ain't worried about Pan-Africans. They don't care about y'all. They're not doing that. And I'm like, bro, they wrote laws. They put in organizations to infiltrate. They created their own organizations to go against our movement using our own people. That's what Memorandum 46 is all about. We are the top. The Black and Pan-African movement is at the top of the food chain when it comes to them disfranchising us and getting people to come in and overthrow our organizations. That's what it's about. If y'all can call it, oh, we got the Black organization, we got the Black Panther Party, whatever y'all want to call them. They still consider them Pan-Africans because they're trying to unify the Black communities. Any organization that's trying to unify Black communities, they're getting put under the Memorandum 46. And what I keep trying to tell these Black indigenous people is that they are labeling y'all as Pan-Africans, whether you want to agree with it or not. They got an article when you look up Black indigenous. Just look up Black
I
indigenous.
agree with that.
And it's gonna when you keep reading about Black indigenous, sooner or later you're gonna start seeing where they're gonna start labeling Black indigenous people in with Africans.
Yeah, and you know what? It really, think about it. Common sense, right? We know it's not common, but what does it? I don't think your enemy, y'all know what I'm saying. I don't think your enemy cares what you label yourself as.
Nope.
Right? You don't show up and say, you will not cross this line into my kingdom because, we're going to defend ourselves, blah, blah, blah. And you show up the next day wearing something completely different with a different title for your kingdom. He doesn't care. You're all unified over there, and that's my problem. So if they say that we're all Native American, they're still unifying everybody because they say that whole thing happened in reverse. All Black people was here, and then we maneuvered through the earth and went to Africa. That's the only difference. You're still a threat. You're still a threat. But I do want to make this disclaimer. That's if they can unify. I think they can still be exploited and they could be used like as agents, even if they're not agents right now, right? I'm not saying either or, but they can be utilized because they're causing division. So if they jump in at the right time where people are going against Africa, and then there's a large group of people, including Africa and the diaspora, defending it, then they'll go, well, it will behoove us to keep this division going. And then that's when they'll start sending the agents in if they didn't do the shit already. You see what I'm saying? But if it does, if it gets to the point where we get all of this shit past us and we start getting along, both people are threats. Both people are threats because you're unifying and you're unifying. I think it would be worse. I'm not even gonna say that, but yeah, too much unification would be a problem.
I just think it's a part of social engineering myself, honestly, because this is a hole in the community. It really is, if you actually think about it. Because I'm sorry, I can tell you point blank from everything that I know of what I looked, and I know my own personal, genealogy. I know where I come from. I think I'm at my 6th great grandmother, and I did trace it directly to Africa, right? So some people I know for a fact can't do a genealogy correctly. I'm kind of leaning toward, and this is the only thing that can make sense is in why they're pushing genealogy. There are like maybe 1 or 2 people I've seen. They're like, hey, I'll do your genealogy for you. I know they're not doing it for nothing. So I'm not sure if that's part of this game to where, hey, you need to do your genealogy. I'll do it for you. And then you're paying money for that. Just because I've seen something recently with like the land patent thing that they got going on. And they connected that with something Moors were doing, and a little scam thing. I have to send y'all the video on that one.
Is it for the shit in Illinois? That document that they tie it to in Illinois?
I don't know if it's in Illinois, but they said like the whole land patent thing is actually a scam. I'm looking into that now.
Yeah, I think he registered it with the clerk in Illinois. It's a document from Noble Drew Ali, and he covered damn near the entire United States and put it under some indigenous.
Is it a scam?
Something. I mean, yeah. According to history, yeah, it's a scam.
Anything by Noble Drew Ali is a scam.
Well, for this one, and look, and you want to hear
but y'all don't listen.
You want to hear something?
Y'all don't know how much dirt that we got on Noble Drew Ali. Me and Moses ain't released the shit.
You want to hear something really weird? And this is why I gotta keep cross checking. So I started looking at the Dane Calloway thing to try to see the different theories to try to, because that's what they're saying. And I ran across a video where he was debunking land patents, calling them a fraud and stuff. And I was like, this is weird. Yeah. Dane Calloway. Yeah. So
yeah, you gotta share that with us, bro.
So look, check this out though. And this is how weird this was. Yeah, look, this is how weird it was. So I saw the video, we're listening to the video of him debunking that whole thing. And they also have different like Moorish people, and they were talking about Moors and having the name Moorish and all that other stuff. So I'm like, this is weird. At the end of that video, I saw a very familiar looking female. And I'm like, whoa, I've seen her before. There's one of these indigenous people have her on her page talking about the land patents. And I'm like, holy shit, that's the same one. I went and looked and found her. She has a counter to Dane. So they both got videos going at each other about 9 months ago. And they're both, doing, land patents are scam, land patents aren't scams. And then I found another video, and there, like I said, there's 3 different videos, and it's like land patents are a scam, and she's, fighting for it. And I'm like, yo, this is crazy. So then it got me thinking about, like I said, the genealogy thing, because I've busted 4 people now on wrong genealogies. But yet I'm hearing people like,
wow, Indian Council dude don't like you.
Man, shit, he can. Man, that dude's fucking weird.
He can pull up.
Yo, I'm telling you.
But I don't think he liked me, because when B for real was like, she was like, I'm gonna let Big Sutton go when y'all get done. He was like, oh, I didn't know he was in here. I've been wanting to talk to you. I'm like, nigga, I don't know you.
His family straight off a plantation, bro. Talking about Indian. Man, fuck out of here. And that's why when he was coming at Duchess, I was like, you know what? Nah. I was gonna save it for when I got live, and I was like, nah. These people getting flagrant. Him, the other guy just going at random women. And I was like, y'all gotta be ashamed of yourselves, man.
But they see what we doing, and we don't, and they still like, they don't pull up. We about to be on 36 hours. We about to hit them with a 36 or 72.
So they doing their presentation tomorrow.
I don't care about that shit. Pull up and respond to what the hell we talking about.
They can't, bro.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
look,
it's not. Look, hold on, Tootin. It's not for them. I'm not talking about the head honchos. I'm saying I'm mad at the population under them that they don't notice, like they won't pull up and actually address the issue.
Yeah.
You can go do why did we have to do a presentation? Because we gathered all of these sources. People were pump faking about debating, and they act like this was about to be, your team against our team, and we get up here and get scholarly with it. And they all backed out. They all act like they was with this academic, edification of the people type thing in a little, debate setting. That's what we got going on in our community right now. Sonetta popped that shit off, and we building it up. We doing the same thing.
They agreed to that shit. I remember. There's like, yeah, we can. It was right after the Port City debate. There's like, yeah, we can do this every week. And then they just start talking shit, and then they didn't want to debate no more.
Yeah, and then that was it. It was like, oh no,
the only nigga that wanted to debate was Earth. Earth Speaks was the only.
Right, he was the only one stepping up there. You can hit me, I'll take it.
With that the
We
milk.
can debate today at 7. It's always 7.
Yeah, yup, the bill for all of that shit. But that's why we had to do this shit. And it's irritating me that I don't feel like my people are that ignorant that they can't notice. Like, bro, I'm not telling you not to fuck with them no more. I'm just saying, yo, y'all not pulling up. They're using your books. They're using your sources. They pulled up. They proved it. They got the primaries. What's going on? We're wrong about something. You ain't got to throw your whole movement in the trash, but you need to, everything you brought up and that you claim, throw that out. Find another way to prove your point. That's how I'm giving. I would rather you leave that shit alone. But if you still gonna do it, I'm not gonna knock your whole movement because you're doing something better than what we all probably were doing 10, 20 years ago or whatever, or what we would have been done, what's planned for us. So we still trying to do something educational, and you want to take the side where you ain't got that much information. That's your business. But damn, you're not about to duck it. I feel like they should be over there like, yo, hold up. If that happened to anybody over here, I'm hitting your phone up, I'm hitting your DM. I'm like, yo, hey, this shit ain't right. You know, this dude challenge this shit. Here's the source, whatever. We need to go over this. We need to come back, regroup, and correct the information because that's what it's about. But that tells me, you know, a lot of things about these type of people. And that's why we got to be very careful to not place them in a category of innocent people. I think they may be doing it on purpose because how would you know if you really, like when we're dealing with religious people, right? The Muslims, the Christians, they really believe what they're talking about, right? It's not a hoax with most of them. They really believe in Jesus. They think God is talking to them in their head and all this shit. So they pull up every time and get their shit pushed in. They pull up because they really believe it. How do these niggas know I can't show up? I can't get up there and say nothing because what if you truly believe it and you're also just reading it wrong, then you would get up here and read it the wrong way and try to interpret it your own way, just like religious people do.
Well, and there's also this. I find this weird. Whenever they say it, it's not like it is a type of hate because when they go into explaining, they ask like weird questions such as, "What's so good about wanting to be from Africa? I mean, they don't have anything. We have everything here. Why would you want to be from Africa?" I'm like, what kind of question is that? It's not a sense of why do we want to. That's just the way it is. We're descendants. And they're like, oh, we have corn here. You know, I like, you know, we got the best basketball players and the best music. I'm like, what the hell is going on? It's like, what is this? And that's, you know, that's what I get when I'm listening to this crap. It's like, is that what it's really about? He's like, oh, we got land here. So why can we? It's like, man,
bro, I learned that from Suitin and my son that all of these basketball players and rappers are not even from America. Like you think they are because we all look alike because we are from the same tribe, kind of, right? But you won't notice until you go into their background. Oh, you came from Rome. You came from Africa. You came from Jamaica. You came from Cuba. You won't know that unless you get you really into hip hop and really into sports. Then you start seeing where these people come from. But they just look at it like, oh, that's a black person. Look at them. They running so fast. Yup, she's American. But you don't know that her family just got over here from Jamaica. So she's not actually from America.
That nigga is not from America.
And then they snatching everybody, man. I don't know what's going on anymore, man. They snatched the Black Panthers. Now they're the Indian Panthers. They didn't snatch Michael Jackson.
I will.
What?
Hold on, wait. Let me clarify. Black Panthers, some of them were saying that they were Indians, but they never denied they had African ancestry.
No. I heard in the live, they was like the Panthers are actually Indian and all that. They just snatched them and said that they did.
No, I never heard them. I never heard them say that,
bro. I heard
them. Go ahead.
Look, I'm gonna tell you how bad this whole thing is. I didn't got it recorded. I'm telling you, I had to record it because I was like,
this is some spooky shit.
Look, it's getting bonkers. They done talked about. I mean, no shame. They done took Superman out of the comic books and turned him into a Moor.
Now, Superman is a Moor?
Yeah. I mean, they was doing like I'm listening to a live, and they start talking about damn comic book characters. I can pull that shit
Bro,
up right now.
you late. I already know about that. I got the whole recording.
Yeah, but
Naturalism of Yahweh's wife in Haitian Los, nigga, they believe in cartoons.
Oh, that's what you was talking about.
In TV series.
And they was like, oh, why did they name the
real.
place Asgard in America? I'm like, yo, what are we talking about? They gotten talking about, man, I think the clouds aren't real. I'm like, oh my God, what the bro?
The birds, yeah, I heard that shit too. The birds,
Yeah,
cameras and shit.
And then they started talking about movies. We in like the other dude talking about we in the Avatar. I'm like, yo, the blue people, really?
Yeah, that's why I did that little skit at the end of my presentation, or in the middle of it, where they was like, the land before time. I acted like their professor. I said, yeah, I brought their professor on, and the motherfucker was like, yeah, the Land Before Time movie is about us, because that is what happens. But you see, I seen that back with Bobby Hemmett and Phil Valentine. They used to push that shit hard. Who else is it? Occult Magic, Black Magic 33, Red Pill, Blue Pill. They got good information. I'm not gonna knock them on that one.
Yeah, Val. They snatching everybody.
But they start drifting off into this shit where like, yeah, you gotta decode all the movies.
Look,
the movies are giving us a message and all. Like, what in the hell is going on here, bro? This is a movie.
It's universal law for them to tell us what they're gonna do with us. So they gotta make a movie. They ain't gotta tell you shit, bro. They just do it.
Hey, Val, look, I'll tell you like this. It got to a point they kept on, like, every second person kept on asking for my genealogy, and I caught wind quick. I'm like, yo, I ain't giving it to y'all. Y'all just snatching people up. Next thing you know, I wake up and my whole family Indian, and I don't know what happened.
Yeah. They did that to Suit.
God. Shoot, you know,
they got into the live. They said we just sitting there chilling, talking crazy shit. We talking crazy shit in the live. They came in there like, congratulations, Susan. So what the fuck are they talking about? He said, welcome back home, Susan. I said, yo, man, what is y'all talking about in the comments? Man, it was like, yeah, we heard Susan found out he was indigenous. We're happy for you. You're like, yo, what? What are you? He just told you that he's doing his research with his on one side of his family because somebody said something. He wants to check it. He's just being considerate. That's it. And they just snatched him up. You're one of us.
Right? You're one of us now.
Let me see your genealogy.
That's like they said. They said, "Fuck the receding hairline, nigga. You one of us now."
Yeah, that was Godly. Yup, it was Godly and a couple other people. I was like, man,
bro, there was two people. I got two videos. I didn't even make a response. I was like, you know what? I ain't gonna do this, right? Because the first one I made a response where he just pops up. Is like, yo, can you read? Man, just do your genealogy. I'm like, what the fuck did that come from, right? So then after I responded to that, he made me another video, and I was like, I'm not responding to it because this dude's leaning over his camera. He's like, man, I don't care about facts. I don't want none of that. I just want to see your genealogy. I'm like, yo,
that sound like opium.
Nah. Hold on, you know what? I'm gonna post this just so y'all. I'm gonna show y'all. This is crazy. I'm dead. No shit. He was hanging over his camera with his dreads.
That Sean the Don dude that I be telling y'all about. That nigga was in Earth Speaks Live. I didn't know that if somebody blocked you from their live, it still shows up on your For You page.
I'm telling you that. Like you can still see the live. You can get in there and everything. You just can't.
I can't get in because every time I pressed to get in, it said that I was blocked. I just could watch from the window.
Where's this?
Oh damn, they probably updated that shit.
Because I was trying to get in his live. It's like, yeah, I got both of you niggas in here, bet. It's like, no, the host has blocked you.
We'll load this shit up to my y'all gotta see it. I'm telling you, that's why I was like, this is a genealogy cult, man. I ain't never seen nothing like it. Let me see your genealogy. I'm like, god dang, dude, really?
Play it.
Hold on.
Oh wait, hold on. Whose screen is up there?
Mine.
Oh yeah, go ahead, do that.
Hold on, I'm trying to find it. I'm gonna load it.
No, I was just showing people so they can go to the Memorandum 46 and they can read it. It's long. I ain't gonna lie to y'all.
Yeah, make sure y'all get that shit and print it out. Get that shit.
I got a PDF. I got a straight PDF on both my phones
I
and my
think we need to start printing out that slave trade junk and all of these records from these books and shit,
This one.
and gather these sources all together and like put it out in packages so people can keep it, because
Oh,
I don't
hell
want to
yeah.
sit here with my guard down and be
I
like, yeah,
found
we
it.
cook these niggas and that's it. Like, I think they could pull this shit off. People like belief, and you know what they do, right? They target people who are already in religion.
Yep.
If you got beliefs like really strong, they know they can get you. Like, okay, yeah, this is one. If you pay attention to their lives, how they operate, they get like, you already in belief. I just need to make you think you're the characters in the book, change a couple geographical settings, and I got you.
Well,
No
here,
switcheroo.
let me tell you what I thought it was. So this is all, to me, it's a religious argument, this whole thing, because it's about being the first. So when you look at being the first in anything, you always look at, Adam and Eve, because the first thing they want to do is they want to say that they're the first people on the planet, because you look at it in terms of religion, Adam and Eve, right? So that's just one thing. But the way they argue is how someone argues religion. So like somebody says, hey, in Genesis 1.5, verse 2, whatever, it says this. And you say, nope, it doesn't say this. Well, let's go to John 1, 2, 3 or whatever, though you have to jump to this one. And then when you do that, it's like, oh, but in the epistles, and they're jumping all over the Bible. It's the same thing they're doing with these historical dates, which doesn't work, because you can't say, in 1500, they were doing this, but then 1700, and then now 1900. It's like, man, that's way too much. You're skipping.
The dates, timelines is like their kryptonite.
Right. So, like I said, you can do that with the Bible because nobody technically really knows.
No. The same thing works with the Bible. They get screwed up on timeline every single time. That's why they can't put an Exodus anywhere. Everybody believes in the Exodus, but they can't place it anywhere. Everybody believes in David, but they can't place him anywhere. Everybody believes in Abraham, but they can't place him anywhere. Even when you go back where Noah is supposed to exist, Egypt itself fucks them up. When you go to where Abraham's supposed to exist, remember in the story, he's coming and talking to the kings of Egypt. They're saying names that are not even supposed to exist until this is crazy, until AD times. That's what's spooky about that shit. The Old Testament is using terminology that wasn't used until AD times, where people were mistranslating text. How could a person that's living in BC times get it incorrect if you don't have the mistranslator yet?
Yeah.
It wasn't a mistranslation. So timeline screws them up with linguistics. It screws them up with interactions with different nations in the Mediterranean and Levantine area, the whole Near East. And then it also screws them up with when Christianity reaches Africa, for them to claim that we were part of it. Like we were actually, it was African people involved in it shit too. It screws them sideways.
Even when they're doing like the scriptures itself, because like I said, that's where I see it at. Because that's why I was like, you know what? I don't even really touch religion. I'm not too religious. I don't touch it, because you really got to read that thing forward and backwards from some of the mind things that they do. They go from Genesis to John to Epistles to 3 Kings, and they just bounce all over the place. It's like, yo, what the hell's going on here?
That's the technique.
But like I said, they use that same technique with history, and these are very defined dates, because it's not, it's long time ago, but it's not really that long time ago, especially when the 1400s to around, like I said, 14 to 1600. It's pretty concrete. A lot of shit happened in there, but you can't really skip 1492 to 1619 and think that everything just stopped.
Closer to this time, it's way more documented. Just like the New Testament is easier to dissect with a timeline than the Old Testament. So when you get all the way up to slavery, bro, the history is well documented.
Yeah.
I don't know why they think in their head, it seems like they're thinking that, oh, well, it's not enough proof of this shit. This shit is beyond documented. I'll be deciding like how many books I can fit on my drive or in my trunk. Like, it's all there. I'll be like, all right, I'm gonna put this one back and get this one because it probably includes this too. I'm trying to downsize because I ain't got enough shelves. But hey, they're gonna learn the hard way because we coming.
Can you see that?
Hold on. Wait.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, TikTok.
Okay, look. Well, first, let me just make this segue. This is the Acento de Negros. Pretty sure y'all covered it before, but this is that agreement. Remember I was talking about earlier, the Genoese company in 1517?
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's the contractor, but that's the Genoese, and that's the same company that they was it Tavara the pirate actually got one of their ships. But here you go, and check this out. This is why I was like, you know what, I'm gonna leave this motherfucker alone.
But what this is a contract.
Show your genealogy. That's it. That's all. We don't want to see Google searches. We don't care about none of that. No contracts. Show who you are, not who somebody else was.
Probably not. But what this is.
You see that?
He said he don't care.
Yeah, look, hold on.
This
I mean,
is a
just one more time. I'm
contract.
gonna make sure this sinks in. This is how
Show
crazy
your
this is.
genealogy. That's it. That's all. We don't want to see Google searches. We don't care about none of that. No contracts. Show who you are, not who somebody else was.
So I was like, you know what? They ain't stealing my genealogy. You gotta be out your mind.
Yeah, I want some shit.
So yeah, I was like, nah.
They find out who your family members is and be trying to contact them, contact the job to get you fired and shit.
Oh, there's that Louisa. That conversation was wild. And then, oh shit, the outer body talk. I gotta stop recording these things, man.
Nah, hit that out of body, John.
You show?
What's that?
Who is it?
Go ahead, play it. What is it?
That
Akashic Records?
No, look.
That's Antoine.
Oh, Twan, get your ass out of here, bro.
You said somebody said something.
This gets wild.
No, go ahead, Natural. He was just go ahead, Natural. Go ahead.
Well, basically, I was laying down on my I was laying down on my left side, and in reality, my closet door was closed and my room door was closed, right? But when it's happened, my spine, it was like between the stages of sleeping and waking up. My spine had a burning sensation, and it felt like I literally got up. But when I woke up in, I guess in this dimension or wherever the hell I was, my room door was open, my closet door was open. It was like it was opposite and shit. My house was fucking reversed.
It all happened in
I'm walking
reverse.
down the hallway. I'm walking down my hallway. Look, I got full thought. It feel like reality. Like I couldn't tell the difference worth nothing. But the only difference I noticed that my house looked different. I was literally talking to myself like, dude, what's going on? I was confused. And I was walking around my house, opening the oven, looking in there. I was doing all types of stuff. Then I walked in the mirror. I seen half of my face. I looked at like I was gray. And then that shocked me, and all of a sudden I felt a rush. I felt the burning sensation in my back again. And I woke up and I called my wife immediately and told her, I said, I think I died or something. I kept telling her, I think I died. And then and then she was like, I told her the experience. She was like, no, you didn't die. You had an experience out of your body. That's So I was scared to go back to sleep. So I fell asleep again, and the shit happened again. The same setting. The door was open. The closet door was open. This time I'm walking around, and I know what was going on this time. This time I walked in my living room. I seen this little gray, I don't know what the fuck it was, but I seen this thing sitting on my couch. It looked like a little gray alien, what you would say. You would call it a little gray alien. The normal things you would see on TV. It looked like that, but it had a fucking black robe on, and it was sitting Indian style on my couch, just staring at me. And I'm looking at it, walking slowly by, and it's looking at me.
Doing mudras.
I'm looking at it. I'm paused like, dude, what the hell is that thing? And the thing spoke, said, I am you. And then this damn thing, fall got behind it. I said, no, you not. Then the thing, I said, no, you not. Then the thing, it looked like it got mad, and his head grew bigger. Like his head got off his body and it grew bigger. It was like black smoke behind his head, and it chased me down the hallway, and I felt the burning sensation in my back. again, and I woke up, called my wife immediately, and told her what the hell had happened again. Man, I don't know what sparked that shit, but it scared the hell out of me. When
So
I
y'all
out
don't
of body
experience too.
Y'all
Go ahead.
don't think
Hold on, let me turn this GPS off. I can't hear y'all.
what I finna say, y'all don't think that we can come in different forms or different dimensions. Like we probably be this form in this physical dimension.
It's about to go left in a minute.
It already went left.
No, man, it gets bad. Hold on.
But in another dimension, we can look like something totally different.
Absolutely, yes.
Like they may
Yes.
Because in another dimension, I'm like 6 foot something.
Oh no, that thing looked like it had its face looked like a damn skeleton, a leather skin, like pure black eyes, like pitch black eyes. But it was like short like a midget. It looked like it was about like 4 foot.
Hey,
You know what I'm saying?
just in a different dimension.
Hey, bro. Hey, bro. Hey, Natural.
Yeah.
Hey, my friend on the phone, she listening to this talk, right? As you was talking, she hearing you. She experienced the same thing. She said that you ain't supposed to look in the mirror. Before you said that was you, she said that was you. That shit deep, boy. That shit deep. That shit deep as fuck, dog.
Yeah,
Hey,
it's crazy what your mind
might sound like I'm making this up because it goes with your story so well. But like 5 days ago in a live, I was telling the story that 1 year in my life, I used to try every dream to see myself in the mirror.
You can't, can you?
You wake up, but at one time I turned and I almost did, and I woke up.
You're not supposed to see yourself in the mirror. That's why
They say, man, boy. Hey, hold on for me.
Hey, thank you for bringing me up. I wanted to touch in on natural what you did. What you
the fuck
did.
is that?
I had it myself. I've had it more than once.
You said what now?
This is tripping, bro.
No, hold on. I think this is the one. Watch. I think this is the guy right here. Hold on.
When they said it was you, it is you, because you have to think of two. You have to think that there's two aspects
Duality.
of yourself.
I'm seeing a little bit of it.
Duality.
It's just they gave us this realization in cartoons all the time when you would talk and they would make the figurines of an angel and a devil on one shoulder. Like take the outfits of the two little mini men that were talking. Though that is you. And where you are in your life, without me even knowing, you're going through a metamorphosis. You're going through a change. You have gone through a battle. You are moving from one realm to another realm. You are separating yourself from old things that had you bound. Those things that had you bound visited.
Hold on, I gotta take a second. You know what he's talking about?
No.
Okay, me neither. Cause I was wondering, cause I was like, what the fuck is this dude talking about?
I can't.
Hold on.
You on that couch, and that you are no longer bound to those things. Now, we know when you go in your lives, you are awakening our people to bring us out of the bondage of this matrix. With that battle, the things that, like, it's deeper, darker principalities that we are fighting that wanted us to lose our memories of who we were. So the things that you are in the forefront and in the trenches battling, right, attach something to you to keep you bound to this matrix.
Like, what are you
So
talking about?
while you are bound to this matrix, when you woke up, you saw what used to be stuck to you. And that's why I said, I am you. Every decision that you made to keep you bound to this surface level thinking, that low vibrational thinking, to keep you bound to
I'm
the
sorry to
lifestyle
cut
that
you
we
off,
think.
but I'm gonna drop down. Peace, y'all. I'm about to go into work. Have a wonderful day.
Peace, sis. You too, love.
But that's what you saw. That's what you saw, man. And it is not you. And the next time you see it, don't run from it. You fight it.
It's not him.
Because you have to fight in the physical.
I told you, real life. I don't know what the hell. It's like
It's
he
him.
tried to.
It's not him.
Bro, he tried to throw in every single thing just in one sitting, just cram it
I
all
know
in there.
who I am.
I'm telling you, I was just listening. I was like, man, I don't know what the fuck's going on right now.
Yeah, the chick at the top, she used to be part of us, bro. She used to fuck with us.
Nah, no, she didn't. Don't do that.
Okay, she didn't used to be part of
She
us.
was
but
cool.
She was cool. She used to fuck with
you know what I'm
us.
saying?
She
She used
was
to
a
help
part
us
of it.
dissect the New Testament of the Bible when she was a Hebrew. and then she went to Bantu and everything.
The dude, but that's right underneath her. He does.
Well,
He
then you
used
have to
to.
fight
He used to. Yeah, he used to help us break down the Bible and smash
here?
people. Yeah, push Antoine. He used to help us push people's face in with religion too.
What
But
happened?
I could say for Twan though, he was always on that. He was
Yeah.
always on alien, other dimension beings and all that. He was always on that. His debunking of the Bible was just that Sumer and those beings were real and they really coming back. You know, that was his angle
To
from
put
the
us
jump.
in slavery.
He has always stood on that. But everybody
He
else, I
cool.
don't.
That's my dude. I still
Yeah,
fuck with him.
he just he fell into the wrong area. 'Cause they about
He
to go
and he
somewhere
look.
else.
He'd be the first person to tell you that the Pan African and the Black Indigenous, the shit we got going on is bullshit, or we need to cut the shit out. But I don't never hear him tell them that though. He just tells that shit to us.
Yeah, because it looked like they getting the short end of the stick. But that's
That's not
because
my problem.
they information don't hold up. Like it ain't that's what gets me with this shit. The people who want to be peacekeepers, how come you don't come out your mouth with the same shit they be saying? You know not to say that, but then you come in and be like, hey, why you do them like that? Come on, man, it ain't that serious. We ain't enemies. We not, but that was straight cap. So when you tell an extraordinary lie and I tell an extraordinary truth, it's going to impact. Like the impact is going to look crazy. It's like, oh, he's obliterating this person, right? So you feel sorry for them, but you got to tell them, look, toughen up, take it on the chin, and grab another source. But I always look at it and I use them as examples. Look at all of the people who want to remain neutral and be peacekeepers and say, hey, it ain't that serious. How come you won't come out your mouth? If you agree, why are you still staying in the middle? Is it proving what they're saying, or is it proving what we're saying? You know, I may believe it, but I'm not going to bring it up the same way they brought it up. I just think I'm indigenous. I can't prove it to you. That's it. I got my grandma, and that's all. I don't believe in DNA. And they leave it. They don't go, yeah, I'm going to debate you. I'm going to prove it. I got this book. I got this article. Nothing. They just stay the fuck out of it. And that's what they need to tell them to do. But they can't help it. They want to keep doing this shit because they know it's recruiting a lot of people who are lost. They're having an identity crisis, and they're just jumping in there like, yeah, this is what I want to be a part of. But this ain't where it's at. They told them that you can, but Yahweh said he can self-identify, but it was a guy up there trying to figure out his place. You can tell he was just lost and he was trying to find himself. And he's like, yeah, even if you don't find none, you can search here. But even if you don't, you still an ancient Mississippian. Just because I think the dude lived in Mississippi. So he's an ancient Mississippian, knowing that leads back to the tribe. So you're going to tell him that even if he doesn't find anything, he should keep repping that. If he finds an African slave, he doesn't find Mississippian Indians and his family and all that shit, then he has to leave that alone. That's not part of his history. Now, if you got people who are finding these Indians in a family and they choose to identify with that side, that's another story. Once you say like, yo, we can't convert this person, don't scare them off. How can you convert someone? It's only, is this true in your history? Either you connect back to an Indian and you want to disregard your African side, and that's the only leeway I can give you. Or you're sitting here converting someone saying, I'm going to get you to believe that you're an American Indian or Native American, even though you already know you're an African, even though you've done your genealogy, you've taken a DNA test, and it's showing up that you're African.
Right.
But I can still convert you if I don't let my people be too aggressive with you to try to pull you to the other side. I can actually convert you. I got a better chance at getting you over on my side if I could just come to you with a different approach, instead of doing what the normal thing is to do. The righteous thing to do is to say, check your family history, see what you find. If you find that you only see a bunch of Indians, then you over here with us. If not, then you're an African. And that's the end of it. But that proves that it's a belief. If you think you can convert somebody who already has a history, you can't convert someone who's just an African. That doesn't even make sense. Conversion is for beliefs. Like if I believe in this God or that God, the gods are not here. So you can convert me from this one to the next one. But my family exists. I actually come from a lineage. So you can't convert me. I am who I am, and I just need to find my history and then realign with it.
Well, I mean, I guess it's easy now since they said that everybody that was a slave was a POWs and they were just farmers. I mean, I don't understand that part. They were farmers. So, man, they're on the plantation, man. It's like, it doesn't make any sense. But I don't know, when you listening to stuff like this, like I don't know. Let me see what else they saying. I blanked out halfway through.
So you saying that person on the couch was him?
Yeah, because it was me too. Because it's not so much of it's the omnipresent.
He was there too?
Because it was me too.
And the next time you see it, don't run
yeah,
from it.
me too. He's
You fight
Mr.
it.
Me too.
Because you have to fight in the physical and you have to fight in the spiritual.
So you saying that person on the couch was him?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was me too. Because it's not so much of it's the omnipresent. It's basically
Right. So imagine you sitting somewhere in a room and you playing a video game, but the controller is your mind. You understand what I'm saying? The controller is your mind, and you producing all these scenes simultaneously, right? But there comes a time when you actually come across the player, which would be you, the real player, your real form. You know, so you might have had our grand opportunity to see yourself in your real form. Because, I mean, don't be surprised if we all sitting in the goddamn pod going through some shit and don't even
Twan.
like for real. Like,
Bro,
that's what I mean by the
I'm on
Matrix.
your
Like, this
top.
shit ain't real. What we experiencing right now ain't real. That's the reason why death doesn't exist. You know what I'm saying?
From my interpretation of that
Did y'all know that? Death don't exist.
Fucking
yo.
He said what? Wait, he said death don't exist.
Yo, rewind it back a little bit.
Yeah.
Twan.
Hold on.
Yo, if y'all catch Twan on live, tell that motherfucker to
so,
bring his ass to YouTube tomorrow.
You might have had our grand opportunity to see yourself in your real form. Because, I mean, don't be surprised if we all sitting in the goddamn pod going through some shit and don't even like for real. Like, that's what I mean by the Matrix. Like, this shit ain't real. What we experiencing right now ain't real. That's the reason why death doesn't exist. You know what I'm saying?
From my interpretation.
Listen,
Bro, this shit is very real.
He said death don't exist. Go tell that shit to my oldest daughter, whose mother is no longer with us. Go tell her that death don't exist. She gonna punch him in his fucking face. I don't get this. It's like they just say whatever.
Say shit just to say it.
What in the world is going on, bro? This shit is traumatizing, like, or they're traumatized, I should say. Because why would you have to disconnect? That's what's showing something that, and I gotta say it's starting to look like mental illness. Because you're deleting things. I don't agree with their stance. We know that, like, it's set in stone that way. Like, I'm over here in Africa, your ass is over here somewhere in Canada, in Utah. I don't know what the fuck you're doing. We from over here, man. The whole world knows where we from. Our culture is still intact. We have such a strong culture and history that it still keeps bubbling up in how we act today, and we didn't even realize it. Like, they're starting to just notice that shit. So this is known. But when you hear people say, I gotta remove the slave trade, I have to remove death, I have to delete science, which is just, it's the art of knowing. It's just a methodological way of knowing things and coming to a conclusion, but leaving a door open so that you can take more information about the world that you live in, because you just exist here and you don't really know the history. So you're trying to put all the pieces together, and this is an organized way to do it. Logic, right? Applied logic. Why would you have to delete that? So when you put it together and you sit there and think about it outside of the arguments we get into, and you really think about it as a person that you care about, your fellow brother, right? It's like all of these things you deleted allows you to create another reality in your mind. So you're trying to escape reality. And it always baffled me until just a couple of days ago. Like, the reason why they have to delete it is because they need to create another world. With the world that we live in, it is real. And it has these things that happen to us in our history, and it's hard to bounce back from it. Some people can't take it. Some of us take it as a challenge, like, I need to get back, I got to climb up and do my part, jump on the shoulders of whoever I can jump on and get up there and keep trying to reach for the top. They give up and they like, I just need to start over. They want to hit the reset button. I'm just this person
Great
that doesn't
reset,
exist.
right?
Yeah, because think about it. You can never actually be the Indian, right?
Mhm.
In reality, you could never actually be the Indian, even if you came over here earlier than everybody else. That's just we would find multiple waves that came over here. Maybe you came over here on a boat. Either way, even the Indian came over here. So you're not going to actually be the native. That's never going to happen. But you could be tied in through blood, but that's not good enough. Why? Because that still holds on to the slave narrative. It still holds on to the trauma that you are trying to escape. So you have to remove all of that and place yourself into this fake identity that doesn't even exist, because it starts you off fresh. Now you can just make up anything. You see, gumbo comes from Native Americans. No, it don't. No, it doesn't though. It's clearly from Africa.
The
Clearly.
oldest foods in the America was cornbread.
Man, no, come on, man. You gotta leave me alone with that cornbread. Well, somebody else said that. It's like, I eat cornbread. I was like, come on, bro. I was just waiting on somebody. You gonna eat that cornbread?
You go eat that.
Can't have my cornbread. I'm from New York City. I swear this stuff's. You know what? I'm so glad I got a strong base, man. You know, because
You know what, Mo? Now I get it. I know why a lot of them don't like me, because this shit sounds like that new age spiritual shit that me and Buck was going against, and they probably was a part of that shit.
Mm-hmm.
I know two people that are
Oh,
that
so they
do that.
ducked down and came back and act like it was something else.
There's actually like 3 people that do like the tarot stuff, the whole spiritual. There's 3 people that I know of that do that, and they're all the, because like what was it? One's the Choctaw, the other one's like, I don't know what the hell she is.
Goddess Tia do that shit, and she was
Yeah.
like, "I need one of these Pan Africans to come up here and and prove to me that the slave trade happened." I'm like, and that yeah, because she don't think it. She think it happened, but I don't think she think it happened like they say it. Then she was like, "And y'all got to prove that out of Africa theory." Like, bro, we already proved it.
Bro, they need to adjust the shit.
Yeah.
If it didn't happen that way and you only had 20,000 slaves and the record said 50, you fix it. That you fix it. My people wasn't on no damn boat. Okay, it's one. How many? Okay, we're over here. Okay, how many people down there? No, you was counting. If your numbers are wrong, you fix it. These are your crimes against humanity, and we have to seek the justice wherever we can. You fix your own fucking numbers and make sure you back it up. I'm not about to fix it for them. This doesn't make sense. Why would you adjust? If you came in my house and you robbed me, What I say is missing is missing. You understand what I'm saying?
I'm sorry. Look,
I'm not about to fix the numbers for you. Even if I do add some shit, like that's not cutting the slack. You fix your mistakes. If you made a mistake and I'm using the wrong numbers, cool. You have to correct it. It's not going to be me. I'm representing my people, and this wrong was done to them, and this is the records I have, and that's what the fuck I'm using.
I've said it twice already. I'm not even entertaining the numbers ain't right again because of the same fact. I've read it twice. Who was involved in it, the countries that are involved in it, their credentials. If their credentials don't match anything that I've read before in that about page, then we're going to be at odds, because nobody off the street, nobody off of anything else that disregards who they are, I'm not handling that. I'm not having it, because those are what's been given that are sourced. And, I showed it in there. All of those are sourced. So if the numbers ain't right, man, they damn sure better show me some credentials that match that. It ain't going to be no damn conspiracy theorists, I tell you that. It's not going to be someone that says, well, I think they're not right. Nope, that ain't happening either. Show me them credentials, or show me what you wrote them, have it written all out in either a PowerPoint, business plan, something. Show me something that backs it up, that you sent in to them, and have them respond to you. Because just saying that, I don't think the numbers are right. Well, why not? I don't know. It just don't seem right. Nah, that ain't working.
It don't feel right.
Yeah, I don't think it happened.
And then they confuse adding more history to the timeline with removing something that was incorrect. Just add it. They took people from America to somewhere else. Cool. They took some Indians over there. Yeah, that's cool. That's great. Add it to the timeline. You don't remove something else. You don't say because this boat picked up somebody from over here and moved them somewhere else that means nobody came over here. Their logic is flawed.
Of that dream sounds like you need to stop running from your dark side and go ahead and conquer this shit.
That's facts. There
You
it
know,
is.
Star Wars is a great depiction of that. Star Wars is a great depiction of that. You know, I had a real out of body experience, but it was different. It was like I don't feel like I left a dimension. It was right after my wife had passed away, and I don't know if I was going through. Well, I know I was going through some shit, and I had to get extradited from Louisiana to Texas, and so.
All right, you got to end it. Right.
I was in the door.
When his wife passed.
That was a while ago, but still, I don't want to do any responding to that after that statement or anything like that. Because that could be. We know what we talking about, but that could be taken the wrong way, and I don't want to leave no room for interpretation.
Okay, so end this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
They're still going to respond to what he said, and it's going to look like we're talking about that.
Right.
But from at this point up to this point, y'all know what we were talking about. We're not talking about his family or anything he went through.
Yeah, that's my boy, Twan, my boy. I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, Twan would know. This ain't even for Twan. Somebody else could take it and screen record it and use it for something else. He would know that we just don't agree with that, and we're just speaking logically and scientifically. But they would probably try to use that because we pushing a shit in bad, so they need anything
real bad.
Oh, that's the Louisa thing. That's for Yusuf in there.
Who's that?
He always fucking with them.
Louisa? Who's Louisa?
Yeah, that's the oldest bone thing that they like to bring up.
You know, it could easily be proven by just simply showing us your ancestors' human remains, bro. Like, because we can show you that by the.
You can look up Lucia, which is older than Mia.
Wait a minute.
And also, there's something out there called the Cheddar Man. I can also pull up an article from Carlos Manquez where he says that he's found so many different bones here, and there are some that are so distinct from the Red American race, and it looks like everything from North America to Bolivia was a Negro continent.
Okay, what skeleton did you mention first?
I believe it was Lucia.
We need to put that blunt out.
It's already been proven that she's a main Indian.
So
again, listen. Lucia has already been proven with DNA that she is a Native American, bro. She's not come from Africa, or she's not black. So what's the next one you mentioned?
Now you don't realize where you just got disrespectful. We're telling y'all we're not African, bro. Like, I've done my genealogy, and I'm not.
How he get disrespectful?
Yeah, you see that?
Yeah, her DNA showed that she's not her. She looks black, but she's not. Her DNA showed that she's not connected to those tribes. She's connected to a different mutation, different haplogroup. So it can't be the people who we are that we're recently connected with. I don't know why they can't understand that. We're connected to people.
No. Here, I'm going to show you why, because I noticed this last time. I don't want to say nothing, but I'll just let y'all listen to it, because this is hold on. Let me just get to that part right here. Now check this out.
If you returning the product, show me a receipt, bro.
Bro,
I don't want to just show me a receipt.
Bro,
show me a receipt, bro. There's no reason to talk if you don't have a receipt, bro.
Okay, then show me the signs of
peace to the room. Peace to the room.
Show a receipt.
Y'all going back and forth.
Show me the
Stop
science
talking and
information.
show
Yeah.
them the seed.
Exactly.
Can
You
I
can't
ask a question?
This is how I'm gonna do
Can I
this.
ask a
Hold on,
question,
Yusuf. I'm
gentlemen?
gonna let you go. Hold on, Yusuf. This is how I'm. All right, bro. If you're not showing a receipt or showing some proof, your mic should be muted. You got
They
2
get
times to do that
mad,
shit and you
man.
kick, bro. Straight like that, bro. If you're not showing a receipt, backing up anything you fucking
Is
talking
that
about,
his
bro,
live?
ain't no point to
Yeah.
come up, bro. Because
Okay.
Yusuf is about to pull out a whole
Noble.
fucking library on y'all. And y'all gonna keep saying that books ain't where you need to go. How does that not make sense? Where do you get your knowledge from? If you don't get it from your ancestors and then turn around and fact check the shit,
Hey, is that immaculate? Does anybody know?
What you mean?
No, this Noble.
I don't know who that is.
I don't know who
'Cause
that
it
is.
sounds like the guy that I debunked that had the 4-year-old grandfather. If not, he sounds just like him.
Oh, yo, I remember.
He sounds just like him
That nigga was 4 years old.
because when his wife gets in here, I'm like, man, that sounds the same way because she did a response and the same one with him. So it sounded like her too, but I'm not sure. But here you go.
where the fuck you getting your knowledge from, bro? Now, Yusuf, go ahead and unmute and ask your question to whoever you asking.
All right. I'm just taking it from the top of y'all left off at, which is Lucia. And he's saying Lucia showed up to be Amerindian or connected to the Native Americans. That is 100% true. Lucia was connected to the Native Americans, and she had the haplogroups or the genealogy, the genotype that connected her to the land bridge. But also in Lucia, did she or did she not have Australian Melanesian DNA?
Correct.
That Australian and Melanesian DNA is linked directly to Africa, correct?
No, it doesn't, bro. Asians are more connected
yes,
to
it is.
Asians.
All right,
Asians are more
Paul,
connected to Australians, bro.
maybe let me rephrase the question. So you're
Melanesians and
saying
Asians are more
that
connected to
Hold
Australians
on.
than Africans.
Agree to disagree on that, but let them talk. Let them finish.
yeah, let me rephrase that. So in my mind, Melanesia, Polynesia, Papua New Guinea, Australia, Africa, they all share genetics. They all share genetics across the board.
Yes.
Everyone
so if
shares
Lucia,
genetics.
so Lucia shares genetics with the people that shares genetics with Africans. Lucia shares genetics with Melanesians, Papua New Guineans, Australians, and Africans. So we do have.
So why is Lucia's haplogroup not connected to Africa?
That's neither here or there. You know how many Black Americans that have
No.
haplogroups
You need to answer that, Yusuf. You need to answer that. Why is Lucia's haplogroup so far away from African haplogroups?
Because of the way the haplogroups were charted. What made one haplo turn into 25 different subhaplos or 100 different subhaplos?
So
Going back to-
mutations occurred,
there was-
right?
Let me give you another
mutations occurred,
example.
right?
I'm
Yep,
sorry.
with all
Yeah,
children.
mutations occurred.
Okay,
But now we
then,
have
so-
to
so
talk
they're
about
not
what is the
Africans no
mutation
more.
rate. What,
So that
okay,
proves that
so
they're not Africans no more, bro.
Paul,
Yeah,
what is an
technically,
African?
they're not
hold on.
Africans anymore. They only have traces. They have traces that connect them back to people who already are far removed from the mutation from the original African. So they only. That's why he says they have connections not directly to Africa. You have to attach them to the previous mutation that's still present in their DNA. But after a certain amount of time, even the Australian part falls off. They just tested a body that was, what was that, 13,000 years old? So it still has that connection to Australia. When if you test somebody from present time, they won't have those traces.
Mm-hmm. See, I kind of got lost in half it because I was like, okay, I guess what he's saying is Lucia connects to the Aboriginals and everything, but then they connect to the Africans, which therefore Lucia connects to Africans. But that would be a fallacy, wouldn't it?
Right. You can't apply it that way because that would you're talking about two different histories. You wouldn't mash those together. We know they're all connected, but trying to match it and say, well, this body they found 13,000 years ago connects to the Australian and the Melanesians, because the Melanesian has body in or the Melanesian and the Australian and the people from Papua New Guinea have traces to Africa. and the people in Indonesia as well, right? Which is where that area of New Guinea is. They are connected, but they're still right there at the point where they still keep going back and forth trading. And then those people broke off into groups, and the divergence happened with them, and then they branched off. So just because they're still connected to Africa over there where they live at now, and their bodies connect to Africa, they're over there still closer to Africa where they just, went across for trade routes. And they're connected to those people because they left a long time ago. They're not directly connected to Africa. And the difference is you're going across migrations, and we're talking about people being taken into slavery. This is not even the same argument.
Right. And that's why like this whole thing was confusing on how it was phrased. And that's why I was listening to it. I was like, this just doesn't, it just sounds like one big old fallacy.
Yeah, like you have Africans that left Africa and went to Indonesia, right? And then you have people who were part of the slave trade and ended up in Indonesia. They don't have the same history. You're talking about someone who migrated and then someone who was sold over there and over there, like, cutting down opium plants and shit. And then they shipping them out, selling them, prostituting, human trafficking, all types of shit, stuffing drugs in them. That's different. That's different from the person who's just over there with the tribes and they're, they teamed up a long time ago and they mixed in with each other and you see the DNA connection. Our DNA connection to Africa right now is not through the Australians. It's through the slave trade. So if you don't connect it in the right, if your people came from there, fine, and you just trace your shit back and you run all the way up to Canada and Alaska, go across the bridge and all that shit, that's your business. But most of the people is connecting back to West Africa. They're not connecting to a migration from 20,000 years ago. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
If we go by what science says that everybody came out of Africa, right? You're trying to tie down the haplogroup of Lucia to the Australians and then to Africa, right? But you're making a mistake right there.
No. You're bringing up haplogroups. You're bringing up haplogroups. Pause, brother. We already stated that her haplogroup
is a lie.
Let me finish. You're bringing up haplogroups.
You're trying to immediately.
You're making an assumption. I made my statement very clear.
How recent?
I didn't say her haplogroup is Australian. I didn't say her haplogroup is African. I said she has genetics connected to Australians and Africans.
But how long ago is that mutation took place? What you're trying to do is you see Lucia has American Indian haplogroup, and somehow you're trying to connect it to Africa as if it happened recent. But according to that same science,
since you want to bring up haplogroup anyway, bro, ain't your haplogroup like Siberian and East Asian?
Hold on. I'm lost. I'm trying to understand what Daniel is saying.
Listen, my haplogroup is C and it's connected to this land right here. It's not nowhere else.
Aren't y'all tied to the Siberians and East Asians though?
So if you're gonna use science to say that, then the same science says that you're from Africa.
Brought that shit up. I've been using books.
Y'all don't understand what Daniel is saying.
Isn't your haplogroup connected to the Siberians and East Asians?
I never said Siberia, bro. I never said that. So you're using science.
No.
Who, the one up here?
He's the one who just said he's reading books.
Yeah,
if you know anything about DNA, it's a recent study, so they're writing books on like the genome and stuff like that, but it's a constant study that's going on. They're just updating the information and make sure they're making sure they leave a trail of their progression. There's no one book you read and then understand it. It's a study, so you have to keep looking at papers that are coming out last week, a month ago, tomorrow. You got to keep up with the study. So
is he talking about haplogroups?
Yeah, he's saying that because they come from Siberia, but that's not the whole entire story. There's multiple waves. They're still piecing that shit together. So tying all of those tribes that made it to America or that flourished in America directly to
they got
Siberia
articles out there
that's inaccurate.
That say the natives don't have any DNA tracing them to Siberia, but that's just certain articles.
Some of them don't though.
Yeah,
some of them don't, because that's not how everybody came over here. They're still piecing it together. That's not nobody's like, oh, look at this DNA. We looked at the DNA and everybody in the world, and we figured out where everybody was at and where they came from. That's
not why we don't say
just
that
know for
all
the
black
most
people
part
come from Africa.
Right, because they know from the evidence right now shows that. Later on, something could pop up, and that's cool, but it still ain't gonna do nothing to the slave trade. It ain't gonna do nothing with people exiting out of Africa, because the oldest early humans are from Africa. It's never going to touch that. It's just going to change where people made it to, what technology they had, and who they interacted with before we knew about it. That's all. And that's record keeping. Records could be lost, or some people didn't record it, or the numbers weren't large enough for it to be a big presence where you would see like, oh shit, it was some people over here. That's it. So the only thing they could grab from that is a small number of people. But this is where it goes bad. You still would be from Africa. That's the part they're never going to be able to get away from. No matter how early you push it and connect it to the Australians and do all of this stuff, you still going right back to Africa. Life is not, for humans, it's not starting here. And that's the big thing that they got to battle, because they're trying to take hold of this landmass and say that this belongs to them. That's the end goal.
You brought up the haplogroups.
It's just confusion now.
I never brought up Siberia. Why did you bring up Siberia?
Because you brought up haplogroups.
I brought up Siberia. That Lucia was connected to the Native Americans. I brought up her haplogroup as Native American. But I also brought up that Lucia had African, Australian, Melanesian genetics, etc. Now, when I talked about her African, Melanesian, Australian genetics, etc., I didn't say anything of a haplogroup. Now, you're saying it's been a long period of time, 10,000 years, 20,000 years, or however long the mutation took, which going back to we have to get a proper mutation rate. What causes a mutation? How often does a mutation happen, etc., etc.?
Right, so that puts Lucia very, very distant away from Africans.
Hey,
Second Bear, so everybody came out of Africa except for them.
Exactly. No one is saying that. Listen, no one is saying that. Did you hear me say that?
Basically,
I didn't even say that. Listen, you can look at things two ways. You can look at what your culture says about your creation stories, or you can look at what science says. But you
ain't nobody got no fucking receipt, bro.
Yeah, I swear.
Nobody's showing a receipt.
I'm literally like the
I got some receipts. I've been letting y'all talk.
Saying that
can I say something real quick?
Oh, here we go.
Go ahead.
When they speak about culture, I really want to know this for real. What do the people in America who are heavily melanated with beautiful hair that reaches towards the sun, what culture do we celebrate that the Africans celebrate? I really need to hear this. I've been wanting to know this for a long time. Can you tell me?
So this is the part that I didn't understand. For one, she's asking someone that's not black that question. And she always wanted to know it, so she don't have anybody around that knows the answer to that question. Or is it just me? Anybody there? Can y'all hear me? Anybody? Oh, snap. Hello? Oh, they taking a nap? All right, I'll play a little bit more.
that we share in common, right?
Yeah, I want to know for any of the Native Americans, can you explain the culture? Because he said culture connects you places and things like that. Can you talk about the culture that the people who are in America
and who said that? Who said that? Who said that?
Let me finish my. You just said it. You just said that culture connects you to people and things like that.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said you can look at it two ways.
Okay.
No.
Second Bear.
You're gonna ask me a
Second
question
Bear.
that has to do
Second
with
Bear.
what I said. And you
Let
didn't
me
even
finish my
understand what I said.
statement. Second Bear. You always say when y'all come to our spaces that y'all can't speak. I'm making a statement and you keep interrupting me. I just want to know, because y'all say our ancestors came from Africa. Can you please tell me what part of our culture that we celebrate that screams Africa for any Native American who wants to answer that question? What culture do we celebrate?
I don't know. You guys have your own tradition, American tradition over here. You guys are disconnected from Africa, so you guys pretty much don't practice it. But the only people that I could say that are closely to practicing their culture from Africa are probably people that try to practice Mardi Gras. They try to like hide African culture within the Native American culture. You know, but probably that's what
Oh my God!
Can I ask? Can I ask what is an African? What is an African?
Wait a minute. So everybody's
Please,
just gonna
can I get him?
So everybody's just going to interrupt.
Please, can I get him?
What I'm saying? You asked a question. I'm trying to answer your question. Okay.
Hold up. Let me clarify. You saying that the people because one of my good sisters just did a video about the Mardi Gras Indians.
So you guys are not going to let me answer. You're just going to beat me.
Just show some respect, bro. That's it.
I wasn't done talking, bro. You just cut me off.
We're actually already on different subjects.
You can just have a conversation.
We went speaking
Nobody
about
has done what I
Lucia.
asked for.
We went talking about Lucia and understanding what's an African, and he was saying the mutation happened. So once the mutation happened, they're no longer African. And I was trying to get an understanding of his definition of an African, because the word African, we might have different meanings in our minds. You understand?
I'm talking about people that came from Africa. If we're talking about
Hey,
science,
all right, y'all. I gotta roll out.
All right.
So y'all make sure y'all show up today at 2 or 3.
Let me go ahead and stop this. All right. Yeah, you said 3, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna watch, but I probably won't be able to join.
All right. Yeah. As soon as I get back, I'm gonna jump in there.
All right, y'all.
It's been real. Peace to the chat. Peace, everybody. Y'all have a good one.
Yeah,
Y'all
y'all
have a
get
good
y'all some sleep. Make sure y'all get that rest in.
Shoot, I'm
Watch
about
the push.
to dream about these rocks tonight. The horse chess piece and the dragons. The Dragon Mountains.
The alien man and shit.
Yeah. I'm just not gonna look in the mirror though.
All right, y'all.
All right. Y'all have a good one.
We out.
Good night.